Council meeting Wednesday, August 13th, 2025 at 8:30 a.m. in City Hall Council Chambers at 101 Old Main Street. At this time, we'd like to call lead pastor Matt Enos with West Side Christian Church to come up and do our pledge and invocation and lead us in the pledge. Welcome, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me. If you would bow your heads as you join me in the invocation. Heavenly Father, you have entrusted us as stewards of your creation. Please guide the hearts of these men and women as they make their decisions. We seek you first in all they discuss and decide today. We place before you the entirety of the agenda and the business of the city of Bradenton as a whole. Please bless and watch over our city employees, contractors, providers and suppliers, and all those who do any sort of business with the city of Bradenton. We pray for a special blessing upon the residents of this city. May this be a community that provides for their diverse needs, a community where multiple generations can experience safety and peace. May their best interest always be in the hearts of this council as they meet and make decisions to govern. We specifically ask for your protection over our police, firefighters, and our first responders who daily risk their lives for the safety and security of our community. May your blessings be upon them and their families. Colossians 3:17 says, "And whatever you do, whether in word or in deed, do it all in the name of the Lord Jesus, giving thanks to God the Father through him." Let all this council does today glorify your name. Father, we confess we are nothing without you, and we trust in you completely. It's in the name of Jesus Christ we pray. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor. All right, we'll call the meeting to order. And as a special privilege, as the chairman of this council, I am going to ask to put on a proclamation at this time. And as Councilwoman Coachman reads it, you'll get why it's important to us. So, Councilwoman Coachman.
Thank you. A proclamation for former Councilman Clarence Love Senior Day, August 13th, 2025. Whereas the city of Bradenton lost a beloved and well-respected leader on August 1st, 2025, with the passing of former Councilman Clarence Love Sr. And whereas Mr. Love married and settled in Bradenton following his graduation and became a notable leader in the community. He had a passion for serving others and was inspired to be in public office. And whereas Mr. Love served on the Bradenton City Council from 1976 to 1980 and was the first Black man to serve in an elected office in Manatee County. He was instrumental in assisting in Section 8 programs and community redevelopment initiatives. And whereas he was committed in assisting all citizens and helped to ensure that all neighborhoods had infrastructure improvement, sidewalks, and streetlights. He wanted families to have safe access to our fine city. And whereas Love Park, a dedicated green space named after him, continues to be enjoyed by all citizens and helps to reflect his ongoing legacy. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Jean Brown, as mayor of the city of Bradenton, Florida, do hereby proclaim August 13th, 2025 as Councilman Clarence Love Senior Day, and urges citizens to recognize and honor the late former Councilman Clarence Love Sr.'s long-lasting contributions to our city and its citizens. Jean
Thank
Brown,
you.
Mayor, August 13th,
Thank you,
2025.
Councilman Coachman. I'll start out. Many years ago, when we did a little bit of a cleanup and trying to work on Love Park, at that point, it was fun to see him there and really get a chance to talk with him for about 15 minutes and really learn. Obviously, he served with Mayor Bill Evers at the time on the council. And then at that point it was Councilman Evers, but then he became mayor. But always talked about how the passion and the love that he had for our city. And I think that's something that, as we all get older and go our separate ways, we kind of forget who sometimes brung us, and that was one of the things that he really did for his community, to really step up and talk about it. And I think when you talk about some of the Section 8 stuff and some of the stuff that this council is tasked with at this point in Bradenton Village, in that area, is still an area that needs a lot of attention, that we are doing a lot with our city park, our community center over there that we're trying to get done with our county, police department, school board, federally, state-wise, is because of the Clarence Loves of the world that really started that. So we just wish his family, a lot of love now, and also our prayers with them for the funerals on Saturday. So I'll be there, and I'm sure Councilwoman Coachman will be there, and anybody else that can is obviously invited. So thank you. All right, moving forward, we're going to presentations. We've got Realize Bradenton. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Karen Corbin. I am the Executive Director of Realize Bradenton. I'm here today to update you on all the things Realize Bradenton has done for the last 12 months, especially to support local businesses and promote civic pride. Thanks to the support of all of you, the City Council, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Perry, and the entire city staff, Realize Bradenton's 24-25 season events in downtown Bradenton was once again memorable. We coordinated 48 activations throughout downtown Bradenton in 24-25 season. We all love a little data, especially when the numbers look this good. Let's start with email. A strong open rate in our industry is about 20%. Well, a 40% open rate proves we are keeping our community truly engaged. Now let's talk about media. The average Facebook page reaches just 1.2% of its followers, and 6% is considered an impressive goal. Realize Bradenton's average reach this past season was 9%. And this summer, we've been averaging over 30% with our Realize Bradenton posts that celebrate all the little things that make our community special. Instagram, the average reach there is about 3.5%. Ours is steady 7%, again, double the industry standard. These numbers aren't just statistics. They're a proof that our community is connecting, engaging, and we're all growing together. So let's start with the market. When last year's hurricane season tested our resilience, the Bradenton public market proved just how strong our community can be. Within days of the storm, the mayor, Public Works, and our unstoppable Realize Bradenton team had the market up and running again, faster than anyone actually thought was possible. Partnering with Meals on Wheels, we turned those mornings into a hub of generosity, collecting donations and supplies for neighbors who desperately needed them. I hope you all see that the market is more than just getting your bread or getting your treat. It's where the heartbeat of Bradenton is honestly felt. It's mornings spent chatting with friends, discovering local arts and music. It's where Realize Bradenton also ensures it serves a platform for government agencies and community service providers to share valuable information on health, community development, and environment. Do we not all love the free trees? Right? So, our youth booth was once again a highlight of the season. Young entrepreneurs, through a generous grant, learned the basics of creating a business plan, and each received a $100 stipend to help grow their business. Their creativity and drive was so inspiring that we already have a waiting list for next year. I left an example in a folder in front of you. We give each child these curriculums, and I even gave you one where one filled it out. It's really great, and they're going home and they're telling their friends, and their friends are getting involved. It's a wonderful program that we all love. And then there are those moments of pure joy at the market, like our Halloween-themed Saturday when the market becomes a playful costume parade, and in December when our beloved Mayor Santa and his beautiful First Lady Claus welcome market goers to share photo opportunities with all ages. The special events bring happy faces and increase our visitors to the market. The Bradenton Public Market isn't just a place, it's a gathering, it's a tradition, it's a community treasure, and it's possible all because of your support. So, we need data on the market. Our average weekly attendance is 3,500 people, and our social media following continues to grow. Thanks in large part to our market manager, Heather Emsel. Her timely, engaged, and content reflects her genuine love for the market, and her vendors, who she affectionately calls frienders, and it shows. With an industry average email open rate of 20%, our impressive 45% rate is definitely something to brag about. Winter Wonderland. Winter Wonderland, what can I say? Year after year, Realize Bradenton builds upon a beloved tradition in our community and holds close to their hearts. I often hear stories of friends and neighbors about the magic they experienced as children coming downtown to soak in the sights and sounds of Winter Wonderland. This past year, we were proud to add the Barnaby Family Carnival, both to honor their commitment and spirit and to express our gratitude to the Barnaby family, the original organizers of this cherished Bradenton celebration. Their vision and dedication planted the seeds for memories where we treasure today and will have tomorrow. Thank you all for your support in keeping this tradition alive and fostering next generation's memories. In April, after much planning, prepping, and I'll admit a lot of praying, we kicked off the first Bradenton Art and Music Festival. We called it BAMFest. The event started as a concept to celebrate the visual and performing arts along the Riverwalk. We wanted to activate the Riverwalk. We wanted to share with the community all the things that the Riverwalk could be for their families, for their own traditions. I'm sure there were a few of you that thought, they really gonna pull this off? This is pretty big. Well, 12,000 people joined us that day on Saturday, April 5th. Recall that we activated the space from DeSoto Bridge to the Green Bridge, that's 1 mile. We employed 58 artists, 14 musicians, 7 local companies. We collaborated with 9 community and cultural partners. We needed 125 volunteers to pull this off because we are such a small staff. And 30 local businesses and individuals sponsored that event for Realize Bradenton. What many may not know is the original plans for BAM were supposed to be parts of that event were supposed to be ticketed. After the hurricanes, the board and myself sat down and we decided that this event needed to be a gift back to the community for all that they had been through that year. So I can't tell you how many families and community members came to us and said, thank you, that we got to bring our families and they got to see everything. They didn't have to stand outside and look inside to miss anything. They got to see it all. And they were very grateful. Okay. As some of you know, there were some pretty cool pieces of art created that day at the Art Tower, which naturally raises the question, what are you going to do with all that art, Karen? I'm delighted to share that thanks to the collaboration with the Bishop Museum, 8 canvases from the Art Tower are now on display at the museum. We'll be celebrating with an exhibit opening in October. I will get you the exact date very soon, and you will all be the first to know. And each painting will be available online for bidding, giving you the chance to take home one of these remarkable creations.
And Karen, tell them that they started and they had to finish by...
It was 8 artists that we hired. The Pieces were affixed to the tower. There were 4 around the tower there. And they had 1 day, they had 8 hours to start this piece and to finish it. And so you could come back and forth throughout the day, and you could watch and see their, how they, what the increments of their time and what they got done. They're beautiful pieces, and I really would recommend that you go into the Bishop. They're hanging. It's beautiful. That was really, really nice of Andy to let us do that. We collaborate really well, so we are excited. We are excited about that. Next on the calendar was Music in the Park. As some of you remember, we decided a little experiment. We decided to put some of the music in the park in the fall and some in the spring. Well, I don't have to remind you that the fall weather a little dicey. We had a little rain, a little wind, stuff was going on. So we just, now that it's all over, we looked at it and we have decided that all of the programs will be in the spring. The weather, it was just too chaotic and too crazy, and people didn't understand whether having it, not having it. It was nuts. However, I will share with you that the attendance was amazing. I'm really happy to say that I'm seeing more families. The kids, are bringing their footballs, they're bringing their soccer balls, and they're really utilizing the park, and they're utilizing the Riverwalk, which is what all of you wanted and started, 15 years ago? It's exciting to watch, and that program is still strong and really appreciated. Some of you may not know that during COVID, Realize Bradenton started a entrepreneurship program, and it's based more to somebody who maybe just recently opened up a business or kind of has, I wouldn't say a dream, but a plan in their head that this is what they want to do. We offer, for free, a 9-week course is designed to help new and aspiring entrepreneurs thrive. If you come to every class, it's 2 hours a week for 9 weeks, do your homework, you will leave with a comprehensive business plan that can set you up for success. To date, we have graduated over 130 students, some of which have moved on to brick and mortar, some of which have become part of our market full-time. We have a mom who learned how to run a business. She quit her full-time job, can stay home now and take care of her kids, and she can be a vendor at the market, and she does it beautifully. We have wonderful stories about Startup Circle people. It's amazing. In conclusion, we are proud that we brought nearly 140,000 residents and visitors to come down to enjoy the beauty of our city, the charm of our parks, and the support of our downtown Bradenton this past year. These results are all thanks to the support that you all give Realize Bradenton every year. On behalf of myself, the board, the staff, and our volunteers, we thank you. I am happy to answer any questions that anybody has.
Any questions? I think,
Do a great job.
yeah, keep it up, and we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I kind of left you out of that one. I just jumped right to it, but,
That's fine. Next on the agenda is citizen comment.
all right. So the citizen comment at this time will be accepted during citizen comment portion of the meeting on any non-agenda items, future agenda items, or topic of relevance to the city. Comments will be accepted on the public hearing at the appropriate time. So anything for our 11 o'clock specific meeting will be at that time. One thing I do want to remind everybody now, and I'll remind them at that point, that this is a business meeting. So when someone gets up and speaks, obviously give them their respect for their time. When their time's over, we don't have clapping or applause because both sides have their feelings and opinion. We're very respectful of both sides, no matter how you feel. But it's let the people say whether you agree or disagree with them. We're not going to have any groans or moans or claps from the audience. So, because we will ask you to leave if that happens. So at this time, I would like to call Cecilia Hernandez. And if you would come up, you'll have 3 minutes. And you will please state your name and your city of residence. Welcome.
Thank you. Cecilia Hernandez. Bradenton is my city of residence. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I'm Cecilia Hernandez, and along with Dave Shiplett, we own and operate Cottonmouth Southern Soul Kitchen in the Village of the Arts. The Village is one of Bradenton's most distinctive neighborhoods, and and is also an economic overlay district. A place where art, culture, and small businesses come together to create a vibrant community and attract visitors near and far. Bradenton's redevelopment vision emphasizes connecting neighborhoods, supporting local business, and encouraging creative entrepreneurship. The recent investments linking downtown to the village shows a clear commitment to that vision. I'm asking you to consider initiating a rezoning effort to change the village from a T4R to a T4O, a classification that already exists in parts of the village. This would better reflect our arts-driven mixed-use character, allowing small businesses and galleries to host events, open the door to opportunities like a small museum filled with local art, and create more economic activity. It would also provide consistent zoning, making it easier for everyone, residents, visitors, business owners, to understand and work within the rules. This is a small practical step that supports Bradenton's long-term goals for revitalization, cultural vitality, and economic growth, while protecting and enhancing what makes the Village of the Art a unique arts community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Kenneth Bullies, I believe it is. Welcome. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Good morning, Council. My name is Kenneth Bowles. I reside in the city of Bradenton, 1007 18th Street West. I'd like to start by saying, I think the city's run pretty well. Most things run pretty efficiently. However, I'm having issues with the building department. Several things. I have a client currently, to start, I'm a state licensed building contractor. I'm not currently registered with the city just because we haven't had a client to need our services in your city in quite a while. However, I do a lot of remodels, the waterfront condominium. It's right on the water. But anyways, a couple things. I had a client hire me. They were issued a permit. They were red tagged, issued a permit. It is not their place of residence. So the city of Bradenton's building official, not the current one, the previous one, allowed them to have a permit, and it's not their home of residence. So that's essentially making them an illegal contractor, just essentially making them a criminal, unbeknownst to them. It's not fair to them. Now, I'm taking care of them. They're getting their permits, and we're all fine with that. The other thing is, I've worked with that condo for 5 years now. They asked me to do the dock, give them a quote to repair the dock, and I couldn't do that until I reached out to the city of Bradenton because I was told by somebody else in the field I might need longshoreman's insurance. Through many discussions with the new building official, who I greatly appreciate his time, we basically came to the conclusion, with very few exceptions, 90% of the time you need longshoreman's insurance if you work over the water. Which, like I said, it took quite some time, and he worked with me on that, and I really do appreciate that. However, I was also told by him that if I did get the contract and then he would issue the permit, if he came out there, and because it's his job to enforce this longshoreman's law, that if he came out there and my guys didn't have the proper paperwork explaining our comp exempt, or my subs being comp exempt, he would fine me for every person $25,000 a head. I didn't really think it was his place but I'll just listen to him. So to my surprise, I see somebody working out, repairing over 75% of a roof out there at this waterfront condominium. I know as a licensed contractor, 1, there's no permit for this. 2, it's over 20% or 10% of a section of the roof you need a roof permit for. So I do what's required by me by state law. I call code enforcement. I report this. They go out there, and they say it's just completely fine. They didn't check for the longshoreman's insurance. That took me several weeks to research, of time with the building official as well, that we all paid for as taxpayers. And they didn't issue a stop work order. So as much as the new building official is doing good, I just think there just needs to be a little bit more oversight in the building department. I mean, we can't be issuing permits to people that aren't licensed contractors, and we can't have unlicensed, unpermitted work, especially when it involves like a giant group of people in the community.
Okay, thank you. So we don't answer at this point, but we can get you with our planning director, and she can talk with you. So next would be Annie Rossini.
Good morning,
Morning.
everyone. It's nice to see you all. I'm Annie Rossini. I live in the Village of the Arts now, and I've had a gallery there since 2000. I am following up on Cecilia Hernandez's comments, and I am also pro direction from T4R to T4O open, consistent with existing zoning in other parts of the village. This is what we're looking for, is a T4O in the Village of the Arts. Because this aligns with the city vision, Mayor Jean Brown has called the city park, quote, a bold vision for the future, blending recreation, community resources, and economic development, unquote. This supports creative economy. In launching the city's first action plan, Mayor Brown highlighted the importance of, quote, attracting businesses and encouraging entrepreneurship, especially in the creative arts sector, unquote. And this advances revitalization goals, which was our initial goal when we started the Village of the Arts 25 years ago. This small zoning change fits with the city's larger revitalization vision by enabling uses that bring visitors, activate public spaces, and increase sales tax revenue. Moreover, there will be economic growth and more flexibility for the arts and culture-based businesses to expand offerings and events. There'll be consistency in zoning. It eliminates the patchwork of T4R and T4O within the village and the reducing confusion. There'll be a cultural vitality that's strengthened, and it strengthens Bradenton's reputation as a destination for art, music, and the creative experiences, and also tourism synergy complements the city park investment and the downtown connectivity. So what we're requesting is the change in zoning to more better complement the things that we need in order to keep this economic overlay district growing and vital. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Preston Whaley. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Preston Whaley, Bradenton, Florida, 1122 12th Street West. I live in the village. Been there since 2008. And I'm a business owner there. I have a yoga studio. In recent years, there is an intruder that is encroaching upon my business and my family's lifestyle. It's not an animal. It's not a human being. It's not a ghost. It's outdoor, amplified, live music. Now, the Village of the Arts, from its founding, has been a live-work community. I live there. I work there. That's what attracted us there. We've been there for, as I said, since 2008. Usually this intruder starts up around dinner time. And then it continues through our evening time. If we're watching TV or want to play chess with my son or just want to relax, whatever it is, the music is always there. There is a noise ordinance. And so in recent months, I've been calling the Bradenton Police Department to enforce the noise ordinance. And it's been a little bit of a, it's been a process because the education of the officers on what the noise ordinance is, also the calibrators of they have decibel readers that are calibrated. And it's been a process of like training them how to use them. So they've only and only in the last couple of times that I've called have they had the decibel readers. And even then, when they have them, sometimes they can't calibrate them. Anyway, it's just been a process getting that done. But there have been warnings given to Cottonmouth, and there have been citations as well. And the music continues. On the other front, there's a noise ordinance, and then there's also permitting and planning. And on June 24th, Cottonmouth was served with a stop work order. And of course, the music continued. On July 11th, I believe, they applied for a special use permit so they can have live outdoor amplified music. This permit was
Thank you, sir.
denied.
We'll move on to Adam and Kathleen Lefevre. And like I said, some of this will be addressed in council comments and with staff being involved at the end of the meeting, at the end of the citizen comment. Welcome. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name and city of residence.
Board, Mayor, and council members. I think we were here for a special use permit, but we're probably out of line because we don't have any comments other than asking for that special use permit for the dock.
It is.
If it's in the,
It's not in the consent agenda, it's on the,
It's on the, so you would bid to, okay, so it's not about, it's about something already on the agenda.
Yeah.
So,
So our apologies.
Yeah.
My
Yeah.
fault, not hers, mine.
yep, we'll get to that at the time. So, okay, so we'll
Thank
get to it at the time. All right, so that's all the citizen comment I have, other than what's on the agenda. So, council comments to any of the citizen comments before we have asked staff, some of the staff to maybe get with them? Anything? All right, so the couple of things that obviously, the noise ordinance part of things has been being worked on, and I think with Chief Kramer and code enforcement has been working together a little bit on that. Chief, did you have anything?
Just that we did complete the training for all personnel. We actually, one of the issues with the meters we have, and apparently we're the only ones that have them, code enforcement does not have them. We had, I believe we have 4, and they were all sent out for calibration at the same time, which is foolish because you need to have something in-house. So we're remedying that for the next year, but they do have to be calibrated annually. And we have to send them off to 3M in Minnesota for that. The causeway was an issue. I know there were complaints about that. Since the last meeting, we've had 5 total. 2 when we got there, the music was already off, and then the other 3 times they were told to turn the music down, and we didn't have any further complaints from those. Regarding specifically in the village, we did have the first 3 times they were advised to turn the music down, 7 total calls. 1 written warning for 81 decibels from the public line, and then 2 citations for 77 and 82 decibels from the public line, 2 separate cases. The most recent music was off by the time the officer got there, and then obviously couldn't measure anything at that point. So, but we are taking action as needed.
And I think one of the things that I learned from being on the council and then now is that it's, kind of one of those things where you got to get there in time. And sometimes it seems louder to individuals close than it is. We do have a time limit. Obviously, the bishop is around some neighborhoods and they can go up to a certain time with a certain decibel, but it's by the time you get there, it's hard to judge. And the Village of the Arts is a live, work, and play, which would be, that's always, I always heard it, is it, there is some things that when you live in a place like that, there might be some other things you have to live with. But obviously, obnoxious noise isn't one of them. But how do you come into that happy median where a business is going to thrive, and what the different type of businesses are? So, I think that's something we have to look at. I know that with talking about the T4R to T4O, I think that's something we direct Ms. Singer to get more information for us and maybe bring back to the council and see the pros and cons of that at a future meeting or a workshop that we can plan and talk. And obviously in the village, there's going to be some that love it and some that hate it. if it changes things or it allows different things, but we'll have to work through that. About the permitting and different things, I think that's something you can talk to that individual about and see where they're working on. And then I think that was it. Ms. Moore, did you have something? Or?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I you were looking like, okay. So I think all of the things that we address, and this council and myself have been blamed over the years for not addressing things when they come from the citizens. We address them all, but as we saw in the last meeting, when an individual was arrested for disrupting the meeting, it was because when you ask the same question a million times and get it answered, you can't answer the question a million times. But we will address citizen comment and try to address it as we go and continue to work through to make it better. But sometimes, some things aren't going to work exactly like that person wants. So, but we're going to continue to work with our citizens and try to make it better. So that's all I've got and nothing else. We'll move on. Madam Clerk.
Item 6 is the consent agenda, and staff is requesting approval of items A through AB.
Okay, is there a motion to approve consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Okay, we got a motion by Ms. Moore, seconded by Mr. Coker.
Mayor, I've had the opportunity to speak with all councilors on the consent agenda, answer any questions related thereto, provide any information, and otherwise supplement any concerns by council.
And as we know, just for clarification on consent agenda for the public, if you're listening, consent agenda is items that are things that come up more commonly and sometimes that do not address things that would need public comment or times. And if we went through every consent agenda item, we would be here 7 days a week, all day long going through it. So consent agenda is not to hide anything. It's to make the business meeting work quicker, but they are addressed with each council person. So every council person has the right to pull something off, which sometimes it's more for just information and sometimes it's for really to get more information about what's going on. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Consent carries 5-0. Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Item 7A is the second public hearing for Resolution 2566, designating a brownfield area.
All right, who's going to speak on that behalf? Mr. Perry?
Mayor, Council, this, of course, is second reading. It was initially introduced at our last public meeting, and if you remember, Travis Moore-Hearn came to us, who was our environmental regulatory lawyer. He gave a brief presentation on this particular legislation. What we're trying to do, basically, is designate the newly purchased Tropicana property as a brownfield designation with the state of Florida. And the benefits of doing that, basically, is that the state provides economic development incentives. It kind of expedites and somewhat regulates the environmental cleanup and the incentives related thereto it and the time that is provided to do that. And it's a long-term project to basically clean up environmental contamination. The good news is on this site, the contamination areas are fairly limited. We've done very extensive exploratory environmentals phase 1, phase 2, PFAS, and additional step-out wells and the like. I mean, we really have done a lot of research into the environmental conditions, and they don't seem to be too bad. There was agricultural use, and so you have fertilizers that we used in the 1950s, and there was a furniture factory there even before Tropicana came, and so there was chemical intrusion from that and the like. The additional benefits is the state kicks in money towards the cost of that cleanup, and probably one of the largest things is it provides liability protection for any lawsuits related to it for environmental violations. The cost for things like the engineering and the geologist can be reimbursed. Each year, the city or the applicant submits 50% of our cost, up to $500,000 per annum. When the cleanup is finished, we can submit for another 25% of the cumulative cost of the project, and it also opens up the door for additional grants. So with that, I'd stand for questions and request approval of this legislation.
All right, do we have questions before the public hearing, or like go to the public hearing, then any council members can ask questions and go for the vote? All right. We'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. And Chair will entertain a motion, and then we can have discussion if there is any further in the motion to
Mayor,
approve. Yes,
I'll
ma'am.
make a motion to approve Resolution 2566.
Second.
All right, second by Ms. Barnaby, I heard first. And, all right, any further questions for Mr. Perry? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Thank you, approved 5-0. And now, next.
Items 7B and 7C are related, so if you'll allow me, I'll read them both together and then administer the oath. This is the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4062, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, amending the City of Bradenton Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map to designate certain land generally located east of First Street East, north of US 301, and south of the CSX Railway, identified as parcel ID 46879000059 and 463-321-1009, and more particularly described herein, containing approximately 32.39 acres and owned by the City of Bradenton under the industrial future land use category, providing for applicability, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. Item 7C is the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4063, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, providing for an amendment to the City of Bradenton Land Use Atlas, designating certain land generally located east of First Street East, north of US 301, and south of the CSX Railway, identified as parcel ID 46879000059 and 46332110009, and more particularly described herein, containing approximately 32.39 acres and owned by the City of Bradenton under the industrial zoning category, providing for applicability, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And anyone wishing to address City Council during the following public hearings will please stand and raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you are about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? I do. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mayor, council members. I'm Jamie Schindewolf, representing the Planning Department, and I have been sworn. As stated, the cases before you right now are to designate annex property as industrial on the City of Bradenton Future Land Use Atlas with an industrial zoning classification. The subject property has undergone the annexation process at the last city council meeting that was approved. And so now, per the comprehensive plan, it must be designated with future land use and zoning. Looking at the future land use in the area, the subject parcels are highlighted here, and you can see that the nearest future land use just to the north is industrial. The industrial future land use category is defined as you can see on the screen. The city has very few areas with a future land use classification of industrial. Approximately 139.65 acres currently have this classification, and much of that acreage is located adjacent to the subject property and owned by Tropicana Manufacturing Company, Incorporated. Much of it is actively in industrial or industrial support uses such as offices. And so this request comes along with a request to designate the zoning to match this future land use as industrial as well. You can see a very similar situation just north of the subject parcels. You have industrial zoning. And here is our definition of industrial zoning out of our land use regulations. This is the use chart condensed greatly to show only the things that are allowable in the industrial zoning designation. I will also note that mixed-use residential or multifamily that sets aside at least 40% of its total units as affordable rental units to income-eligible households, which are at or below 120% of the area median income, for a period of at least 30 years, must also be allowed in industrial zoning per Florida's Live Local Act. The land use regulations do have criteria for land use atlas designations, and so these follow. Industrial zoning is, of course, consistent with the industrial future land use category. Industrial zoning is consistent and compatible with surrounding land uses. The technical memorandum provided by Kim Claybeck, PE, the engineering manager with the City of Bradenton Public Works Department, explains that existing utilities that are found on the site, and there's no indication of concern with meeting demand for services. Designating these lands as industrial does not conflict with public interest, and because the intended future uses are those that fall under permitted per the use schedule and the land use regulations, this designation is consistent with the purpose and intent of the land use regulations. On June 18th, the Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of both of these ordinances. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Shinholt? I think we all know this is the property that we've annexed in, and we purchased from Tropicana to annex in to move our public works and sanitation departments over there. So it's something that is a win-win for our city because of all of the other snowball effects that will happen as this all goes down with City Park and the other areas of Village of the Arts and the growth for that. So
Just to state the obvious,
Yep.
the requirement to rezone to industrial is because that's the use that the Public Works needs to run the heavy equipment and operations that we do currently at our Public Works yard off of 13th Avenue. And as you mentioned, there's a multitude of different divisions within that, but they're all fairly industrial in nature.
Right, and there's no real close neighborhoods around there. It's mostly Tropicana and then industrial across the street. And obviously to the west is the Red Barn Flea Market. So some of those things are playing in. And then also, as you know, I'm glad you mentioned about the Live Local Act, because that's something that we are addressing with a developer, possibly if the property fits, to put some affordable, attainable housing on that area, even not only for the public, but for our employees. That's the way it can work through, where it's closer to work, because that's the whole goal as we go through. But that's a process that'll take a couple of years to really come out. But there is opportunity as we go through all of that. All right, so if there are no questions, we'll go to the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, we'll close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I move to approve ordinance 4062
And 46.
and 40.
You can do them both at the same time?
Let's do one at a time.
Do one at a time? Okay, but we had the public hearing for both of them.
We did.
Okay, so have a motion by Ms. Coachman for ordinance 4062 to approve.
Second.
Second by Ms. Barnaby. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3.
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Mrs. Coachman, another motion?
Okay. Move to approve, was it 4063?
3, yes, okay. So have a motion by Ms. Coachman to approve 4063. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Coker. All right. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 5.
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Approved 5-0. Thank you. Next.
Item 7D is Resolution 2567, and this is also a public hearing for a special use permit regarding a dock.
Okay. And Ms. Shinhold?
Oh, sorry. There we go. All right. Yes, so as stated, this is a special use permit request for a dock at 1720 Manatee Avenue West, Bradenton, Florida. We do have representation from we do have the applicant here today as well. to speak on this. So here's an overview of the case. The applicant is the owners of the property. The current zoning and the future land use are both urban village. The existing use is as an office and special events center, and they're requesting special use approval for an accessory dock. The subject parcel is located here along the Manatee River, as shown on this map. The future land use, as stated, is urban village, and the zoning is also urban village. On May 28th of 2025, the Bradenton City Council passed Ordinance 4059, amending the land use regulations to add docks and piers as a special use in the urban village zoning district. Through the special use permit review for a club reception center on this property, a site visit revealed a floating jet ski dock, and at the time, docks were completely prohibited in the UV zoning district. That existing dock had no permit issued for it, but today the request is for a different dock instead of that floating dock, as you can see here. I would like to invite the applicant forward to go ahead and give an explainer of their requests, and then I will wrap up the staff presentation.
They weren't sworn, I don't believe, so you have to be.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you're about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
All right, just please state your name and address for the record.
Adam and Kathy LaFavor. Good morning, Mayor and Councilman.
Morning.
Again.
So do you have any comments on what you want to say you're doing and all that? So this would be your chance to sell the project.
We've had great feedback on weddings and celebrations of life, and we've done quite a bit to it to show it off. We just really want a viewing dock, very similar to what all the neighbors have across us, right next to us. We've went through all the process and waited quite a while to try to get to this point, so we hopefully were successful at doing that.
All right, any questions?
I can't quite tell from here. How long is the dock? How far out is it going? I can't really.
It's 480.
Hard to read.
Jamie, can you help with the
I
length
think
of it?
Does it say on there? I can't see anymore, I'm sorry.
The length of the dock? But it doesn't go out any farther than any of the other docks.
No, and it goes, they did it exactly to the space they could do.
To the east.
Size. Yeah.
When you go west, there's more docks around the
Yeah.
river.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or some of them aren't in great repair right now just because
It
of the
won't be
hurricane.
farther out than the neighbor's dock.
And it goes out as far probably as the waterway allows it to be accessible.
Yes. Yep.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you. So we open it up to Jamie, did you have anything else, or do we want to go to the?
Let me just run through really quickly. So here's, you saw the image of the dock. I can't read the total length either off of this. I can't zoom in on it.
Looks like it says 450 square foot dock.
Well, that's just surface area.
Yeah, it's the whole.
And a lift.
Thank you. 66 feet. Thank you, Greg.
Goes out 66 feet from the seawall to the edge of it.
Correct. And then here are some photos of the property from when it came through for the last special use request. So we do have general special use standards that you can see here. This tract of land is suitable for a dock, and access points will not change because this dock is not meant to be a public dock. It's simply meant to be an accessory use to the existing use. No new buildings are to be constructed, and there is not a need for screening as other nearby properties already have docks themselves. These required criteria are largely not really applicable to a dock. The dock is not expected to significantly affect adjoining properties in terms of smoke, noise, etc., and there will be no impact on utilities. Only low voltage safety lighting will be used per the applicant. The land is adequate to support the dock within city regulations, An additional dock in this area that has many existing ones is not expected to have significant environmental impacts, and the request is consistent with the comprehensive plan. The proposed use appears to generally meet the criteria for special use approval, and on July 19th, the Planning Commission voted to unanimously recommend approval with a revision to the resolution title that specified that the dock was to be an accessory use only. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any questions before we go to public hearing? Seeing none, we'll open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Anyone wishing to speak? Hearing none, close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
motion to approve Resolution 2567.
All right, we have a motion by Ms. Coachman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Moore. Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
My Dad.
Did you move? 4. Yes. 5.
Yes.
Carries 5-0. Thank you. We'll move through the next 3 because they're at time certain at 11. Mr. Perry, business by department head, city attorney, and council, city administration.
Mayor, as to the emergency purchase report, we only have one to report. I usually go to the podium and provide the spreadsheet, but this is fairly straightforward as it relates to its public works request for
Microphone.
56,000 for a water main repair that was an emergency that came up at 8th Avenue East, and it required pipe fitting, labor, and Fiera Construction was the contractor on that. And we had to get in there and fix that main to restore water service.
Okay, so that's just for information, correct?
Informational purposes as required, after I approved the emergency purchase at the next council meeting.
All right. All right, thank you. And then going to legislative, which would be under me, is election of vice mayor. As we know, last year, we went to a vice mayor and a second vice mayor because situations with timing and if somebody wasn't here and different things happening. And so our vice mayor was, at the time, Kramer, and our second vice mayor is Moore right now. Now that we have a full council, we need to kind of get that updated just in case we get through something, because this vice mayor Kramer just left us somehow. I think he went to...
I didn't like having to sit up there. I liked sitting over here.
So anyway, but is there any thoughts, comments on that, Ms. Barnaby?
Mr. Mayor, thank you.
Yes.
I think it just makes, it's common sense. If we have a second vice mayor already, that we move her up to first vice mayor. Remember, sworn in on Wednesday, sworn out on Thursday, okay? So I'd like to make the motion that Lisa Moore take over the spot of vice mayor.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Barnaby, a second by Ms. Coker. Is there any discussion or dissent?
No dissent. I'm honored.
Did you get the number of that bus?
Yeah. All right, hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1.
Yes.
Approved 5-0.
It's
So
a new sign, right?
yeah, get a sign, yeah.
I'm honored.
And then, so now second vice mayor, anybody volunteer or have an idea on that?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
I would be delighted to nominate Councilwoman Barnaby
Okay,
to be second vice mayor.
all right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there, let me write this down, we're going quick.
Don't get sick, either one of you. You understand me?
All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 3,
Yes.
4,
Yes.
5,
Yes.
1,
Yes.
2.
Yes.
Yes. Approved unanimously. All right, unfinished business by any staff? Council reports, we'll start in Ward 2.
Always do that. As we said before, with the passing of Councilman Love, I mean, sometimes it's important to see someone that looks like you doing the job that you think you might want to do at some point. And I remember that because I remember going to the Congress. I had a cousin that was a congressional aide. And she got us in to sit in the upstairs part and watch what was going on. And this was 1965. And I remember looking down there and seeing that there weren't a lot of people that looked like me. And I thought, I really think, and I'm not saying I'm running for Congress, so don't start that rumor, but I thought it was important that we also had women in those positions. So anytime we have a first, it's important to remember that. And Mr. Love represented Ward 5 with dignity and compassion. And he, there's a reason that he had a park named after him, and there's a reason that Councilwoman Coachman has led the Community Redevelopment Agency to reinvest in that park. And it will be beautiful when it gets completed. It's going to be gorgeous. It's going to be beautiful. And I'm very happy to say that the name of Clarence Love will be remembered for generations. Mainly, if they only see the park, that may be what it is, but there was a lot more to the gentleman than just the park. And I think that's all I have to say, sir.
Thank you. Ward 3 for the first time.
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say that I'm honored to be here and be a part of the process.
Welcome aboard again, Ms. Moore.
I on the heels of Miss Barnaby's comments, I completely agree. That was really well said about the first and the importance of people seeing themselves in community leaders. So I just wanted to echo those sentiments because I think that was worth noting. And to that point, I think one of the most notable things, from what I understand about Mr. Love, was diligence to just whatever he could move the needle on. And it reminds me of something that I heard, a David Lamont quote that was, catalytic change doesn't happen because one humongous thing happens. It's everyone doing their little part, rowing in the same direction, that brings about effective change. And so I feel like that, what's the word I'm looking for? Example for the rest of us is wonderful and noteworthy. I was going to let you all know that I am attending the Florida League of Cities conference on Thursday and Friday of this week, and I will bring back happily any information that I think anyone would benefit from. I also wanted to just remark very quickly on my EDC workshop initially. As we start the process, thank you to everybody who's participated in those focus groups. I'm very excited. I had a good meeting with my first one with the gentleman from Dover. I thought was, yes, very open and forward thinking. And so I'm excited to move along in that process. It reminds me of talking with them about, the areas that we're going to maybe hone in on. Also, quick shout out to Mr. Williams and Ms. Clayback for taking me on a little tree walkabout last week for the phase 1 of the 2nd Avenue streetscape project that will involve some drainage for those few blocks near where the new fire department is going to go. So I think that's going to be a huge beginning of transformative change, not only for that area, but also as it morphs and brands as we work to brand it into the entryway, the gateway into the city from the east. I think there's a lot of potential there. So I'm very excited about it. Thank you for the time, especially in the heat. And I'm just excited about moving forward with those.
So, Ms. Moore, I probably think it would be a good idea to kind of on that 2nd Avenue streetscape, landscape, safety issues with bikeable, walkable, some of the areas that might get a roundabout in a way for a 5-way stop, is it might be a good idea to have something and even bring the MPO into something. And that might be a good idea when our new fire station's open to have maybe a neighborhood meeting.
Oh, I would love that.
In the near future to kind of invite the neighborhood. And as we know, we've all had town halls where nobody shows up or a few people show up. That wasn't just you, that was all of us when we started. But that might be a good thing to say, hey, here's what this neighborhood looks like, here's what we can do, here's why this has come up. Because when it came up 6, 7 years ago, people kind of forgot. And I think there was a little bit of misinformation out there. And so while you were saying that, I thought of that. That might be a perfect opportunity to showcase for that neighborhood. The fire department is opening.
Wonderful.
If the chief will let us.
May we use the fire
Not you.
department, please?
But anyway, we can see how that works out over the next 2 months.
I love that idea. If I might, Mr. Meyer, I'm probably mispronouncing his last name, and I apologize. He has been playing around with some AI renderings of what that intersection will look like.
Good.
Because I feel like with roundabouts, you either love them or you hate them.
Right.
And so just to kind of educate people, trucks will still fit and all that kind of thing. So I think that would be a fantastic
And I think one of the
opportunity.
things that we see with roundabouts is most times you don't understand them before you hate them, really, but you don't understand it. But once you get to learn it and you see it, you do realize it is a safety issue as well as a traffic flow issue. And a lot of times it's not where it's at, it's just how it's done and its understanding. So,
Yep.
and we see our neighbors to the south have almost probably got 100, and it was some grief at first, but now the people understand them and like them better than they used to.
One of the fun things about that roundabout is that right now we have a space designated for potentially doing some branding or some art, or whatnot. The plan just has that empty right now, so that will be something for everyone to kind of think about in the future, how we might want to.
Good. I'm
something
gonna go to Ward 1 now at this time.
Skipping?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
gonna let her close it out with
Okay.
Councilman.
First off, back to school week. I mean, this is an exciting time for everybody, and I just want to wish all the kids a successful and a safe school year. And I want to go ahead and just reiterate my support for the school speed zone cameras. I think that the information that we've gotten from BPD, we really are putting the safety of our kids as a priority. I know none of us likes to get tickets, and we all sometimes need a little reminder to slow down, but I mean, it's all about the kids' safety. And I want to go ahead and express my support because I'm sure they hear a few other words about it. And I'm proud that the city of Bradenton has stuck to it. I also want to thank BPD for addressing the noise complaints on the causeway. I know it's a bit of a, it's hard to be able to get there at the right times, and hopefully everyone will start, learning that they can't it's not a free-for-all out there, because I do want to keep as much enjoyment out there as we can, because there was a time on the causeway that the only things going on out there were not good. And so I like having positive things going on there, and so the bad people go somewhere else. I also wanted to let you know that pursuant to the last meeting, you had asked to have Dave Tomasco come and do another presentation. I have invited him, and I also did check to see if there are any results from the additional water testing that we were going to do. There are no results yet. And he said once they start getting results, depending upon what they get, they may do additional testing in different spots, that kind of thing. So he recommended that he come later in the year. So, but I did extend that invitation to him as well, so.
Good.
That's
Thank you.
all.
All right. And just to kind of echo a few things, we talk about traffic and safety, and the most important thing, obviously, is safety in school zones and areas that, and I don't see him still in the room, but Mr. Giddens, who kind of runs that program, he's retired Captain Giddens, is now in our grants and other things in the police department. But they did a very good video kind of showing things. So if you haven't seen that video, go and look at it to make it where, not to make fun of it, but to make light of, hey, if you're speeding 11 miles an hour over a speed limit, it doesn't matter if it's when it's blinking or if it's during the hours of school. It's very important. We had our police department, we had our fire department out, and we also, which I don't know, remember, is EMS. I don't remember them ever being there in the past, seeing them. Maybe they have been, not as much, but they were a little bit more presence this year, which is our county EMS, and even though it still serves our city, but it was nice to see everyone out there and reminding people school is back. Because last year, I believe at the beginning of the year, we did have a child hit in a school zone in the county, wasn't in the city, but one child is too much to get hit in a school zone. So, if we've got to be careful. This isn't a punishment tool, it's a safety tool. And we wrote 12,000 plus tickets last year. We hope we write 0 tickets this year. That's the goal. It's not about money. It's about the goal of safety in the school zone. And I know if you looked on our website, the police website, there was a car going in a school zone, I believe 76, 78 miles an hour. Well, first off, what are you going that fast for anyway? People make mistakes, and sometimes 35, you go in and all of a sudden you look down and you're going 47, but 78? Come on. That's not acceptable. And, no matter when it is, you shouldn't be speeding like that fast. But no, I think it's something that we as a group of here have all said that, we're comfortable where we are on it and we're going to stick with it. So, I just appreciate that. And I appreciate, what Miss Barnaby said. At first I thought it was going to be because of red hair, because in 1965 I wasn't even born. But it's,
Bless your heart.
no, we have levity up here. That's what I think we get along well up here. We are going to debate at times. We're going to agree. We're going to disagree at times, but we're also going to always work together for the betterment of the citizens. And I think that's something we need to see throughout. So, and now I'll save for Mrs. Coachman.
Okay, saving the best for last.
Yep.
I'm going to piggyback on a few things that have already been said. Yes, school is in. This week is the first week with students coming back in the building, and it is obviously different when they're in the building as opposed to when they're not, but that's what we're there for, is for the kids. I think it's important also that the city of Bradenton didn't, falter. We stuck with the school camera initiative, and I want to say this to anyone who lives in the county. Just because those cameras aren't activated, I work at a school where the county is it's their jurisdiction, and those sheriff deputies are out in full force writing tickets. Yesterday and Monday, and those tickets are more. They cost more than $100, and they also, I think, are points against.
You can lose your license.
You can lose your license. So those people who are in the county, and you think, oh well, I can speed through the, school zones because those cameras aren't activated. Well, those radar detectors that the law enforcement has are working. And about the fire station, I do remember the original fire station is in Ward 5, so we should be included in that meeting as well. I'm just saying, you moved across the street, Chief. I'm going to get through this. Reading that proclamation, at first I didn't want to read it because I had a feeling I wasn't going to get through it. But I did, right to the end. Ms. Barnaby is absolutely right. It is very important for an individual to see someone that looks like them, especially when they have such influence over them. And this city should be thankful, I am, that Mr. Love did what he did, because I'm sure it wasn't easy to run for office in the mid-'70s. I left to go off to college in the mid-'70s, so I really I wasn't here.
I think the mayor was born around then.
Oh yeah, were you born by then? Okay, all right, good. So I didn't really have the opportunity to be day by day experiencing Mr. Love's governing, but I did know the man. I knew his whole family. I went to school with his kids. He was a very remarkable man, gentle, but he got things done. He knew how to work with people. He cared about people. And in areas of the city that needed some TLC, he made sure it was at least started. And you can see his legacy every day. And I am proud that when I was running for office, I asked for his endorsement, and he quietly agreed. And he said, well, his daughter said it for him, said, you go and you get elected. You'll be the first Black woman on city council. So I was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. My hope, and I feel this council up here feels the same way. We've seen our city grow, and we've seen some areas maybe get a little stagnant. But I know from, this is 5 years now, been up here, this council wants a better Bradenton, all of Bradenton, so that we're not joking when we say friendly city. We actually mean it. And thank God for Mr. Clarence Love, that he got it started.
Thank you.
Ward 5 is alive.
Yes, thank you. All right, moving on to any department heads that have anything specific before we go to recess?
I'd like to bring up a couple things.
Okay.
To your point about the Councilwoman Coker's point about the causeway, we did a little, I think Mother Nature did a lot. Seems like the weekend had quite a few rainouts there leading right up to school, so we should be, knock on wood, good. But here's the thing. When we find out about these things this year that are trouble, next year we're going to be ahead of it. So now we can be out there proactive next year as opposed to reactive, which we've been this year. I had the pleasure, it's been a tough couple weeks, let's be honest. But one good thing chiefs get to do is promote people. And I got to announce several promotions that will go into effect on August 31st with a promotional ceremony on August 28th at 2 at the historic courtroom. That's a pretty good venue to do things, I think. Captain Brian Thiers, who's acting assistant chief right now, will be made assistant chief. Lieutenant Dennis French, who's acting captain right now, will be made captain. Lieutenant Dennis Staley, who's a captain, will be made captain. Will be made captain. Sergeants Robert Borden and Russell Ackerman will be made lieutenant. And officers Amy Schwartz, Jason Rind, Detective Adam Willard, Officer Brett Hegney Shimatory, that's a tough one to make sure, I always do that phonetically. Kevin Williams and Karina Rivera will be made sergeants, and I'm proud to be able to do that. Tomorrow afternoon at 5:30 at St. Stephen's, they're doing the ribbon cutting for the STEAM Center, the Janet Poland STEAM Center. I'm excited to be able to go there, sort of dual capacity as a former faculty or staff member, but also to represent the police department. I believe at our budget meeting that we had a few weeks ago, we talked about some cuts that are possibly going to be coming in some budgets. Mr. Williams and his team and our team met last week, and we've been looking at some numbers. I think we're where we need to be. Well, where I'm not going to say where we need to be. Right. I'm going to say where we're going to possibly be able to agree to disagree on some things, but we've made some moves, but things should be working. I know one thing that has been brought up in the past is that the fire station's on time and under budget. Ours is not on time and not under budget, as far as I know, and I think we need to make sure we have some things taken care of to get things back on track. And I can leave that to the mayor to discuss later, perhaps, maybe.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I'd invite that, I will absolutely invite that conversation and be interested in participating, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Barnaby?
Chief Kramer, if I could, I just wanted to say, I thought your department did an unbelievably difficult but amazing job dealing with the passing of our officer. And I really appreciated it.
Thank you. Yeah, I've been communicating with Michelle, his widow, Zach's widow, nearly every day in one way or another. Her in-laws, Zach's parents, wanted to come down and take the SWAT team, who was very instrumental. Zach was a member of the SWAT team, and take some members of the SWAT team and members of the Honor Guard who contributed so much to making the lead up to his funeral significant for the family. They took him out to dinner on Friday night over at Oak and Stone. So it was nice for them to make the trip down, because his parents then Saturday morning very early, his dad, I don't know if you got to meet him, he's a Marine and also a first responder up in Indiana. And he was not happy that he didn't get to pick up the bill, because he said he wanted to pick up the bill. But he was, they're good hearty stock. It's
And
just tough.
our department also escorted his children to school.
We did, yeah. Along with Sergeant Lee Cousins' children. We're going to do that forever. So.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that really shows that the department stepped up and there, and we know that first responders, especially police officers, have probably the highest rate of suicide, and that was something that his widow Michelle wanted to be out there, because if we can help another officer, and talking with her a little bit and going through some things, it's really something that I think, and that is proud. And she even went to the graduation of Officer Pujols, who went through a training the last 12 months or 11 months to help other officers in a situation like that. And, unfortunately, we can't change where we're at with Officer Butterfield, but maybe who's next that we can help. And I think that's something that, Chief, obviously, I would speak for the whole council and administration here, that anything that we can do to continue that peer-to-peer help is something that is definitely supported by us. So,
thank you. Yeah, it's one of the things we don't talk enough about, suicide and mental health, and there's a stigma with it, and that leads to more. And I think if you put it out there and people realize that they're not alone, that's the whole message behind it, is you're not alone and there is help. There are more officers that die by suicide annually than there are killed in the line of duty, and there's always a focus so much on the line of duty deaths, which are horrific and tragic and a attack on society. But it's the officers who feel that they have no other help, that they have to deal with themselves. But it's not just police, it's all first responders, it's military. The contact that we've been communicating with the Coast Guard that was assisting said that he talked to the DC office about protocols, and that the Coast Guard alone was dealing with 7 funerals, actively dealing with 7 funerals for Coast Guard members who'd committed suicide.
In the state of Florida?
No, in the country.
Was
but still, Zach was one of 7 that they were working on burying. That's tragic. So.
All right. Chief Gear, did you have anything other than the fire department? Station 2?
No, just, that's hard to follow up, with, but everything you said is real about first responders, and the suicide rates is very unfortunate, but working with Chief Kramer, we're going to have some ideas on how we can really strengthen both departments, I think, going forward. So I appreciate his leadership on that. Station 2, it's we're supposed to be having the final punch list next week. And it's all, we'll see how it goes. We're down to the finishing touches, but that's where we get hung up at times with certain issues. So it's moving along, and we'll keep everybody posted on how that goes.
Good, thank you. Ms. Singer, thank you for your patience.
Regarding some of the items that come up under public comment this morning, we have been in contact with Mr. Bowles regarding the permitting. We've had it confirmed with 3 separate building officials that longshoremen's is required. He called me yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, to say that some other contractor was out there doing the work, and I confirmed with the building official that in fact a permit was required and not pulled. So we are following up with that with code enforcement today. Regarding the Village of the Arts, I think some of those items might come before you on appeal, so I don't want to get too deep into the particulars, but I fully agree that we should have a workshop item or some kind of discussion. You've seen like 3 separate event venues come through in various locations throughout the city, as well as live entertainment concerns, and some of that coming up under the after midnight permitting. So definitely we may want to look at something in terms of how we regulate live entertainment and how it impacts the neighbors, because we don't necessarily want to set up the police department for having to be out there every night checking noise levels. So we'll try to prepare something in the next month to bring back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Any other department heads?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, ma'am.
I forgot something. I just wanted to thank you, council, and Ms. Kelly, I don't know if she's in here, for putting that proclamation together. During the time I was kind of looking into some different facts about him, facts about Mr. Love, I actually found a lot about him. He was quite an extraordinary person. He really was. I also found out that former councilman Reverend Golden was instrumental in dedicating that park in his name. So it just made me feel extra special to be a part of somewhat doing like a rededication, No, sorry, but thank you.
Nope.
Thank you all.
Nope. All right, so for everyone in the audience, we have a time specific at 11 o'clock. So we can't continue on because it's time specific. So we're going to go to a recess until 11 o'clock. I'm sorry that we didn't have more to do on this meeting for you to listen to, but we'll be in recess, and we would encourage everyone to come back at 11 o'clock. If you are going to speak, you do need to fill out a card. And one of the things that I will say now, if you do want to come up and speak and turn in your card, you have 3 minutes. But if you agree or disagree, and somebody said something that you've already wanted to say, you can just say, I agree with it or I disagree with it. You don't have to take your whole 3 minutes. You're welcome to take your whole 3 minutes, but you don't have to. We would get the point of, understanding where you are by yes or no on the ordinances as we go through. So, but we will take a recess until 11 o'clock. Thank you. So we got a couple of issues here that we're going to address. First off, we actually have 2 different hearings. We have a hearing for Ordinance 4035, and then we have a hearing for ordinances 4036 and 4037. The cards that were written out, some of you have said specifically to which hearing you want to speak to. Others have just said in general. So when we go to the first 4035, I'm basically going to go through the cards, and if you speak to that, you still would have a separate right to get on the record in 4036 and 37. So if we go through the cards here, obviously, Everyone takes their 3 minutes. There's some that, I do not have any cards for the group other than what we got emailed to us. So do I need to have cards for that too, for those 3 speakers that want the 10 minutes?
You mean speaker cards?
Yes.
Yeah, they should probably fill those.
They should fill the cards out too. So I'm giving you a chance not to, because you still have to fill out cards for that. So the stuff you sent us earlier was just the proof of those 3 differences. But, and again, I'm trying not to, we will not disrespect anybody. If you want to speak both times for 3 minutes or both times for the 10 minutes with the group of 5, we're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. So again, I think if you're for one, you're going to be for both. If you're against one, you're going to be against both probably. So I'm just trying to make sure when I call you up, you have an option to speak 3 minutes on 4035, and then you can come back on 4036 and 7, but you'll have to fill out another card. If I call your name and you only want to speak to the second 2, 4036 and 4037, you can say, I want to speak to that, so you don't want to speak to the first one. I don't know if I'm confusing that or making it any easier, because I believe everybody, has the right to speak. Any thoughts, Mr. DeLong or Miss Singer? I mean, we'll have to play it by ear as we go. All right, so why don't we go ahead and start, and we'll play through that. Obviously, do you want to read it first and then swear everybody in, or?
Sure, if that's what you'd like.
Thank you. And this is just for 4035.
This is the second reading and public hearing for ordinance 4035, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, providing for text amendments to the comprehensive plan related to coastal development, amending the future land use element, objective 1.5.2, hurricane evacuation zone, amending the coastal management and conservation element, objective 5.3, coastal area development, policy 5.3.1, coastal high hazard area, and policy 5.3.2, conservation zone. Adding a new policy 5.3.11 and policy 5.3.12 to the coastal management and conservation element related to the comprehensive plan amendments within the coastal high hazard area. Amending the coastal management and conservation element, policy 6.2.1, coastal density and intensity, and policy 6.2.5, priority hurricane evacuation zones, providing for applicability, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And at this time, anyone that wishes to address City Council during the following public hearings will please stand and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations which you are about to present to this board will be truthful and accurate? Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Singer.
Good morning, Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. We're here today. We're going to be discussing 3 different ordinances, but for starters, we are discussing the text amendment to our comprehensive plan. I did want to, whoops, got the wrong one here. Apologies. I wanted to discuss and I apologize, but it's not bringing up.
Miss Singer?
Yeah. it's the
I'll
top
bring it
one.
up for you.
Okay.
If you would let me control the mouse, please.
Go ahead. I think it's on the top there. On
It
the
is,
left.
it's on the top. My battery seems to be going dead, or we're having technical issues here. It's next to that one, if you could.
Right. Yeah. It got moved. Okay. So I wanted to discuss just an overview, especially for the benefit of our new council member, what's going on. And let me start by saying, Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director. I've been sworn. My credentials are on file, and I'm an expert in planning and zoning matters. So we're here for these three ordinances. The first ordinance that we're going to be discussing is a text amendment to the comprehensive plan. This is not property specific. This is citywide, and this involves density within the coastal high hazard area. So wherever we have a coastal high hazard area, there's a potential for, under certain circumstances, for city council to approve an alternate comprehensive plan designation that would increase the allowable density within that coastal high hazard area. The other two petitions are property specific, and 4036 is legislative, 4037 is quasi-judicial. They both are property specific, and the first one changes the future land use designation under the comprehensive plan, and that affects mainly uses to some degree, generalized use categories, and it affects density. The zoning affects more specific use categories, and it affects setbacks, and it affects building height. So your zoning category is much more specific, dealing with uses and building height. It's not specific to density. Your density is really dealt with in your comprehensive plan amendment. So with that, so again, this is an ordinance to change our comprehensive plan, a text amendment mainly affecting our future land use element and a conservation and coastal management element. And it's to change the allowance for density. Currently, our comprehensive plan does not allow you to increase density in a coastal high hazard area. And this is something that most communities had in their comprehensive plans, going back to the origin of it, and it really deals with evacuation times. If you think about the barrier islands that have limited access, and they were concerned when they first were drafting growth management and comprehensive planning at the state level, that if we allowed growth to occur on those barrier islands, would people be able to get out in time in an emergency? I think as we've kind of evolved through growth management, we've realized that we have ample time with hurricane evacuations to know that something is coming, and it gives us the time we need to get people out, provided that they all have plans. And I think it's critically important when you're dealing with, for example, a assisted living facility or adult congregate living facility, and there already are requirements on the books for certain levels of nursing care that you have to have an evacuation plan. And you may recall through some of the storms a few years ago, also requirements for generators and other kinds of things for resiliency of the properties where we have elderly and infirm. So it's part of that process. It's always a good idea, but now it's mandated, and the state allows you to change your comprehensive plan to make an allowance for that, provided they're able to show that you can get people out in time. Then you can increase the density within the coastal high hazard areas. So this just depicts for you a little more detail of what the future land use designations are. You can see like the yellow is primarily single family or low density residential. The blue and purple areas are more mixed use with higher densities. So we already have some higher densities that are located proximate to the shoreline. And then it's a little harder to see when we're looking at the coastal high hazard area, but where you have that overlay of that deep blue kind of hugging the coastline there. And some areas are more impacted than others. You can see where this whole peninsula and this part that's in the city is all within the coastal high hazard area. Of course, Perico Island is fully within that. And the projects that we'll be discussing later today gives you an idea of how Point Pleasant and Westminster properties are impacted by the coastal high hazard area in this area as well. And again, it's a residential zoning on it right now, or not zoning, but future land use of residential high density. So, and we're not sure when it happened, but the density that exists on the Westminster property already exceeds the density that's allowed. You're only allowed 20 units per acre in the high-density residential, and they have something closer to the 40 units per acre that they would be allowed under the proposed amendment. So, there are properties in the city that already exceed potentially the density that would be permitted. So this allows for redevelopment of those areas by allowing people to come through with a development order to attest to what their evacuation plans are going to be and move forward with a higher density development. So each coastal management element is required to be based on studies and data and the designation of coastal high areas and the criteria for mitigation for comprehensive plan amendment in a coastal high hazard area is defined under subsection 8. And that's really the one where it talks about evacuation requirements for a Category 1 storm surge. And again, this is where they talk about the allowances for cities to go ahead and increase density in a coastal high hazard area. And it speaks to the evacuation plan and criteria for establishing that. And just, I think it's a good point of reference that if you look at the evacuation zones, in red is the evacuation zone A, and that's pretty similar, pretty coterminous with the coastal high hazard area. So that's really what we're speaking to is anybody who's in evacuation zone A, that's generally what's impacted by the coastal high hazard area. And we're not changing the coastal high hazard area. It still remains in effect. So everything else associated with it is still in effect. So even when you approve a comp plan amendment, you're not removing yourself from the coastal high hazard area. It's still within that. So we're changing it from denial to the ability to change it as long as it demonstrates compliance with state statutes. So we have changes to the future land use element that speak to that. And we have changes to the coastal management and conservation element that detail what the requirements are and requires a development order and a binding conceptual site plan. And again, this just goes through in greater detail, and we just try to pick up on any place within the comprehensive plan where it speaks to increases in density in the coastal high hazard area and to allow for it under these circumstances. And we don't repeat the statutes in our comp plan. We're just referencing it. Therefore, if the state decides to make changes to the statutes, they can do so, and we would just fall in line with those changes. So again, in summary, the comprehensive plan currently prohibits an increase in density in the coastal high hazard area. The petitioners requested a change to the comprehensive plan to allow for changes in that, and this is actually a petitioner-driven amendment. However, there was a lot of back and forth between city staff, including the city attorney, on the language in this. So it is petitioner-driven, and they will speak on it today. However, we are in support of it as an amendment because we feel it's consistent with statutes. And it will impact other properties in the city. This is citywide, but it's not specific to this particular property. If approved, the change will allow for the future land use map amendments that increase density in the coastal high hazard, provided that the property owner and city council agree to a binding development agreement prior to or concurrent with the map amendment. The Planning Commission voted unanimously to recommend approval of the ordinance. The ordinance was passed on first reading in February. We transmitted it to the state agencies. We didn't receive any objections. So we can move forward with that, but we have 180 days. It was fine. We got the letter in March, so we have until mid-September to get this approved, and we'd like to resolve it today if possible. And that's, do you have any questions for me?
Questions for Ms. Singer, or we'll let the applicant, do they come up and talk since they're the, yep. Welcome. Please state your name and city for the resident or for the record.
Good morning. My name is Patricia Petroff. I'm a lawyer at the Dye Harrison firm in downtown Bradenton. I have been sworn. I'll do the introduction and tell you who's here with my team. The CEO of Westminster PRC, Hank Keith, is here. Mr. Wickberg, who is a vice president of construction and project management. Jim Polanski, who is a senior vice president of operations, is here. Mr. Dye, who is a partner in the Dye Harrison law firm, is here. Mr. Dye is also a board member of the Westminster Communities of Florida, Inc. Katie Labar, who is a principal at Stantec. She's also the AICP planner. She is also an expert witness or expert in planning, and I'll re-put her resume into the record. It was put into the record at the first hearing, and I have, because there were some concerns in the last week about legal descriptions and reliance upon property appraisers' legal descriptions, I have 2 surveyors with me today if there are any questions about that, also from Stantec. This comp plan amendment is very, very important to my client because, as Ms. Singer noted, that the existing density on the project was changed through a citywide comp plan amendment. None of us can figure out what year it happened, but it was a citywide comp plan amendment. And so because we have been the lawyer for PRC since Dewey Dye Jr. was alive. So we've been the lawyer for PRC, the law firm, for probably 60 years. We did not get any specific notice that I am aware of for that down zone to the present density. And while I don't like to correct Ms. Singer, I believe the density in the res high is 15 dwelling units per acre, not 20. And so that's a significant difference because the existing density of 401 units on 11 acres is 36 dwelling units per acre. And the buildings are therefore, the density is therefore legally non-conforming, but under your codes, we cannot rebuild a building if something happens to it. So if there was something that went awry with one of these buildings, which are all in their 40, 50, and 60-year-old buildings, we cannot rebuild the density. And that's very critical for us and our residents because, as I said, we have 401 approved units there. So I'm going to ask Katie to come forward well, actually, I'm going to ask Mr. Keith to come forward to give some opening comments of our presentation. If the clerk could bring up our PowerPoint program, that would be helpful.
Thank you.
I'm going to need to go up there.
Good morning. My name is Hank Keith. I am the Chief Executive Officer of Westminster Retirement Communities. I've been with the organization almost 33 years.
Excuse me, sir. I'm very sorry.
Okay.
Can you show me which presentation?
Left-hand corner, they say.
Down here? Can you use this?
Sure. Thank you. So I represent Westminster Bradenton, Point Pleasant. We're proud to be here. We have been here for over 70 years, as a lot of you know. We plan to continue to be here, hopefully for another 70 years going forward. We are a not-for-profit, so an organization as recognized by the IRS, and we're an active senior living community located here, also called a life plan community, and some of you might have heard the term continuing care retirement community. It's kind of morphed over the years. The services we provide are pretty straightforward. We basically only provide services for ages 62 and above. That's required by the Internal Revenue Service for our not-for-profit status. Independent living, assisted living, memory care. We do have short-term rehabilitation and skilled nursing care at this site. outpatient therapy 7 days a week, wellness and home care, pharmacy services, and our residents volunteer at the community and throughout the city of Bradenton at the same time. So our residents are very active. Some of them are long-term residents, some of them are transplants coming in, but they all serve the community and enjoy their working as a volunteer. One of the reasons we're here is the population of older adults is rising. In 2025, we're expected to reach 350 million, with a substantial portion being older adults. 65 million of the U.S. population expected to be over the age 65 and expected to increase by 20.7% by 2030. I will be adding to that number. I know you guys were having an age battle up there up front, so I'll be adding to that. And then 20.9% of the Florida population is expected to be over age 65 and go to 25% by 2030. So there will be a booming population of seniors coming forward, and we'd like to continue to provide services to those individuals that live in Bradenton that are at that age 62 and above. So some of the economic impact to the city, $35 million in annual revenue, $14.7 million in annual wages, $12 million in budgeted capital expenses just for the existing campuses, more than $500,000 in current annual property tax. We are a not-for-profit, but under state law, we have to pay property taxes on any residential living that we own. Assisted living and skilled nursing is exempt under state law. Infrastructure upgrades to serve future buildings will benefit all the adjacent properties. And once again, our residents do support. They also volunteer, but they do support the local businesses and organizations in the city. So we expect on the near term, the first building to build would be about 30 to 40 units, be approximately $36 to $45 million of investment. The next set will be between 100 and 180 units, about $80 to $180 million of investment. Total investment is expected to be over $250 million. And depending on how the property appraiser values these new buildings, we projected it to be about $4 million a year of property taxes to that, because these would all be residential apartments. There would be no additional memory care, or assisted living, or skilled nursing. We already have plenty of capacity here on this site. So for public outreach, Chris? Yes. This is Chris Whitberg, our Vice President of Construction.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
I've been sworn. I wanted to talk a little bit about some outreach that we've made to the local communities. We've opened up our community, invited folks in for several different events throughout the summer. We had a pool party. We had a couple of other events. Last year, we celebrated our 70th anniversary. We had a great party there as well. So we like to try to engage all of our local neighbors. And in addition to engaging our local neighbors, we also met with city staff a couple of months ago and wanted to understand the city's plans for development and reworking primarily a lot of the water and sewer systems, solid waste, as well as fire department access. We understand that often if roads are closed, sometimes the fire department wants to be able to use access through our communities for their vehicles. And so we want to make sure that we understand the city's needs as we start wanting to develop our property, so we can take into account a partnership between the city and Westminster as we redevelop our property, and then as we add some more units. So I think we had a great meeting. I think the next steps is to really start putting pen to paper and understanding where we want to start replacing water lines, sanitary sewer lines. I know a big issue is lift stations, being able to replace lift stations. So we want to be part of that conversation so we can figure out how we can help both with our plans and also financially. And with that, I will turn it over to Katie. Thank you, Katie.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Good morning, commissioners, mayor, city council members. I'm Katie Labar. I'm an AICP certified planner with Stantec. I'm representing Westminster Communities of Florida, and I have been sworn. Before we dive into the specifics of this application, I want to just reiterate the primary purpose and the goals for these 3 applications. Of course, we're hearing one, which is a comp plan text amendment right now. Our first and primary goal is to preserve an institution that's been a prominent fixture in the city of Bradenton for over 70 years, as you just heard. As the population continues to age, we want to make sure that the residents have a place where they can stay active and serve the community well. We also want to protect the historically built density of the campus and reinvest through redevelopment. And then finally, through redevelopment, construction of new buildings can be built that will meet state building code and Florida Green Building construction, so it will be resilient and resistant to any natural disasters in the future. This application before you today, Ordinance 4035, is a request to adopt the comprehensive plan text amendment regarding the coastal high hazard area and policy language associated with it. State statutes were amended several years ago by the legislature because they recognize the importance of coastal zone areas of the state, and particularly the historically developed coastal communities across the state. They, in recent years, have faced significant challenges in redevelopment in and near the coastal high hazard area. And so the policy language states that utilities like roads, sewer systems, and other public facilities can be restored following a disaster with public funding if the activities don't damage or destroy coastal resources. And the improvements protect human life and limit public expenditure in areas that are subject to destruction by natural disasters. The statutory language compels local governments to amend the definition of coastal high hazard area and revise the future land use map to show the extent of the redefined coastal high hazard area per statute. What you have on the screen before you is the proposed amendment language for the city's comprehensive plan. To promote consistency, as Robin indicated, we reference the statutory provision rather than adding the language word for word. At Westminster, existing residential buildings on the campus are approaching the end of their functional lifespan, and this policy change will support the long-term redevelopment strategy for the entire campus. Policy 5.3.1.2 establishes specific procedures for land use map amendments that propose to increase density in the coastal high hazard area. And this procedure includes the preparation of a binding conceptual site plan that will illustrate the overall plan of development. The plan is also a part of a development agreement, and that agreement may also include specific mitigation measures that are required consistent with Section 163 of Florida statutes. The agreement would be approved by the City Council either before or concurrent with the adoption of a comprehensive map amendment. After our last hearing on February 12th, the amendment was transmitted to the state agencies because it's a comp plan amendment. You have to go through a transmittal process, and now we're back for adoption. And as you can see, the city received no comments from the responding agencies. And so I will say the application before you is consistent with the state statutes as well as the city's comprehensive plan, and we ask for your approval today. That's the end of my presentation. Our team is here, and we'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have on this particular item.
All right, does the council have any specific questions now before we go to the public hearing? No? Okay, thank you. I'm going to just reiterate, some of you are in the room this morning. There's a lot of emotion when things start to happen for and against certain projects as we go through, but this is a business meeting, and we're trying to, get as much information as we can to make the final decision by the council. So if you agree or disagree with somebody, we don't tolerate any applause or booing or anything like that. If that happens, this is your only warning. You will be asked to leave the room by our police officers. But we want everybody to have their 3 minutes and go through it. But we do want respect for both sides, no matter which side you're on. We just appreciate that. One of the things I'm going to do is go to the public hearing. If I call your name and you do not want to speak to this particular, then just say I'm for the next part of it. If you want to speak to this and the other two, then just tell me when you're up here talking and I'll keep your card, because there's no reason in wasting any more paper to keep that. Is that efficient, Mr. Attorney?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay, so but if you said I just want to speak to this and I don't want to speak to the next one, then we'll put you to the side. If you want to say I want to speak to this and the next one, fine. If you don't want to speak to 4035, then tell me to hold it for the next. So I think it'll just be easier as we go through. Mr. Perry,
Just an administrative matter. We may
you
want
want to pull?
sorry. We may want to call out a couple of names, the first and second, like an on deck, so that we.
Yeah, I was going to go through. So I'm going to open the public hearing. And first I have Sharon Hillstrom, then Carl Callahan, and then Barbara Barlow. So those are the three coming up. Remember, just state your name. And if you weren't sworn, let our clerk know and she'll swear you in. But you'll state your name and your address or your city of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good morning, Sharon Hillstrom, President and CEO of the Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, council members. I have been sworn. This is just a general statement about this project. The Bradenton Area Economic Development Corporation, in collaboration with the City of Bradenton, as you know, is working with the consultant team at Dover Colin Partners to create a revitalization action plan for the City of Bradenton. Efforts to enhance the Westminster Point property have the potential to provide a fresh, updated, and welcoming western gateway into the downtown core. Such improvements align with a broader vision of positioning Bradenton as an attractive destination for both business and leisure. We also are encouraged by the potential economic impact this could bring to the City of Bradenton and applaud Westminster's efforts to be good neighbors to the surrounding Point Pleasant neighborhood. Together, initiatives like this help build a vibrant, connected, and prosperous future for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Callahan, please state your name and your city of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Carl Callahan, 114 25th Street West, Bradenton, Florida, and I am here in support of Ordinance 4035, considering the coastal high hazard area and the comp plan change associated with that. I'm here not only to support it for Westminster, but support it for all the other properties that are within the coastal high hazard that we'll be looking at in the future. As Robin had indicated earlier, the coastal high hazard exists primarily as it pertains to evacuation and how you deal with that. You know, the other properties that we're speaking about, as well as the Westminster, this comp plan amendment will help those developers and those people who are planning for the future better be able to utilize those pieces of property, and that's important for the long haul. Similar to this one having challenges with its density, others will have to make sure that they're meeting current standards and can stay current with all their construction and building. The projects must be built to the highest standards when you do this. Your building codes are allowing that, as we saw in the last couple of storms. Those newest buildings who meet the newest codes did by far better than any others. And that's just critical to make sure that we keep everybody on that and stay with that as we move into these coastal high hazard areas. We want to hold the developers accountable, and that's what these development agreements do. They make you put everything in writing as to how it's going to happen, and that all the standards are being met, and that how the project is going to be good for the city. And certainly then, last but not least, compliance with state statute on your evacuation plans. And the one thing, you know, many of the city, and I'd worked with this for a long time with y'all, many of the city's catalytic sites are within the coastal high hazard area. So that's why this comp plan or text amendments are critical for those sites as well, not just Westminster. We're talking about Tarpon Point. We're talking about Riverside Drive East. We're talking about the hospital district area, Old City Hall, all of those, including library, either partially or totally within the coastal high hazard. And I think with the adoption of this amendment, you will allow those sites to be fully developed with current standards and really will be able to make the city a great place. So thank you, and I ask you for your adoption of this comp plan amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Callahan. All right, we have Barbara Barlow coming up, and I believe it's Jono Miller, Julie Ellis, and then Dino Silvertrini as the next three after her.
Hello,
Welcome.
Mayor and council members. My name is Barbara Barlow. I live at 4440 Ironwood Circle, Bradenton, Florida. I've lived in Bradenton for 22 years and worked just as long at Westminster Point Pleasant. Though I'm not a resident, I do feel that I live there. As past director of volunteers for 15 of those years, I've seen our residents actively give back to the city of Bradenton. They volunteer at Manatee Memorial, My Daily Bread, Turning Points, Solve, the Election Board, Keep Manatee Beautiful, Realize Bradenton, local schools, and churches. Just recently, we delivered a large donation to Ballard Elementary, so we're very involved in our local community. Since 2010, we've partnered with Keep Manatee Beautiful to adopt the Wares Creek shoreline and the neighboring streets north of us at the point. Our relationship with Realize Bradenton goes back to the Riverwalk opening, and we continue to support events such as the public market and provide volunteers to Realize Bradenton information booth, and also Winter Wonderland, where we've worked on Santa's North Pole Village and also story time at Westminster. So that's been an exciting part of our story. Our residents love this community, and they contribute their time, their energy, and their resources to help it thrive. As mentioned earlier by Mr. Keith and Mr. Wickberg, we've recently hosted neighborhood inclusive events like our poolside party, our 70th anniversary. We had a 4th of July party, and we have a casino day going, and we've invited our neighbors to join us. And these gatherings have helped build very meaningful relationships. And one of our neighbors even offered to possibly volunteer with us when they return from traveling. We're not here to infringe, we're here to enhance. Our future plans aim to improve the quality of life for our residents and for the city of Bradenton. I respectfully ask for your support and approval of our application. Thank you.
And do you wish to speak on the next 40, 36, and 37?
Just this one.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Is it Jono Miller, or it looks like Jono? Okay. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm John O'Miller. My city of residence is Sarasota, but I own property in Manatee County, and I'm pay for flood insurance. Just want to summarize where we're at right now. We have a federal policy that's reducing our ability to forecast weather, such as hurricanes. We lack a coherent strategy to deal with rising sea level. And as I alluded to, we have rising insurance costs that are affecting almost everyone. And we have a new problem that we didn't have 10 years ago, which is what are we going to do about these electric vehicle fires that take place in flooded areas? There's not a great strategy for dealing with these issues. But to talk about what you're most interested in, which is hurricane evacuation, we have an interstate, I-75, that's approaching being in existence for a third of a century. Many sections of the interstate are still at the original design standard, the original number of lanes. And between Collier, Lee, Charlotte, and Sarasota County, we now have over 3 million people living in this area that many of which may want to evacuate. And unless you're convinced that there's going to be room for everyone from Manatee County to get on that interstate with a lot of people coming from down south, it seems reckless to me to be doing anything that would increase the number of people living in a high hazard zone. So I'll have about a minute and a half left, but I'll save time and just leave you with the words of Maya Angelou, which is do the best you can until you know better. And once you know better, do better. I think we know better. Thank you.
All right. And do you wish to speak on the next?
No, you can infer my position. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Julie Ellis, Dino Silvertrini and Tony Teasdale would be the next three. Miss Ellis? Hello.
I'm Julie Ellis, and I live at 1603 First Avenue West with Pamela Evans at the Richardson House, which was built in 1924. And it's not unusual for us to look out our screen porch and see a tour group, that are visiting the historic district. And it's always nice to see a lot of Westminster people walking around the neighborhood, which we, of course, enjoy their company. I'm friends with quite a few of them, or at least I see them every day just about. And it's just a shame to see these homes that have been here forever, that create the environment that we all moved here for, be destroyed in the process of this project, which I oppose. So I'm opposed to the rezoning because it will forever change the cultural presence of our neighborhood. And historic buildings are a record of ourselves and our communities, and preserving this important historic resource creates visible connection with the community's history and culture. Historic places also preserve and promote the human stories of the people who built, lived, or worked in them. Historic places can provide many educational opportunities which can't be provided strictly in a classroom environment. Physically visiting and touching these places is a better learning experience, and I just hate to see the impact that this could have on it, besides the obvious difficulties it will cause. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you plan to speak on the next?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Dino Silvestrini.
Good morning. My name is Dino Silvestrini. I am a resident of Bradenton for the past 17 years, reside at 822 117th Street East. I am also the chaplain at the Point Pleasant community. As some of you may know, Westminster, Point Pleasant, all of the Westminster communities are faith-based. They actually have their roots in the Presbyterian Church, and they employ chaplains at all of their facilities. It has certainly been my privilege and honor to be the chaplain for the last 12 and a half years. Actually, one of the compelling reasons that many of our residents choose to live there is because we are faith-based. We as chaplains are non-denominational in our approach. We do not proselytize. We do not impose beliefs upon anyone. But as somebody who has been involved in pastoral ministry for 40 years, I cannot imagine how many people cope with the tragedies and the struggles of life without that foundation of faith. And it has been certainly my honor to help people and to assist people through very difficult times when they lose a spouse, when they're dealing with illness or sickness or disease of some kind. It might be something as simple as loneliness, depression. So to have the opportunity to provide spiritual and emotional support on a daily basis is something that is extremely meaningful to me. Each and every day is a wonderful opportunity that I have, not only to get to know these residents, but to minister to their needs on a daily basis. So it is certainly my hope, my prayer, that we can continue to welcome more of our residents to this faith-based facility, and I can continue in my capacity as a chaplain to minister to their needs in the future. So I support this ordinance and would ask your support and approval as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you plan to speak at the next?
No, I do not.
All right, thank you. Tony, is it Teasdale? And then Margaret Daniel? And then Claire Ward. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm just a little bit confused because if my comments would be the same.
Two different records, though.
Oh,
So,
okay.
and you can come up and at the second time, you can come up and say, I'm whatever you are. If you say them now, I agree with whatever or disagree. So,
whatever I said
but
before.
you may want to keep your right to speak.
Okay. My name is Tony Teasdale, and I live at 222 12th Street West in Bradenton. I've been a resident of the Westminster Point Pleasant community for 8 years. I chose to move here because of the location and its neighborhood feel. I'm a walker, so I frequently walk in the Point Pleasant neighborhood. I often sit in Curry Park and look out at the water before the sun rises. I love this neighborhood. I care about the area. I volunteer multiple times a year when Westminster looks for help to clean up the neighborhood. The bottom line is, I have faith in Westminster's leadership. I trust their plans to build responsibly and tastefully. The results, I feel, will be aesthetically pleasing and considered an asset to the neighborhood. So I ask that the council approve these requests.
Okay, thank you. And you want to keep your right open to speak at the next one. Okay, thank you. Margaret Daniel.
Hi, I'm Margaret Daniel. I live at Westminster. I've been there over almost 11 years, and my husband died 3 years ago. We moved here because of the neighborhood. It's downtown. It's on Riverwalk. There's the library, which I love. The city's beautiful. The people I've met and the neighbors have all been super. I've met the neighbor that used to own the house next to our alleyway. He was so nice to one of our residents that he came over and helped her do some sanding that she was doing in the back. We have had good relationships, and I don't understand the problems. But anyways, the zoning to me is important. If you have a building that cannot be redone after, when it gets old, it's just like your house. If you got damaged by a storm, you want to be able to redo it. And we want to be able to do that here. I have volunteered. I'm a floor rep. I volunteered for dive into reading. I've read at the elementary schools. We're very outward going, the people here, and we try to do our best to help improve Bradenton. And we love all the work that you're doing. Thank you.
And do you want to keep your options open to speak at the next one as well?
I would think it would be enough.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, we have Claire Ward, and then we'll have Donna Mathias, and it looks like Leslia Murrah.
Hello, I'm Claire Ward, and I'm 1609 First Avenue, West Bradenton. I'm the owner of an 1898 historic home. My home actually neighbours the car park to Westminster, where they're planning to build a 9-storey building. Whilst I see the value in Westminster's plans to develop within the area, the proposal actually threatens my historic home, the neighbourhood, and I believe also the fair zoning practices. I genuinely believe it's not in the public's interest. Firstly, constructing a 9-storey building endangers my historic home. My home is 127 years old with original wooden windows and door frames, handles. It's just beautiful. The heavy machinery, vibrations, it's going to cause foundational cracks, costly damage. And this has actually been proven in studies by the National Trust for Historic Preservation that this does happen. My home, like many in Bradenton, wasn't built to withstand such intense nearby development. The damage of the structure, the noise pollution, it'd just be unbearable. And once the damage is done, I'm sorry, but I haven't got the money to repair because it's going to be massive. Secondly, the project would destroy the historic ambience that defines the community, and it's actually the main reason why I bought. You guys have got a great city. It's fabulous. But thirdly, the rezoning directly harms kind of how I operate that particular home. Part of it's a short-term rental, and I rely on that short-term rental income to preserve the house. It's not for profit. Everything I get from that house actually goes into development. I've actually spent about $250,000 so far. and over 100,000 just on the upkeep internally, of which I would invite any of you members to go and take a look. Most critically, and I think this is the most important point, this proposal is spot zoning, rezoning a single parcel to benefit one organisation. It's inconsistent with residential and historic surroundings. Florida law warns against spot zoning when it prioritises private gain over public good. Approving this sets a dangerous precedent, eroding our zoning integrity and threatening other neighbourhoods. I urge you to deny the rezoning. Westminster can explore alternative sites or smaller scale plans that respect our zoning and heritage. It's important that the council protects the historic heart of the community, that supports fair planning, and it ensures the development serves the entire community, not just one organisation. But thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. And do you wish to hold your right to speak at the next?
No.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Donna Mathias, and with some of our rules that we have, or I don't know what we want to call them, but options where if you have 5 residents on a list, which we got the list yesterday, you can have up to 10 minutes. And so Mrs. Mathias has 10 minutes.
I'm not going to take 10 minutes, Mr. Mayor.
All right,
My name's
thank you.
Donna Mathias, 1600 First Avenue West, Bradenton, Florida. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I want to express my strong opposition to Ordinance 4035, which proposes changes to Bradenton's comprehensive plan, allowing increased density within the coastal high hazard area. CHHAs are prone to flooding and storm surge. That is why they are called coastal high hazard areas. Allowing higher density here, a dramatic increase from 15 DUs per acre to 40 DUs per acre, increases risk to life and property. Such density complicates evacuations not only for Westminster and the Point Pleasant community, but for other areas in Bradenton that are allowed to develop to these new standards, since the change will impact over 4,000 parcels in Bradenton, 28% of its landmass. Increased density intensifies stormwater runoff, which impacts our Manatee River. The Tampa Bay Climate Science Advisory Report from June of 25 projects significant sea level rise for our region, including Manatee County. We're already seeing higher water levels along the Manatee River and more flooding, damaging property, and putting lives at risk. We heard after Helene and Milton, many people who have lived here their entire life, 70 plus years and more, say they have never seen anything like it. My husband and I have noticed that the Manatee River seems to be getting higher as we notice higher tides along the seawalls downtown. Once you increase density, there's no going back. Is this reality? Is this really what you want to be known for? In Bradenton, the council that didn't protect our vulnerable areas and people. The current density designation is there for a reason. I'm sure it was well thought out before being implemented. After last year's hurricanes, there are many people who lost so much. Increasing density allows this threat to become a bigger reality. This photo, look at how the water came up on Point Pleasant Avenue. It came all the way up Point Pleasant Avenue to our fence at River Oaks during Helene last year. It caused a lot of damage, and there were many who lost so much. Imagine if these areas had more population density. The coastal high hazard area is characterized by inherent risks, flooding, storm surge, erosion, that are compounded by increased density. Approving Ordinance 4035 will directly undermine public safety, environmental quality, and long-term community resilience. I urge you to vote against 4035, preserve cautious development in CHHAs, and instead pursue policies that enhance sustainability and reduce risks. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. All right, we'll have, is it Leslie Murrah? And then Michael Nolan.
Thank you for your time. My name is Leslie Murrah. I live at 7201 11th Avenue West, Bradenton. My husband and I moved here about 26 years ago. For the last 21 years, I have worked as a sales counselor at Westminster Bradenton. As a sales counselor, I help older adults find a great place to live, and I'm proud that Westminster is the place that so many residents call home. The folks that come to live with us are looking to be a part of a community. At Westminster, we inspire our residents to enjoy happy, healthy, and purposeful lives. So we hope you approve this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak at the next? Okay. All right. Michael Nolan and then Sarah Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I'm Michael Nolan. I live at 1650 First Avenue West, fourth floor with a direct alignment up that beautiful 16th Street with the banyan tree and the property on 6 lots on the corner, which years ago was the mayor's home with 18 Muscovy ducks wandering around the property. Oh, it was wonderful. My mother-in-law in July of 2014 decided that she would like to live at Westminster. And she was first at Westminster Assisted Living, which was great. And then later she moved to the healthcare unit, which was less than great. But she passed away there on the 30th of April of 2019 when she was 87 years old. I was her Hoyer lift. I took her every place. I lifted her into her transporter and I took her over just the long walk, relatively long walk of a block and a half to our condo. And she'd visit us there. And when we had hurricane evacuations, they would evacuate Westminster and she would come and be with us. And that worked out well. I note people going on First Avenue with long trailers having to make that turn into our parking lot in order to make the turn onto 16th. It's not something that they can do directly without crossing and ruining the curb. But I would like to also speak on the other aspect. But that's my comments about this one.
All right, thank you. Do you wish to speak on the next one?
I do indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Sarah Murphy, and then we'll have Ruth Robinson.
Hello, I'm Sarah Murphy, and I live at 222 12th Street West. And I am here to read a letter that was written by a couple that is a neighbor of mine. Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council, our names are Kevin and Janet Life. We have lived in the Westminster courtyard since April of 2025. We are new to this city and have fallen in love with how friendly and beautiful this city is. We have written to you before, and Kevin spoke to you last February. We want to continue to ask for your support with the ongoing requests by Westminster Bradenton regarding zoning and density. You have heard numerous times about the contributions made by Westminster, including taxes paid, employment of local population, and thousands of hours of community service provided by the residents. We would like you to hear an additional view that we think we can provide. We are both in our mid-60s, which makes us some of the youngest residents of Westminster. Since arriving, we have found our housing wants and needs are different from the current residents, and we are sure many more in our generation feel the same way. Westminster has beautiful apartments, and they are well maintained. But what drew us here is the plans for the future development. We want a lot more square footage than is currently available. We want a beautiful water view. The plans Westminster has fits these needs. If you want Westminster to continue to provide taxes, employment, and community service, it needs to be able to attract the next generation, which is us. And we think there will be many more like us. As has been stated before, Westminster is not asking for any new changes. They are simply asking to be zoned for what they have had for 70 years. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for your hours of service to our city. Kevin Life and Janet Life.
Do you wish to speak again at the next meeting? Next part? Yep, okay. Yep. All right, Ruth Robinson and then Jane Graham.
Greetings to you all. Thank you for allowing us to come and speak.
Your name, please state your
excuse
name.
me. I'm Ruth Robinson. I have lived in Manatee County for about 7 years, and I've lived at Westminster for 4 years. Since this particular issue that we're dealing with now has to do with allowing building in high hazard areas, I want to address the fact that Westminster has been outstanding in its preparation for hurricane evacuations. They have an amazing system for dealing with the memory care and assisted living and health centers evacuation. I can't believe that they do it so well and so quickly and under such short amount of time. They actually evacuate many of all those people, I think, mostly to other Westminster facilities or other nursing and senior centers in the area. So they have extensive and detailed plans, and they have the staff divided up to do it and to do it effectively. In addition, for those of us who live independently, we have intensive meetings from the emergency people in Manatee County and as well as our own people about how to evacuate, where to go, how soon to go, what to do with your pets, what to do if you need assistance in an emergency shelter. It's really just amazing how well they are equipped to take care of us in the case of a hurricane. So I think that the issue of are we able to handle an evacuation and are we prepared to do it, Westminster is outstanding at that. And I also mentioned just in general, and I will speak later, that they're pretty much outstanding at anything that has to do with taking care of us residents. Thank you.
Thank you. So Jane Graham, and then we'll have Richard Gross. And Ms. Graham has given us 5 of the residents in that area, so she will have 10 minutes. It'll come on.
Oh, can I please restart it? It started already.
Let's continue. We'll get
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Jane Graham, attorney and founder of Sunshine City Law at 737 Main Street in Safety Harbor. I'm board certified in city, county, local government law. I represent Protect the Point, a Florida nonprofit composed of Point Pleasant property owners dedicated to preserving and protecting the historic character of the neighborhood and promote responsible development. protect the point, respectfully requests denial of Ordinance 4035. It is inappropriate for a private corporation to file a text amendment for the benefit of less than 16 acres, which will impact 28% of the city without proper workshopping and discussion with stakeholders about real questions like evacuation times and traffic impacts. It's difficult because here, hard facts are making bad law. The new vehicle for protection in the amendment is a development agreement, but in practice, it appears that it is actually an ad hoc way of treating a citywide problem case by case with potentially inconsistent results. The amendment is also not supported by adequate data and analysis and is plagued with internal inconsistencies within the comprehensive plan. Its applicability under the new Senate Bill 180 is questionable. When the City Council approved the transmittal to state agencies back in February, you did so knowing that it was to get the process going and to gain more information and hear from other agencies. Now that it is back in front of you, the lack of adequate information is more telling than what you actually have in front of you. Comprehensive plan amendment is a legislative decision, meaning that you have broad discretion to legislate based on health, safety, and welfare. Is this really the right decision for Bradenton? There's something that doesn't add up in this application. The original application listed 13 parcels, not 28% of the land, and somewhere along the way, to make it work, 28% of the city's land was thrown in. Here's a map that shows everywhere that is impacted. Staff says that they have been and remain concerned. The development agreement is a solution, but it creates uneven results, forcing the City Council to review each project for consistency with statutes, adding an extra layer of bureaucracy and uncertainty to development in Bradenton, and potentially litigation if you have an angry developer who thinks that you've made an extortionate demand. In this specific case, the development agreement, which, by the way, has not been advertised with public notice, has outdated resident numbers. It has nothing to do with the current request for 4036. The evacuation plan itself has some troubling elements. It says, as many assisted living residents will be transported as time permits. Nowhere between Bradenton and Orlando is large enough to get everyone, and residents are initially encouraged to evacuate to families and friends. Florida case law and statutes require that plan amendments to be based on relevant and appropriate data, including population estimates and projections. None of this has been evaluated here at all. Westminster currently exceeds the density, and as Ms. Singer said, there are several other properties that also exceed the density. It would be very beneficial to know how many properties in the coastal high hazard area are actually exceeding their current density and be able to make these decisions based on actual data. You have had none of that put in front of you today, and you could be causing people's lives to be at risk. Westminster and its residents say that we need to do this because if we need to rebuild and it gets, something happens to it so that we can rebuild and that we will have somewhere to live. But ask yourself, not for single family homes where the city's code actually provides an exception to that, where you can rebuild for a single family home in that case. But here, as it applies to the city's most vulnerable populations, is this amendment really doing the right thing? There are people here who live there telling you to do it. Ask yourself for their own safety, is this the right decision? Note that Westminster has facilities across the state and has the means to build a facility more inland. Instead, they're deciding to rewrite the city's whole CHHA. You should ask Westminster why they aren't investing in other areas further away. There are numerous inconsistencies with the comprehensive plan. too many to go through right now, but for example, the coastal elements 1.5.3 says that the city will mitigate by maintaining or reducing the overall residential density in the CHHA. Well, these changes just simply conflict with that. I think that when this was drafted, it was drafted with a narrow focus of a future land use map amendment, but they didn't look through the whole comprehensive plan and really weed through these issues. Again, the data isn't there. Also, the city is prohibited from spending public funds in the CHHA, especially except those necessary to maintain the level of services of existing development. And this is inappropriate. I realize that I forgot to mention that there are also numerous studies that show that nursing home residents are particularly vulnerable during emergency evacuations, with higher mortality rates 30 days after the storm. And these are other questions that need to be assessed as it relates to populations and evacuations. The residents of Westminster, these could be your parents, these can be your friends. These are, real questions that need to be asked. And the city, fortunately, this is the time to do it. The city is also supposed to coordinate with Manatee County. Have you actually met with Manatee County about these changes? It's important to look at the county's plans for compliance. This is the intergovernmental section. What's interesting is that Manatee County has a comprehensive emergency management plan that has several assumptions. And I think that these assumptions can help guide you in your decision. Emergencies may occur with minimal notice and escalate rapidly, and disasters go beyond Manatee County's boundaries. All disasters are local, so ultimately the city is signing up for potentially triple the number of people, if not more, because we don't even have this information as to the whole 28%. We don't know what is actually needed for these people to evacuate. Again, this is in your discretion. It is based on health, safety, and welfare. Now, finally, some of you might have heard of Senate Bill 180 that was passed just this legislative session, which makes it somewhat questionable about whether a developer could challenge the additional requirement for a development agreement as being more burdensome. It's vague, and if challenged and stricken, it could mean that the city is left with no guardrails at all. And, this is a gray area. And again, more discussion, more evaluation is needed. Meanwhile, the ad hoc process of a development agreement review could breed inconsistent results to similarly situated parties, exposing the city to property rights litigation or equal protection suits from developers in the future. You have a very unusual applicant here who is a very likable applicant and, who seems to be well-liked and a good steward. You may not always have that, and you might have someone who's fighting you on these things. It borders on recklessness to allow one developer with unique circumstances, however likable and unusual it is, to dictate a policy that impacts not just 28% of Bradenton's property, but the safety of the city's most vulnerable residents and visitors at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I have some documents to...
Richard Gross. And then we'll have Joanne Lovell.
Excuse me, sorry. Wake everybody. I need to. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
When I was
Please
told
state
about
your
the
name.
meeting,
Please state your name.
Richard Gross, and I'm a resident at Westminster.
Thank you.
I didn't realize today was going to be a day of renewing old acquaintances, and I don't mean old, Mary. But it is wonderful to see everyone here. I have been a resident of Manatee County for more than 50 years. I've lived in West Manatee County. I lived in River Wilderness. I lived in Parish, and so I've been in this area. I've got 5 children that are grown, that were educated here in the Manatee County area, and 4 of them are still residents here. When I decided, or when we decided, I should say, to make a change to assisted living or living as we are in Westminster, did not know that much about it, but had heard some strong things and visited, and it has been a great change for us. The people are very responsive. There's an opportunity for someone to continue their life and enjoy all the aspects of growing older. I used to write the insurance for a lot of the businesses here in Manatee County, and some of you may recognize the name. I was associated with Wyman, Green, and Blaylock, and we were involved in the downtown area, and they still maintain an office. Well, they have an office there, but not the same building. And we, after retirement, I went to work for Boyd Insurance. So I've been pretty familiar with the area. At one time during my career, I wrote the insurance for the city of Bradenton, and I used to meet with a fellow, I believe his name was George Baldwin, over at the City Hall, which was over on Manatee Avenue, right there at the curve, which we now enjoy the view of, vacant land, but we have a beautiful view of the water. And we also have a view of the high-rise that the city developed over in that area. So we know that it is a great area. We know that it is a great area that we're living in. We think it's a great opportunity for all of us to enjoy and continue to enjoy this as the years go on. So I just want everyone to be aware of it. And thank you so much for listening.
Do you, bless you. Mr. Gross, do you wish to speak in the next?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, Joanne Lovell, and then we'll have Tom Holtkamp. This, okay,
Joanne Lovell, and I'd like to speak to the next.
as well, okay, thank you. All right, then we'll have Mary Peterson.
I support what Westminster has already said.
All right, ma'am, you have to come up and talk if you're going to do that. I'm sorry. You got to be on the record. Oh, no. What is her name? She's up next. Then Kendall Taylor would be after Miss Peterson.
Next, please.
Next, okay. Gertrude Clark. Okay.
I am Mary Peterson. I live at Westminster, and I would like to support all that has been said in favor of the rezoning for Westminster. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you wish to speak at the next one?
No.
No, okay. Then Penny Bray. And then Gail Gaddis. Then Brian Parvis. Okay, so it looks like we're back on track.
Doing pretty good.
Good morning, ma'am. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, it's Penny Bray, and I'm a resident at Westminster in the Shores Building at 300, and I thank you all for being here and listening to this. First thing, I just want to respond to, not necessarily respond, I've been at Westminster as a resident now for 4 years and 4 months. And when I first came there, it was due to a visual problem, figuring out that, well, one day things are going to change for me and I better start looking around. And I wanted to move out every month when I first started to move there. And guess what? Every month I learned something. I'm not moving anywhere. That place offers I've used my term many times, all good things happen at Westminster. It gives us a place to live in our neighborhood. I've been in the Florida resident in Manatee County now for over 25 years about before I came to Westminster. You can stay with your friends. You can stay with your family. Maybe your family lives here and you came down from the north, which is what happened to me in the beginning. You can stay here. This is our home. This is my home. This is all of a home to all of us. We're not perfect, but we're trying darn hard to get there. And everything that's built needs to be repaired all the time. You've all got homes and you know how that goes. We're all aging, thank the Lord. And if we continue to age, guess what? You're all going to be with us at Westminster. Get ready is my message. All things start with the zoning, it seems. And I apologize that I hadn't correctly read the whole agenda, but I want to speak now rather than later. It starts with the zoning. We have to have, and I say we collectively, have to have the permission and the authorization to upgrade our facilities, to keep them updated, to meet current codes, to expand them because there's going to be an unlimited market for more of us. And we need to have that permission and take care of the places that they maintain and that they have built already. We have minimum automobiles, if you want to count traffic, et cetera, because a lot of us give up our cars. And you see our little shuttles running around, taking us quietly to various locations around town. They arrange for doctor's appointments. So we're staying in our neighborhood. We have our doctors. Someone made the comment, move them out to another area. We don't want to move out to another area. We have our area right here in our home, in our surroundings. And I just want to urge that you do approve this. I'm not going to go on about it.
Thank you, ma'am. We move on to Gail Gaddis.
And I just want to thank you.
And then I believe it's Brian Parvis, if that's what it is, and then Chris Wickberg.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Gail Gaddis, and I'm here to tell you that I am in total support for Westminster. I've been there for 4 years, and I absolutely love it. We dance, which is the best thing in the whole wide world for you to do, as they say. And we have really great friends. You know, I lived in New York City with 3 other gals, but I never lived with 150 people around me, which is just fabulous. So I really hope that we have more brothers and sisters in the future. And that's what life is all about. Just what Barbra Streisand said, people who need people are the luckiest people in the world. Thank you.
Do you wish to speak at the next?
Pardon?
Do you wish to speak at the next hearing? Or is that all you want to speak today? Do you wish to speak at the next 40, 36, and 37?
I don't want to.
No? Okay, you're fine. Thank you.
Okay.
Brian, and then Chris Wickberg, and then Hank Keith.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Brian Parks. I apologize for my handwriting. That's all me, not you. So I reside in Parrish, Florida, and I'm in support of the comprehensive plan and the amendment for rezoning, and I will speak at each, please. I'm the Assistant Executive Director at Westminster Bradenton in Point Pleasant and the Manor, and I've been there for 4 years, and I'm proud to be part of an organization, as you've heard, that's been around for 70 years, faith-based, not-for-profit, very important to us, and for Point Pleasant that we're speaking of today. In my current capacity, I am also speaking on behalf of as the community liaison. Earlier this year, I volunteered to be the community liaison to work with local Point Pleasant residents regarding any issues or concerns that they may have. We started by hosting an event that you already saw about on March 28th. We had about 50 or 60 people at our community, and our goal was to answer any questions that they had, to reestablish relationships and to foster new and better relationships and good neighborhood relations going forward. And that concluded with a social hour. Since that time, I provided my email address and personal phone number for anyone to reach out to me with any questions or concerns that they might have. Over the last few months, I've gotten about 15 different calls or texts about different things, such as perhaps cleaning up an area where we had some debris after the storm or some work areas. And I was able, in all cases, so I had 15 of those in all cases, to reach out to them within that day, the close of business, and to respond to their concerns within an average of 3.7 days for all of those responses. Inquiries I mentioned were some of those things. Some residents wanted to know if they were able to come onto our property to jog through or to see the sunset, and so we clarified that that was certainly welcome. In fact, one person reached out and asked who our contractor was on to rebuild our dock, because they wanted to perhaps use that same contractor. So good neighbor relations. Since that, you've heard we've invited over 200 of the local residents to about 12 individual or recurring events. Parties, you've heard of socialization. We have our pool parties, Thirsty Thursdays, lots of photography expo and other things. So it's been great to meet the residents, and we're glad to kindle those relationships, and we strive to do everything we do working with the city, our local agencies, and residents. That concludes my prepared comment. I will say this. Over the last years of being there, I have led the team to evacuate at least 200 residents, assisted living, memory care, and nursing successfully to our other communities, and have been proud of the team who has done that safely with residents with no injuries, no repercussions, and bringing back them safely to their place. So I'm proud. That's the most proud I've ever been to work with any organization, how we do that.
Thank you. So Chris Wickberg, Hank Keith, and then Tom Rogan.
I think Will's first.
So Chris and Hank. Okay, Tom Rogan. Then after Tom, we'll have Marty Moyer and Noreen Roberts. Is this Tom coming forward? Take your time. And Margaret Moyer, still here? Okay. And then Noreen Roberts? Okay, thank you. Hello, please state your name and your city of residence.
Steve Rogan. I am a resident of Westminster.
Come a little closer to the microphone, sir.
I support Westminster, and I can't add anything to what's already been said.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir, thank you. Marty Moyer.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown and fellow councilmen. I would just like to say to begin with, I was very happy that I lived so close at the courtyards that I could walk to come to this meeting.
Yeah, thank you.
My husband and I moved into Westminster in 2011. It was at a time in our lives when we needed to stop and think about what was coming and what our golden years would be like. We chose Westminster Point Pleasant community because it is a CCRC community, a continuing community that we could move, if needed, from residential living to a healthcare center to assisted living to a memory care if we ever needed it, and that meant a lot to us. We have been promised many things from Westminster And you've heard all about the things that they provide for us, so I won't go into that. But I will say that Westminster has fulfilled all their promises to us from the time we moved in till today. I can say that I would like to say that I have been very active in volunteering in the 14 years that I have lived at Westminster, and I have become very aware that Westminster must improve and grow in order to keep with the times, just as the city of Bradenton has to grow and keep up with the new things that are happening. So I would like to say that and hope that you all seriously consider approving this comprehensive plan. Thank you all.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak at the next?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Noreen Roberts and then Steve Palma.
Excuse me. My name's Noreen Roberts. I live at 1925 Riverview Boulevard in Bradenton, across the creek. I'd like to kind of get back to what this 4035 is really about. It's not about how great Westminster is. We all know that they're a very good facility. People really enjoy living there, and people do volunteer work and all that kind of stuff. But 4035 is not about that. 4035 is about you're going to change high hazard areas, and it's affecting the whole city. I was a flood victim, as were many other people. I don't think we should be increasing the density in a high hazard area. Let's keep in mind that there is a vast amount of building going out west. That whole place with the gladiola fields, where all of that is coming this way if there is an evacuation that has to take place. We have to keep in mind that it's not just Bradenton. We've got the county. We should be dealing with the county also on this. We can't just be, in our tunnel vision. There's so much building going on. And out east affects us too, because everybody's going to go to 75 to try to get out of here. And it's very, very difficult. Now, they said that they had sent stuff to the state. Don't we know our community better than the state? I think we do. The state's giving you guidelines there to help you, and you should be toning that better to meet your citizens' needs. And I think changing that density for the evacuation, that it makes no sense. It's affecting people that aren't even here, that don't even know that you're going to be changing their area, and that's wrong. And I'd like to speak on the other things also.
Okay, thank you. So Steve Palma and then Laura Hiller.
Hi, my name is Steve Palmer. I live at 1510 First Avenue West. I'm just about a Frisbee throw away from pump station number 8. So we heard a lot of nice things about this development project. $4 million in the bank every year, helping a current need for an aging community, and a pretty good track record of performance from the residents that have already spoken. We also heard from a legal person who said that a lot of corners have been cut over the years. So my concern is, when I sit out my patio or in the pool area of my building, which is right across the street from pump station number 8, my concern is that that pump station is going to be overtaxed, and it'll just smell worse than it does now. When all the snowbirds come down, we can smell that pump station. We have constant low tide smell. So I'm really hoping that the council will really take good advice and make sure we have enough plumbing, sewers, water in the street to handle whatever future development's going to happen. Because across the street from these beautiful old homes, that's going to go, in 20 years, those houses will be gone. So they'll put up, and then they'll put up another building, similar to ours. Now, our building was built in 82, had a lot of opposition to it. So it's only going to happen down the road. So just make sure you have enough stuff in the street to handle stuff. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for your service.
Yes, do you wish to speak the next?
No, I do not.
Okay, thank you. Laura Hiller, and then Glenn Compton.
Hello to all of you. I am Laura Hillier, residing in Westminster Manor since 2020 COVID year, and have been in Sarasota County and Manatee County since the end of 1980. So we've experienced many hurricanes, including evacuating to Georgia, where the tornado hit and knocked out all the power and trees down, etc. So evacuation is a complex issue, which is what my comments are about 4035. It's not clear to me how it would be interpreted, but independent living folks, which we are and many others are, and the new proposed development by Presbyterian Retirement Communities Westminster is for independent living, and yet it sounds as if the guideline would be that there would only need to be an evacuation plan for assisted living, memory care, which is assisted living, and health center. I would ask you to consider that independent living residents are not independent. When we owned a home and we took care of our own generator and shutters and all, whatever the safety plan, as residents, Westminster residents, we don't modify the properties to protect the property. We are just ordered to evacuate with no plan for independent living residents many residents do not have a car. They don't drive. They rely on the bus for grocery shopping, for trips to the doctors, and they have no place to go other than they don't have a place to go. And so some are just really scared. What am I going to do? I'm told to evacuate. All of the staff leaves from Westminster to accompany the assisted living and health care, and they are well cared for. But all independent living residents, we're on our own. And some, of course, are new to the area. We know the area. I know how I could register with a school for special needs resident, but that information is not provided to the resident. So I would hope that if this development is going forward, treat the residents as if they are AL, and that a evacuation plan would be included. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We have Glenn Compton, and then I believe it's Mark Reedovers. Kind of hard to read. All right, thank you, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Glenn Compton. I'm here on behalf of Minnesota 88. We're a not-for-profit public health environmental organization. We're formed in 1968, and since then, the majority of our business has been with companies located in the city of Bradenton. I'd like to thank you for allowing me 3 minutes. I would hope and recommend that you also remind the petitioner that they don't get unlimited amount of time for rebuttal. I would like to remind you of a few things. First of all, we submitted our objections in February to all 3 amendments, and we recommended denial then. We still will recommend denial today. Also, that your staff does have concerns about increasing density in the coastal high hazard area, and that the rezones are being specific for one property, which may be in violation of Florida statutes. And these are privately initiated comprehensive plan amendments. Staff is not coming to you saying, hey, we think it's a good idea to increase density in the coastal high hazard area. And I can appreciate staff has to come up with mitigation strategies to address the really stupid idea of increasing density in a floodplain area, but at the same time, your staff should be recommending denial of these three amendments. It should be a surprise to no one that Florida Commerce doesn't have any objections or recommendations to what's being proposed here today. It seems like the only time that they do have objections is when you try to keep development out of a floodplain, like what they're doing in Manatee County. But this is a really good example of bad planning. It's never a good idea to increase density of an assisted living facility in a coastal high hazard area. It's not a good place to put grandma. You know, someday she may have to evacuate, and this may not be the best place for her to be. So what's really lacking, and has been pointed out previously, is that there's not a really good economic assessment of what's being proposed here today. This is a citywide comprehensive plan amendment. You're encouraging development into a coastal high hazard area, which is never a good idea. You have to take into consideration, well, what's that going to do for infrastructure costs? As less federal dollars become available, you're going to take on more responsibility of the cost of recovery and rescue and everything that goes along with that. And so it's just not a good idea to move forward with what is being proposed today. You have every right to deny this. You have to think about it in terms of what's the best for your community. Certainly, you're not going to build your way out of higher insurance rates. This will do nothing to allow for a decrease in insurance for the property owners in coastal areas. And this is not something that's just a problem in Manatee County, but throughout the entire state.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And I'm just going to let you come up because I can't read this name.
It's Brian. I'll just read it next book.
Okay, thank you. And then Jim Pulaski. And then it looks like Sean Robinson.
Good afternoon, everyone. Jim Pulaski. I work for Westminster Communities of Florida. I am a resident of Palmetto, a resident of Bradenton right before that. I really want to talk at the next ordinance, but I will give a couple clarifying comments to what I just heard where people, I think, are a little misunderstanding. Westminster Communities of Florida has been at that site for years and years and years. We have a comprehensive emergency management plan, which we file with the county every single year. We have been evacuating our community every single year. Every time there is an evacuation called, 100% of the assisted living, 100% of the skilled has been evacuated safely without accident or injury or harm. I think also somebody made a comment a minute ago, we're not looking to expand our numbers of assisted living or skilled nursing on that site. We're looking to maintain our density of independent living that we've had for all of these years, which was somehow taken away from us during this rezoning years and years and years ago. We just want to maintain what we've had for all those years. We have an evacuation plan in place. We do take care of independent living residents if they do not have a plan or their plan falls through. We do take care of them, and we don't leave anybody behind who doesn't wishes to go with us. So I do support this, and I would like to speak at the next one. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Robinson, Jr.
Hello, thank you. Sean Robinson Jr. I'm an adopted member of Bradenton. I reside in Orlando, Florida. I'm the Regional Vice President of Operations for Westminster. Westminster Communities of Bradenton is one of my communities that fit in my district. I have had the honor and privilege of the last 45 days to sit in here in Bradenton as the interim executive director of this particular property. And one thing I say, these residents earn every dollar out of me, I tell you that, but they are a great group. One thing I learned, they taught me the rich history of Bradenton and the pride that they have in this city. Just to meet with some of the residents that was former teachers or firefighters or former councilmen or women was very important to me, and explain the rich history of Bradenton. I'm a firm believer of this zoning, that we're going to get this right, and I vote to approve, and I'm with Westminster on this. I'm moving forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And I look to speak at the next two.
Okay. All right, thank you. I don't have any others that were for 4035. Is Is there anybody in the audience that didn't get a card in? All right, seeing none, Ms. Singer?
I don't have any.
Oh, hold on one sec. Should I close the public hearing? Yeah, so it was so long, I kind of forgot, but, all right, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Singer?
I have nothing further to add regarding this particular ordinance. If you have any questions based on comments that were made, I'm happy to answer those.
Council? Anyone? Ms. Moore?
Can you clarify a little bit or speak to the development agreement and potentially what it would look like? I'll preface this question with, I don't think the development agreement speaks to anything other than the evacuation element of the question of whether or not to increase density in the coastal high hazard area. But can you speak to other tools we might have for future projects? Not specifically this one necessarily, but I have a citywide viewpoint for this particular ordinance, and I'm trying to get at the concerns raised that potentially other areas and how we protect the other areas that are maybe not, this isn't on their radar because there's not an immediate project.
I think Mr. Perry would like to answer some of that first.
Mayor, I appreciate the comments that were put forth during public comment, and a lot of them are very good comments, and Councilwoman Gonzalez-Moore's comments are quite good as relates to the overall process. I think it's important to focus on what we're here to do today, and some of this is, what we talked about is a lack of understanding of a very complicated municipal development process. The first part of that process is why we're here today, which means permissive use. They need to get approval and permission to basically have the use that's being applied for. And technically, the three pieces of legislation do that. As you go further down into the development process, and I think Ms. Graham, with their excellent presentation, pointed out some things that were interesting. It's basically, when you look at the development process, where it goes from there, basically, is the submission of a site plan. And one of the things she said is it can bring about inconsistency because this applies to a multitude of different properties. But in all fairness, I think it shows a certain misunderstanding of the development process because each particular piece of property has to meet the requirements of the property itself, the utility that's associated with it, traffic, and a whole host of other issues that goes through our public works department and our engineering department. And that's what I do a lot of. And I can tell you that looking at this site itself, being the L&L development, it was very, very, very complex to go back to the developer and say, you are going to have to do these things on a master development agreement and then ultimately a site improvement plan. When you talk about those things, we heard about Lift Station 8. Well, we conducted a very extensive capacity analysis of the service area being all the way from the Manatee River to Wears Creek to 9th Avenue back to Manatee Avenue. So it doesn't just include this facility, being the city hall for potential development. It includes this site. And so the first thing we had to understand is what is in the road? What type of utilities do we have? The condition of that. Can it bring about the needed water distribution of potable water, the sanitary sewer system itself as it relates to its collection, the piping sizing that's in there, the capacity of flow, the pressure, the slopes and angles of the gravity, the lift stations themselves that bring things up and ultimately bring them to a transmission site and move them along to our wastewater treatment facility. So these are very technical and complex things that are really engineering, utility engineering in a lot of ways. And I can tell you that my job, in some part, is to work with developers, and I hold their feet to the fire. And I assure Westminster that I will hold their feet to the fire. And the interesting thing is that those improvements that are made will ultimately improve the overall infrastructure of the Point Pleasant area, the entirety of the service area. And typically, if you had aged infrastructure, the only way the city can do that is basically on the rate itself. And it's interesting to hear about the storms and things like that and the lack of federal money. There is more federal money coming in through recovery, mitigation, resiliency programs than I've ever seen before. And I've been here just a short 5 years here, but I've been dealing with it for the better part of my life. And so along with developer's portion of supporting it through a master development agreement the councilor was asking about. We'll also support it with basically availability of federal funding for resiliency. And we can rebuild these things that are quite old, quite aged, quite troubling. We do broken water mains down in the Point Pleasant area, seems like on a weekly basis. Storage, a lift station that's down on the river. In the old days, they used to put lift stations on the river because basically they were nothing more than a cesspool, and they would discharge into the river before the Clean Water Act. And to move that lift station, 8 that's down there, is about I think we're looking at about $9 million. A little bit over that. Yeah, undertaking. And so when we have these types of developments, we require the developers on the master development agreement to do that. And it's a segment of the site improvement plan, the SIP, and the MDA, the master development agreement itself. So you have to understand that the development process today is about permissive use. But ultimately, this will all come back. And we have a willing participant that's asking to rebuild to today's standards, the flood protection for different types of emergency management protection. And I just want to point out the comments regarding emergency management. I happen to be the incident commander for our emergency management program here. And we work very, very closely with the county, and the county has very extensive plans. We have the chief over there from fire. They represent the 4910 desk for fire, which is going to be hazardous waste, rescue, and fire protection. We have Chief Kramer, and they represent the police department. That's the ESF 13 desk. We deal with this all the time. When we know there's a hurricane coming, within our plans of the other ES functions, including those, we get incident action plans, and we're contacting Westminster on a regular basis, giving them weather updates, finding out where they're at, what their evacuation standards are, and the like. They're in our IAPs, our incident action plans. And so this isn't a situation where we haven't considered the totality of emergency evacuation. We consider it every day. And as recently as the last couple of months, in preparation for this hurricane season, I think we met with the county last week. And it's all automated. We're using software systems and everything in between that nobody knows about. But they put points up there in those incident action plans, and we check them off to make sure that we have plans in place, that they're being executed, what the status is. We track it all on Web EOC and the like. So a lot of the points, they're well taken, but I think it's important to understand that we don't, those points, we don't disregard. We've talked about a lot of them. And my final point is about what Westminster didn't do. And you can always point what people didn't do, I guess. When I was a prosecuting attorney, I'd see defense attorneys and they'd say, the police didn't do this and the police didn't do that. But what Westminster has done, in my opinion, is go to the planning department with their petition, with their interpretation of what the law says regarding their rights to use property and what any changes were to coastal high hazard area. And they have submitted documentation that is recommended by planning to meet the legal standard. And so with that, I think there have been great comments, but I think that I would probably uphold the recommendation and recommend, along with the department in that. And we'll work on that MDA to answer that question. We will get to how much it's going to be required for off-site infrastructure. We will get to traffic and how the traffic should be managed in that area, and restrictions on street use and ingress and egress. And we will get to every other issue that goes into land use as well, as it gets down to the master development agreement and the site improvement plan.
Yeah, I'm just going to, before we go, I'm going to say something, and I have Ms. Coker, and then I'll come back to you, Ms. Moore. One of the things that with the Manatee County Emergency Plan and that, we are a little unique, I think, in our city now because we have our own PSOC. We cannot have our own EDC, our own EOC, get all the terminology, but the Emergency Operations Center, because each county can only have one. But in collaboration with our PSOC, which Public Service Operations Center on 59th Street, we were fortunate to get the building back that Red Cross had left to collaborate or to merge with 7 counties. And, you know, when I became mayor 5 years ago, that was an important building, I thought, to get. We had it. Let's see what we can do with it. We got some federal money, and for under $4 million, we had our own type of sub-EOC and working with the county more closely than we ever had. And one of my goals in that was, and with this council, was to really say, if we have that year, when will this thing really address what the city of Bradenton needs? Our EOC does a great job, but when the storm is over, our EOC goes back to the county operations, where the city of Bradenton is large enough that we need to go back to our operations. We have our own police, we have our own fire, we have our own public works, we have our own sanitation. So we need to be able to get back to it while helping others. And at the point when it was done last year, I was hoping we'd never have to use it. But we saw how we had to use it last year and really worked through and how we're going to make these things better if they ever happen again. And I say this all the time, and when I'm talking about our storms, and I watched a whole series on TV the other day about North Carolina and their areas. Manatee County, with the cities that work together, was very lucky. We had 0 deaths. So that to me is what I spread out there as the mayor on all the TV and all that. Watching that show the other night, In the Eye of the Storm, and talking about North Carolina and Tennessee, they have 125 plus deaths, and there's still people that are missing because they're buried. So to say that we don't have a plan as a city worked in with our county is just wrong. It's false. You know, can we do better every time? Yes. Did we have 6 feet of storm surge? Yes. I talked to people in this town too. In 1970, they had about 3.5. And so that was probably the highest at the point. But, you know, just one of the things is yeah, it's very important to all of us, me especially, because I'm the one standing up there in front of the TV that's going to have to talk about that. So, you know, it's going to be a decision this council is going to have to make. What is next? What's going to make it safer? What's going to do things? But infrastructure-wise, there's opportunities to work together to make infrastructure better. And as we know on this property, as Mr. Perry said, I don't know if the developer was as happy as he could have been, but this infrastructure is going to be a part of it. Other infrastructure is going to be a part of it to help neighborhoods. And that's what's important when you look at it. How do you improve? We're never always going to agree, but it's that step, what's next, and how are you going to make your city better? And I think that's important. Ms. Coker?
I see so many friends out in the audience, and I just really want to thank you for taking the time and the initiative to come and express your concerns and your support. I feel like we up here share a lot of the same concerns that you do, but what you don't see, as Mr. Perry just pointed out, is this is all part of a big plan. And all these improvements to the infrastructure are going to be able to be done by partnering with Westminster. And we heard today so many great things about the residents and how much they bring to our downtown. And I can't imagine not wanting to see them make it better. So, I mean, I definitely am in favor of it. Of course, there are some things that once we get to farther down the road, I'll want to see to make sure that we address some of the other concerns. But I mean, they're a great partner. They're a jewel in our city, and I want to make sure that they're allowed to shine and keep shining.
So I have Ms. Moore and then Ms. Coachman.
I appreciate the overview. I feel like Mr. Perry gave us like a 50,000 foot view. I agree with the public-private partnerships. And I also agree with the sentiment, thanking everyone for taking the time, absolutely. I just want to be absolutely clear about what we're doing right now. So right now, we're considering Ordinance 4035. That is to change the comp plan to permit the consideration of increasing density in coastal high hazard areas. There is a huge chunk of coastal high hazard area in wards 4 and 5. Of course, it's sprinkled all over, the span of the city, but I do think that Councilwoman Coachman and I have a very vested interest in this particular ordinance. So I want to boil it down to this particular ordinance. No, I'm not saying you don't. I'm just saying if you look at the map, it is, quite a bit of the blue was in wards 4 and 5.
And it does go into Ward 2.
It does, absolutely. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm not saying that at all. It is citywide, absolutely. I'm just letting you know where I'm coming from this particular ordinance, because what I want to make sure we're clarifying is when I'm talking about 4035, I'm not just thinking about our partnership with Westminster. I am thinking actually citywide. And so basically how I feel about this particular ordinance, and I feel like I need Mr. Rudisill to clarify some things for me, is the singular issue is whether or not we have the option, whether we can even consider whether it can be on the table to increase density in coastal high hazard areas. As also someone who, suffered in Hurricane Helene, I can tell you firsthand that I still see the vacancies in my own neighborhood. I want people to be able to build back. I want them to be able to do it safely. And currently, it's my opinion, just, generally speaking, that people really cannot do that right now. People have to choose between physical safety and financial safety, security. And I would like to help them remove that, having to make that choice. And so is my thought that I would like the option. I would like to know that someone could come to me and say, hey, I'm proposing XYZ. I might need, we might need to address density because of what we're proposing. But that's not a substitute for poor projects. And it's also not necessarily that the rezoning has to be the vehicle for that partnership. I want to be very clear that right now what is under consideration is 4035, and I don't want to muddy those waters. But I will tell you that when we get to the other two ordinances, those are two vehicles. One is going to address a rezone. I think it is, I'll say it again, I'm sure, and when we get to that ordinance, that I look at rezones with a very close and detailed eye. We have everyone up here, I don't disagree with a thing that they've said about the wonderfulness about Westminster, but that doesn't mean that it's Westminster that's going to control the use of that property forever. It could even just be leadership that changes within Westminster. And now we've given them the rezone that permits them to do with density that we don't have that control over. And that was, I hate to conflate them, so I'll just let Mr. Rudisill ask the original question that I was asking Ms. Singer, which is there another vehicle? Because when Mr. Perry talks about master plan development agreements, I don't believe, it's my understanding that that's not something that would be within this. We might negotiate the share of costs because statutorily we're permitted to do that. But I don't think that we have to ask them in a rezone or the amendment to give them the height to determine where the building, we don't have to have a site plan. We have a conceptual plan, but that's different than the site plan. So I just would like to know, the question on the table for me is, do we have other protections? The development agreement, in my opinion, and now let me just clarify again, I'm going back to 4035. The development agreement is the only thing that is under consideration. But in my opinion, it only speaks to evacuation consideration. It doesn't speak to whether I think the project is, going to be fitting that area. It doesn't speak to whether or not I think it's the safest thing to build there or the most appropriate. So will those other things come up later depending on the vehicle? Do we have those kind of options under 4035 right now?
Okay, let me try to.
I think, may I tell you what I think you're going to say?
Yeah.
In this, well, I'm going to, I'm not the city attorney. But what I think is in this instance, I'm just trying very hard not to muddy the waters with all three ordinances. But I think in this instance, we have a rezone and what is the exact thing, the future use designation, that's what it is. We have those two applications coming next. Those two applications, my understanding is, they don't have to give us much more than the conceptual site plan. There is no master development necessary. So are there other vehicles, or is there something else that we could do to really analyze the projects? Because I want good projects.
But let's talk about that when we get to that.
Well, let me talk about let me just talk about the process.
4035.
Going back to 4035, right? So 4035 deals with increases to density via a comp plan amendment, right? So keep in mind, not every increase in density is going to trigger an issue under the comprehensive plan. It's only when you're actually asking for a change to the future land use map that would increase the density, okay? What 4035 does, it allows the city council to consider applications to amend the future land use map to increase density within the coastal high hazard area. The only vehicle that's provided in the statute as it relates to what has to be done to mitigate concerns related to density in the coastal high hazard area and evacuation times is where the city is required to enter into a binding agreement to memorialize the mitigation plan. And so I want to be clear that what is coming later today is intended to memorialize the mitigation. So it talks about the number of units, it talks about how they're going to evacuate it, those sorts of things. We did throw some other development related issues in there just because we wanted to. But the primary intent of that document and what's authorized under the statute is to memorialize the mitigation plan. Okay? So in terms of what happens at the next steps, it really depends on what the individual applicant is asking for in that case. So in this case, they're asking for a map amendment. That is another legislative decision by the city, right? So 4035 doesn't open the floodgates and require the city to increase density anywhere, but it allows the city to consider applications sitting in its legislative capacity as a policymaker as to whether it wants to increase density in that particular property area, whatever the case may be. And again, it's going to have to be supported by a mitigation plan for everyone that comes before the city council. I think getting a little further to the questions, on the zoning side, it depends. It depends what they're asking for. I mean, in some cases, depending on what they're asking for, it may trigger a requirement to come in front of the city council with a plan. It may not. It may depend on what kind of zoning they're asking for. You know, in this case, they're asking for a Euclidean zoning, which in most cases is not going to require them to come back in front of the council with their ultimate site plan. But at the same time, depending on, you know, we've talked a lot about the infrastructure issues and what they're going to have to address. That may require them to come forward with some type of a more global development agreement that would address the infrastructure issues. So in terms of the zoning and the vehicles, it really depends. It's also different depending on, you know, whether you're in the form-based code area or whether you're in the other areas of the city. So I think the answer to your question is yes, there are other vehicles, but it just depends on the application that's before us.
Ms. Coachman?
Give me an idea of what could trigger it then for them to have to come with a site plan or whatever, more specific.
You mean in this particular case? I think I'll let Ms. Singer.
I guess we're kind of going into the other.
Typically, when we're talking about comprehensive plan designations, it's a map change. So we don't have the equivalent in comprehensive plan of a PDP or a special district that you would have in the zoning. So you don't typically allow for conditions of approval with a map change. You're changing the map, so you'd vote it up or down. Now, if city council were inclined to vote against something, and I suppose, you know, someone could counter and say, well, this is what I would agree to do to get your yes vote. But normally with a comprehensive plan, you don't do that. In this particular case, what we're proposing here is something that the state has already teed up for us to say that if it's in a coastal high hazard area and you're increasing density as a result of your comp plan map amendment, then you can do a development agreement as part of that. And it's mainly, again, aimed at mitigating the factors for evacuation. And because that's where it falls under the statutes. Now, if you were increasing density elsewhere that wasn't in a coastal high hazard area, as I said, you'd probably be voting it up or down, and you'd look for your controls in the zoning amendment, because that's more specific anyway.
So you're always still going to have controls at times.
Yeah.
depending
That's
on-
the main thing.
That's the main
Yeah.
thing, so,
Yeah.
yes.
And
All right, so I think, is there anything else, Ms. Singer? And I think we'll let the applicant come up, talk, and just so everyone in this room knows, we're going to have take a hard break pretty soon and come back probably at 3 o'clock, because they do have a 2 o'clock specific meeting for the CRA that they couldn't change because of noticing. So,
Good morning, Patricia Petra for the
it's
record.
afternoon now.
Good afternoon, Patricia Petra for the record. I have been sworn. I just want to give you some brief comments. For 40, the one that we're considering right now, 4035, 4635, is the first step of a much larger project. There have been some statements about it impacts 28% of the city. Miss Singer and her staff and the planners and me, we all had conversations about whether it should be a comp plan amendment for a 15.95 acre piece of property in the city. Would that make more sense, or would it not? And it was determined that it would not, that would be more likely to be called spot zoning. So that's why the process is what it is in terms of you make a comp plan change, it impacts the coastal high hazard area wherever it is. But the comp plan amendment is very specific about what everybody's next steps would be. And so therein kind of lies the distinction, that everybody has to go through the same next steps, and you all get to consider whatever their next steps are on a case-by-case basis. With respect to all the statements about increasing density in the coastal high hazard area, the density for 11 acres of the project is already there. It's already, we have the 62 and older residents, some of them in independent living, some of them in assisted living, some of them in nursing home care, and some of them in dementia care, are already there. They have been there for most of my lifetime, and I'm 72 years old. So that project has been there a long time in the city. The issue with trying to get the density back, we are asking for the closest future land use map amendment, which is the next step in the project, to the density that is existing on that 11 acres. And actually, we're asking for less. The density on the 11 acres is 36 dwelling units per acre. The density that we will be asking on the 15.95 acres will be 34 dwelling units per acre. So it actually is a slight decrease, but it is more than what is on paper in your existing comp plan. So I just want to make sure that we all understand that, and I think we do. I think Mr. Polanski discussed adequately the issue about evacuation. We do have a required plan by the state of Florida for the extremely vulnerable residents, assisted living, nursing, dementia care. We have set up and we have had in place and will continue to have in place, and it's part of our development order. It's an exhibit of what we're doing now. And we do provide, if we have independent residents who their plan fails, their in-laws are out of town, they don't have a car, they're now using a wheelchair, even though they're still in independent living. If they need help, we provide it, and we will provide evacuation for them, but they need to tell us they need help. I mean, that's the key to that part. You know, yes, we'll go around and knock on doors and see if people need help, but if they keep telling us they're fine, you know, so, but we have a protocol in place to handle that contingency. I disagree with some of Ms. Graham's statements about whether the development agreement that is required in the Florida statutes would be enforceable or not. I think it is. And so I'll just say I just respectfully disagree with her. With respect to this amendment, I am requesting that you approve it so we can go on to step 2 and step 3. We've worked very hard with your staff. I've worked very closely with your city attorney on the language in the development agreement. My client and my client's employees have already started meeting with your public works department to start talking about the infrastructure. And allowing this to move forward is going to be a win-win for the residents of Westminster, because they will be in green buildings which meet FEMA standards, which meet all Florida building code standards. And it will be a win-win for the city, because there is much of that campus was built before SwiftMud was a thought in any legislator's head. So what we call environmental resource permits came into effect on October 1, 1984. And they've just gotten more stringent, you know, the process has gotten more stringent since then. So when this project is redeveloped, we have to come into compliance with stormwater standards. And then, as mentioned, and Mr. Perry went into some detail, we do have to participate with the city of Bradenton in upgrading to meet our needs. You know, arguably, there is already concurrency there for 401 units. We are asking for a few more in the next things, because we have 4.9 additional acres of property that we've bought in the last several decades that are not part of the campus. We're trying to make a master development plan, or a conceptual site plan, we call it, in the development agreement, that will serve the community and serve the city and help all of us move forward with improving stormwater, sewer, water, and the quality of life for our residents. So we just respectfully ask you to approve this first comp plan text amendment. And I'm happy to answer any questions, as will any of my team.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to speak of along the lines of Councilwoman Lisa Gonzalez Moore's, that any proposed comprehensive plan amendment, it's found in compliance with the state coastal high hazards, which is what we're talking about, amending the text amendments, that if we do make those amendments that affect 28% of the city, that any future development agreement would still have to come within that, be consistent with 163-3178, the statutes, any future development.
Yes, sir. I think Mr. Rudisil explained it correctly. There will be some projects, some renovation projects, if you will, in the coastal high hazard area elsewhere in the city that will not require a comprehensive plan map change, because they already have the density. Or for instance, in your single family residential districts, your land development code already gives those people the right to rebuild, provided that they comply with current building code standards and FEMA. So anybody whose ground level house got 4 feet of water in it, and if it was declared, more than 50% damage, they, under your code, they have the right to rebuild. This project, because although we have independent living, we're not considered single-family residential, we don't have that right, which is part of the problem with the density that was placed on this project that we can't even figure out when. So, and that's again a big piece of the of why it's so important to my client. We cannot, if one of those buildings gets either involuntarily damaged more than 50%, or if we decide that it is no longer suitable for its current use because of obsolescence, if we voluntarily demolish it, in either situation, we have no right to rebuild to its current density. And therein lies our dilemma. So we respectfully ask that you approve this text amendment to your comprehensive plan. Thank you.
Mrs. Moore.
Thank you for that clarification, and Councilman Schuessler, to kind of follow up on, I think, what you were getting at. Yes, a single-family resident can rebuild, but they can't really afford to do it. And so this is why I want that flexibility citywide, because for those people that really can't do it, their only option might be a larger density project in order to get them elevated or up to, current building standards within those areas. So I just want to be clear with what I'm conveying you all in my opinion. And this is why I'm very hyper-focused on just 4035. This is a flexibility that I think is important because we're not county. We don't have vast tracts that we're talking about blowing up density. We're talking about people that need to rebuild their homes and maybe need some flexibility to be able to make that happen.
Yeah, and I agree with you on that point because you are correct. It might be easier if you had everybody at the end of the cul-de-sac join together to put up an elevated condominium type unit or townhouse, shared wall kind of agreement, that would be more affordable for them.
All right, seeing no further questions, the chair will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 4035 KCP .24.0363.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mrs. Moore. We've had a lot of discussion in that. So we'll start, Ms. Barnaby.
Ms. Barnaby hasn't had discussion
Oh,
yet.
I didn't think this was in your ward.
Oh. Just stick around because it's even going to get more fun.
Citywide.
I would just like to thank everybody that came today and tell you the comments that we got telling us what a great city we have did my heart good. It really did. I mean, I was lucky enough to have been born here. I was raised here. When I was a student at Mrs. Alexander's Ballet School, we would perform at the Manor and downtown. We would come in and even after I was elected on the council, I got asked to go over, not ballet, nobody wants to see me in a tutu anymore, but I was asked to come over and I've sung and done different programs with the facilities, both the Manor and downtown. So I'm very familiar with the project and where it is located. One of the things that really kind of bothered me was that we kept hearing, well, the density changed, but we don't know when. The density changed, and we don't know when. I think it may have happened when the city adopted the form-based code model in June of 2011. I was still on the council then. I remember I I think I voted in support of it. But every action that we take up here, there is always unintended consequences. No matter what we do, there's always unintended consequences. And we can sit here and we can try to think of every nuance, everything that could happen if we vote in favor of something, or if we vote something down, what could happen then. But you can't come up with everything that you could ever think of that could be, what's the expression, coulda, woulda, shoulda. So I think that the changing of density over that area was an unintended consequence of the form-based codes. Now, the gentleman that was the planning director, Mr. Tim Polk, has gone to glory, so I can't call him and ask him if that's one of the things that happened, but I'm pretty sure that may have been what it was, because form-based codes was put over the entire urban area. And we were told we're going to have to make some adjustments. We're going to have to change a couple of things here or there. I left the council in 2012, so and I was gone for a whole 8 years. But what gets down to the fact that Westminster had the authority and the right to build to a certain standard. And I'm really concerned that if we don't pass this, what that could entail. And yes, it does affect other areas. But I also think what we are finding is that the coastal high hazard area was a planning device, a tool to be used. And now that we have had real world experience with direct hits of hurricanes up and down the entire west coast of Florida, you are seeing local governments scrambling to try to figure out how their citizens can put back the businesses they had, the offices they had, the houses that they had, because of that one tool. And the state is trying to be flexible in saying, we don't want to take somebody's property away from them and say that they can't build there. So I am going to support this because I am concerned about what could happen if we had had more of a direct hit than we did. And I'm one of the houses that got flooded. What we would be dealing with now if we had to say to Westminster and all the fine people that live there, sorry, go find someplace else. You can't build it back.
Thank you, Ms. Coachman.
Thank you. I won't belabor too long. I just wanted to have the opportunity also to say thank you all. I have said it up here before. I crave for input because making these decisions are hard. And we just I need to hear and feel, what the pulse is of the people that this is impacting. And you obviously can see that from listening to all my cohorts here, we give this a lot of thought. And I didn't talk a lot because they were all hitting the points and I didn't want to repeat things over and over, but I do want to say thank you, and we got more to come, that's for sure.
All right, just before we go to the vote, I'd just like to say thank you as well as the chairman of this board and as we go through things, for the collegialness of what everyone out there does, because again, it is a passionate thing on both sides. So I appreciate, and we've seen other governments around us where it does get nasty at times, and again, you can, obviously, everyone up here has one vote, and you vote the way you feel, and if something passes or fails, you live with it, and we move on to the next. But I think that it's something good to see out there in the audience, kindness, and up here, kindness as well, and we will continue to move forward to be that friendly city, as well as working hard behind the scenes to make sure Face It and Fix It faces it and fixes it, because that's important as we go forward. So with that, I'll start the vote in Ward 5.
with clarity now. Yes.
1,
Yes.
2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4.
Yes.
Passes 5-0. Madam Chairwoman of the CRA, is your meeting going to be long?
No, I don't think it is.
So would 30 minutes be enough, or would we be better for 45?
Let's do 30. We can do it. Can't we, kids?
We will recess
Don't look at
this
me.
meeting until 2:30, time certain, 2:30. Thank you. We'll come out of recess, 2:30. Mrs. Singer.
Oh, I think she, I think.
Yes, I think, Tamara, were you going to read?
Yes.
You want to read it first? Okay. Madam Clerk.
I'm going to apologize in advance. There's a lot of numbers here. This is the second reading on public hearing for ordinance 4036, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, providing for amendment to the City of Bradenton Comprehensive Plan Future Land Use Map, changing the future land use designation from high-density residential to urban central business district for properties totaling approximately 15.9 acres, generally located west of 15th Street West, north of Manatee Avenue West, and bounded by Wares Creek and the Manatee River. Parcel IDs are 3346 800000, 33466 00004, 3373 700 337 35 00002, 337 33 00007, 3352 500109, 333 79 00059, 33406 00158, 333 51 00059, 33409 10052, 333 95 00109, 333 9000006, 333 88 00000, and more particularly described in the attached Exhibit A, subject to a binding development/mitigation plan, providing for applicability, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And the next one is ordinance 4037, it's second reading and public hearing, an ordinance of the City of Bradenton, Florida, providing for an amendment to the City of Bradenton Land Use Atlas, changing zoning from T4O, General Urban Open, and T4R, General Urban Restricted, to T5, Urban Center, for property totaling approximately 15.9 acres, generally located west of 15th Street West, north of Manatee Avenue West, and bounded by Wares Creek and the Manatee River. Parcel ID numbers are 3346 800000, 33466 00004, 33737 00008, 337 35 00002, 337 33 00007, 335 25 00109, 33379 00059, 33406 00158, 333 880000, 33409 10052, 333 510059, and is more particularly described in Exhibit A attached here too, providing for applicability, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
God bless you.
Thank you. Mrs. Singer.
Robin Singer, Planning Community Development Director.
Thank you.
I have been sworn understanding is the first ordinance, 4036, is legislative, and the second one, 4037, is quasi-judicial. I'm entering the reports into the record, and I've been previously qualified to speak on planning and zoning matters, and that's the nature of my testimony today. So this is, the first item, 4036, is a comprehensive plan map amendment, and it's changing from high-density residential to urban, what do we say? Urban Central Business District. This is the depiction of the area that is being covered by this amendment. The entirety of the peninsula really is currently high-density residential. However, there is other urban central business district in proximity to this property to the south. So it is contiguous with urban central business district. So the primary reason for this is that they want to recapture the density that they already have on the property. Currently, the high-density residential allows for 15 units per acre and up to 20 if you're including affordable units. The proposed will allow 40 units per acre as a base density, up to 50 units per acre if they were to include affordable units. It's our understanding they don't have an intention towards affordable units, but that is the possibility. That over the approximately 15 acres, that amounts to about 537 units that they would be permitted. Some of those can be converted. They're proposing a ratio of 3-to-1 on assisted living units and nursing care units. So there would be more beds, but they wouldn't be full units per se. So the independent living units are limited by that. And then some portion of those they would take away to convert into assisted and living units. Again, approximately 15.8 acres. In double checking on the legal description, there may be a slight adjustment to that, but it's still the properties that were advertised as part of this agenda item. And they were proposing 480 bed license capacity. Current land use would allow 238 dwelling units without the affordable bonus. Proposed land use would 636 dwelling units without the affordable bonus. Applicant is anticipating 537 equivalent dwelling units. Portion of the property is located in the coastal high hazard area, and per the text amendment that was reviewed this morning and approved, they are obligated to provide, as part of this, a development agreement, which in part lets us know what their evacuation plans are per state statute. It also includes a plan that gives us an idea of where those units are going to be placed. Now, this is not a detailed plan of what the buildings are going to look like or any of that. This is just to let us know, because we're going through this because it is putting units into the coastal high hazard area. It's important to know which parcels, which phases of the development those units are going to be located in. So again, this gives you the overlay of the property in question and how it overlaps with the coastal high hazard area, which are the areas in blue. This is the conceptual site plan, which gives you an idea of the total number of units that will be located in each phase, potentially. The high-density residential that is currently on the property provides for residential use with potential neighborhood commercial component, which will consist of light retail, restaurants, personal services, office, and other similar neighborhood activities. And that's what's currently allowed on the property, and again, with a density of 15 to 20 units per acre, depending. The Urban Central Business District is more of a mixed-use district. It overlays with a lot of the downtown. It's our understanding they don't really have an intention to include any kind of commercial development in this project. However, it does provide for that in the Urban Central Business District. And the density under this is 40 dwelling units per acre as a base density, up to 50 if they were to include affordable units. Let's see, the comprehensive plan to guide the location of new development and redevelopment in a manner conducive to compatibility of land uses sensitive to natural resources and natural hazards and consistent with the availability of public facilities. That's essentially our objective and under the comprehensive plan for our future land use categories, and that the future land use map shall govern the use of the land within Bradenton, defining types and intensities of uses within each category. The development agreement, as I said, includes an evacuation plan for both nursing and independent living units, provides a binding conceptual site plan indicating the general location of the units according to the phases of development. It addresses the general limits of development, including 537 EDUs with a maximum of 237 skilled nursing units and assisted beds and 458 independent living units. Limits building height to 12 stories, including 2 floors of parking. That is contingent upon their zoning, and we'll talk about that more, but they did put it in here that they are limiting themselves to the 12 stories, and that's consistent with the zoning that they're requesting. And that does include 2 floors of parking, so it's not 12 floors over 2 floors of parking, it's a total of 12. The development agreement also includes a requirement for a traffic management plan that'll be dealt with as they go through the site improvement plan process. Until we know what the buildings, where they're going to be located, what they're going to look like, it's hard to come up with that traffic management plan until we have a little more information about the project itself. And it also requires the landowner demonstrate that infrastructural improvements will be made for additional units or participate in a city-initiated infrastructure improvement program and pay a fair share of the cost of improvements. So again, until we see the plan, that'll be done as part of the SIP process, again, the site improvement plan process. So until we have more details that'll be coming to bear as part of that process, then we'll know better how we'll be dealing with the infrastructural improvements. So in summary, this comp plan amendment is dependent upon the comprehensive plan text amendment that you approved earlier today. That'll be transmitted into the state, the text amendment, in the next 10 days. Once that takes effect, this ordinance is contingent upon that ordinance taking effect and any other statutory limitations that may be in place. The UCBD allows for a broader array of uses and to allow densities up to 40 units per acre compared to 20 units, well, excuse me, I said 20, but really 15 for the base density under the high density residential designation. Planning Commission had a tie vote on this and on the zoning ordinance when they met back in January 15th. There wasn't a lot of discussion on that motion, so I can't assume what the thought process was in that that resulted in the tie vote. Unfortunately, we lost a quorum right after the vote was taken, so we had to adjourn the meeting. And then I'd like to go ahead and go through the rezoning, unless you had some questions you wanted to ask before I move on to the rezoning.
Any questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just, will the SIP come before us again, or is this like okay. Because I know we don't know what the traffic patterns are going to be, but I really think for the neighborhood there, we need to restrict the traffic, the ingress egress to help to not use First Avenue, because that is, obviously in emergencies, but to have a gate.
We had talked about it, though. A lot of it was the heavy, the big trucks and all the things. And so, that was something that they had said they were going to work on when they left the meeting.
Well, this is just my last chance to.
No, I agree with that.
So I don't know how to handle that, but I think, we've had a lot of discussion today, and I think that concern for them is valid, and I want us to all be happy neighbors over there, and so I'd like to see that addressed. And if this is the only time I can do it, I want to do it.
I agree. Yep.
Okay.
All right. Okay, moving forward.
Moving forward, we have the rezoning application under Ordinance 4037. This is to rezone primarily T4 and a few T4R properties to T5 zoning district. Again, it's the same area of property that you were looking at under the land use. And T5 also exists on the south side of Manatee, so it is contiguous to the district. And then these are just some of the photos of the parcel and adjacent properties to give you an idea of what is in the surrounding area and what potentially could be rebuilt in their area. So one of the primary differences, I'm going to skip ahead to the next slide, with these districts is building height allowances. So as I said, they want a maximum of 12 stories. Currently, the maximum they could get for the T4O is, I believe that says 6 stories, and 3.5 stories in the T4R properties. They have a building, I believe their tallest building is 11 stories currently. I think, and so they're replacing something. Again, this gets back to the ability to replace what they already have. And so holding them to a lower height of T4R or T4O, it does not allow them to rebuild. We do see some value in allowing them to rebuild because they are, proximate to the water, and there was, I believe, some flooding issues in one of the buildings that's closest to the building. So if they're able to elevate these structures and make them more resilient, we see that as a value to themselves and to the community to allow them to do that. And so they recapture that by building to 12 stories. There are incentives required in order to build to the 12 stories. And some of those can be adjusted in various ways, but basically they are already committing to build to what is LEED standards or green building standards, which we generally accept as LEED standards. They'll likely either contribute to the public art fund or put public art on site. The affordable, there is a provision under certain circumstances to adjust for affordability with respect to building height provided for in the form-based code. But again, until we see what they're proposing, we can't really address that. And then this use chart, and I apologize because I know it's hard to read on this, but this gives you an idea of what the differences are in the uses between the T4O, which is the majority of their property, and what they want to go to with the T5. There's not a huge amount of difference between the uses that are permitted. For those properties that are currently T4R, there is a more significant difference. The restricted district is much more restricted, much more residential in nature. However, as I said, the majority of their properties currently are T4O, so it's not a huge difference in terms of permitted uses. So T4O, general urban zone consists of a mixed use, but primarily residential urban fabric. It may have a wide range of building types, single side yard and row houses, setbacks and landscaping are variable. And then T5 by contrast is a higher density mixed use buildings that accommodate retail, offices, row houses, and apartments. Is meant to have a tight network of streets with wide sidewalks and tree planting and buildings set close to the sidewalk. So it is a little different aesthetic, but it is, again, the same zone that's on the south side of Manatee and a lot of the downtown area. So it is a more urban code. We find that it is consistent with the comp plan if you approve the comprehensive plan amendment. The rezoning request is a continuation of the existing T5, as I said, so it is compatible with the properties to the south. It is still going to be residential in nature. It is our understanding, as I said, that they're building primarily residential. There's not an intention to turn this into a commercial development that's going to impact the neighbors in that particular adverse way. The rezoning request does not increase the allowed density or intensity. Those are governed by the comprehensive plan. The fire department expressed concern about fire water supply to the area, and that's why we have that utility agreement in the development agreement to make sure that they're participating in the program to elevate and improve upon utilities in the area. And essentially, they can't get approval without it. If they're going through the SIP process, they have to have their utilities concurrent with the development in place in order to go forward. This rezoning request does not introduce hazardous or noxious potential uses into the surrounding properties. It should be noted that much of the property is in the coastal high hazard area, which represents a level A hurricane evacuation zone. And as we said, that's being addressed through the development agreement with the comp plan amendment. Rezoning meets the intent of the land use regulations in the form-based code, which is meant to promote a walkable mixed-use urban downtown core. We feel like this puts more people that'll come and utilize our downtown and shop at the shops and eat at the restaurants. And so it's a net bonus with our downtown area. The summary, this rezoning is dependent upon the comp plan amendment and the text amendment in order to maintain consistency with the comprehensive plan. The T5 zoning district is similar but slightly more lenient than the T4O district in that it allows hotels and permitted uses in convention centers, conference centers, auto sales and hospitals as special uses. I think they have no intention of any of that, and if they did, it would go through a special use process. The T4O district allows up to 6 stories, and the T5 district allows up to 12 stories, subject to incentives for LEED certification, workforce housing, and public art. The tallest structure currently in the complex is 11 stories. And again, the Planning Commission voted 2-2 on a motion to approve in January 15th, and again, because we lost a quorum at that point, we weren't able to ask questions as to why. So, with that, if you have any questions regarding the rezoning.
Ms. Moore.
If, to the point about rebuilding the existing structures that were damaged and now, because of historical actions, are no longer permitted to be rebuilt to the current density, does the ability to do that require approval of both ordinances 4036 and 4037?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't get there just with one?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions before we have the applicant come up? All right. Ms. Petroff?
Do you want me to bring up?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You all had to come back before I had to come back, so God bless you for coming back.
We never laughed.
I think this one's yours. Okay. You want me to start it?
Yeah. Okay, I'll start it.
I'll just put it there.
Good afternoon, Patricia Petra for the record. I have been sworn. I represent the applicant. I just want to do a little housekeeping things before Ms. Labar comes up and gives her expert testimony. Because this is a separate public hearings, I'm going to put her resume in again, the expert that she is. And as I think I mentioned earlier last week, there was some issues about property appraiser language might not have matched the deeds, and can we take another look at that? And I have something prepared by the surveyor, which pulls all the deeds, the legal descriptions on the deeds, copy of the deeds, and a summary of all of this. And it did come out to be 15.95 acres. And the surveyor is here in case you have questions, but I wanted to put that into the record so the staff has it. And I also have additional copies of the legal descriptions so that nobody has to go make Xerox copies should these ordinances be approved, because they are an attachment to both those ordinances. All right, and I think at this point I'm going to ask Katie to come up and start her part of this presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Petroff. Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. I'm going to sort of move to the section of the presentation regarding the two applications that are before you right now. So the second application for today is the adoption of a comprehensive plan future land use map amendment for the Westminster properties. The site is located, as Ms. Singer described, north of Manatee Avenue West and west of 15th Street West, and it's just shy of 16 acres. It is 15.95 acres. This amendment will support Westminster's long-range development goals. It will also ensure redevelopment at or near the existing built density. We propose to amend the future land use map from high-density residential to urban central business district. High-density residential was never an appropriate land use category for this property because it never aligned with a historically built environment in this area of the city. The purpose of the Urban Center Central Business District category is to establish, define, promote, and facilitate redevelopment and enhancement of the city's primary and historically urban center. The UCBD future land use category exists in a large part of the city south of Manatee Avenue, as you can see on the maps on the screen, and it serves as an appropriate transition from the urban core to the east towards Wares Creek and Point Pleasant. This is a comparison chart that really helps illustrate the fundamental differences between the existing and proposed land use categories. An urban central business district is a better description of current day Westminster. Implementation of today's land use category reflects nearly 42% reduction of the density as compared to what exists today. The table that's on the screen is a comparison between what's approved, what's proposed, and then the difference between the two. The original campus was built with approximately 401 units on 11 acres, which equates to 36 units per acre. Over the years, there have been properties in the community that have been acquired that amount to just shy of 5 acres. And the long-term development plan contemplates up to 537 equivalent dwelling units on the 15.9 acres, which is approximately 34 dwelling units per acre, less than the original built density and well below the maximum density of 40 units per acre that is allowed in the UCBD. The development agreement establishes the max density of 537 units and affirms that each phase of the development is substantially consistent with the binding conceptual site plan that's attached to the development agreement. The amendment will correct the future land use map to more accurately reflect the actual density of Westminster while supporting the necessary redevelopment, which includes replacement of buildings that have reached the latter stages of their serviceable life, and allow for limited expansion on property that is owned by Westminster to support the growing demand for senior housing in the city. With this map amendment, a development agreement is required, as described in the new policy 5.3.1.2 of the comprehensive plan. And so to help bridge the gap between the amendment that was just made, that was just adopted, and the request before you now, I took that policy and tried to help break it down to the individual pieces and parts that have to be included in this request in order to implement that policy. And so that's on the screen, and it helps to show the things that we have to provide in order to obtain approval of increased density on this property. The proposed development agreement has been reviewed by the city staff as well as legal counsel, and it memorializes that the density cap is 34 units per acre. It also memorializes the maximum building height of 12 stories, which is truly 10 stories of habitable building over 2 stories of parking. And so we would be capped at 12 stories. The bottom 2 floors would be parking, and then we would have 10 habitable stories above the parking. It incorporates the mitigation plan for hurricane evacuation for skilled nursing and assisted living beds, and establishes and memorializes a hurricane evacuation protocol for their independent living residents. It also requires city council approval for any conceptual site plan amendments that might be contemplated. The development agreement includes language that will require a traffic management plan to be provided, and that will be reviewed with the site improvement plans that will come with each phase of development. In addition, water and sewer infrastructure will be addressed, and Westminster will have to ensure adequate capacity exists. And if there are improvements that are identified, then Westminster will be responsible for either installing or participating with the city in those improvements. This is the binding conceptual site plan, and it helps to illustrate the overall redevelopment strategy. The plan will establish phases, which you see in the different colors throughout the campus. It establishes maximum density as well as building heights and setbacks that are consistent with the T5 zoning category. Upon approval of these amendments, development will follow the requirements of the form-based code and will be reviewed administratively by your professional staff. Consistent with State Statute Chapter 163, a proposed comp plan amendment shall be found to be in compliance with the state coastal high hazard provisions if the adopted level of service for out-of-county hurricane evacuation is maintained for a Category 5 storm. Westminster demonstrates compliance by evacuating its vulnerable residents early and maintains the out-of-county evacuation time for a Category 5 storm. Because they're a continuing care community, they are required to have evacuation plans reviewed annually by Florida Agency for Healthcare Administration as well as Manatee County government, as you've already heard today. And this plan is also part of the county's comprehensive emergency management plan. Long before an evacuation order is issued for a Category 1 storm, Westminster staff are making plans to relocate their vulnerable residents away from Point Pleasant to other communities that are outside of the anticipated impact area. First responders even recognize this plan as a model for other facilities. And we have seen it in action, and it works seamlessly. Westminster also has an evacuation protocol for independent living residents, and that is also an exhibit of the development agreement. Residents are asked to complete a personalized evacuation plan every year based on their individual needs. That plan is on file with the executive director, and if an evacuation order is issued, the executive director will notify residents to implement their plan. If a resident is unable to implement their evacuation plan, Westminster staff will assist to ensure that they are able to evacuate safely. That concludes the presentation for the comprehensive plan map amendment. This is the adoption hearing, and of course, this is a legislative matter. And we ask for your approval of the comprehensive plan map amendment.
Can you put it back on the conceptual plan?
Sure.
This is Patricia Petra for the record. I just want to address one issue. I think Commissioner Kocher brought it up. The plan for the access is not on First. It's coming through. See where these two arrows are down there off of, I think it's 16th? 16th. So
is this just for during construction, though? Is that what that said?
It's for the certainly for the construction traffic. The fire department has asked us to keep this one open for emergencies.
We can't see what you're pointing at.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
You have to do
the
it.
One, all right.
Let's use the mouse, yeah.
Use the mouse.
Oh, it is a touch screen. Okay.
Yeah, there it is. We see it now.
All right.
Okay.
So construction traffic for traffic management will come right
here.
Right through there, because this building is going to be the first one removed. Chris, you want to do it?
I'm the guy that's going to be designing.
All right.
So
Okay.
I talk about it, okay? That'd be good. So how do you work the gizmo here?
Oh, the
okay,
gizmo.
excellent. Here's the mouse. Chris Wickberg, Vice President of Design and Construction with Westminster. So we have looked at various ways of providing both construction and permanent traffic in and out of our facility, primarily out to the longest point, which is our phase one. And we just called it phase one just because we had to start with a number. But we intend to start our construction process right here in this general vicinity. So the goal is we already have a road that's built into the project right here. In fact, I think that is the road that the fire trucks use potentially during an event where some of the roadways on First Street is closed. But our goal here is to create our front door in this general vicinity and then provide construction access as well as permanent access to get out to our point property and other buildings that we'll build within the current perimeter of the site. Some of these other little arrows here might be ancillary access points for fire, for emergency, or something like that. But main construction traffic during construction, plus creating our own internal road for residents and visitors, would be internal to our property.
And so at those, we call them ancillary, would they be gated then and only accessible if you had the emergency?
So we're open to any type of condition along those lines. In the past, we've used Knox boxes, which EMS folks have access to, and that we would have access to in case we have to have maintenance or stuff, but it would not necessarily be normal traffic. And the goal here, is to be able to provide our front door, sort of the main access for all of visitors, prospects, and folks here, right at this center point of the campus, and not get up on First Street at all. And that's one of the challenges we've had over the years with both of these communities were separate, and we bought them both together, and we've been trying to put them together and creating a central location where our residents can come for amenity space, for marketing, dining, all that stuff really makes sense right here in this center area. And being able to take this building down gives us the ability to build and access that road.
Okay, thank you. That's what I was hoping for.
Okay.
So I'll get back to
All right.
presentation.
All right.
And as I understand it, we're going to go through both presentations and then the commission.
Public hearing on both of them at the same time.
Exactly. Okay. So I'll get back to that spot. So the third and final application that's before you today is the rezone application, ordinance 4037. With this request, we propose to rezone 15.95 acres from urban open, or T4O, as well as general urban restricted, T4R, to urban center, which is T5. This map illustrates the adjacency of T5, the T5 transect to on the east side of 15th Street West, as well as south of Manatee Avenue. So there is this transect exists in very close proximity to the property that's in question today. There are a few reasons for this rezone request. When planning for a large-scale project, a unified zoning category is really a more appropriate approach to ensuring that future development is more predictable. A patchwork of zoning really, especially in form-based code, really starts to fight against the original intent of the form-based code, which is to ensure a cohesive and functional built environment. The T5 transect includes higher density mixed-use buildings that accommodate retail, office, row house, and apartments as permitted uses pursuant to Table 4.7 of the form-based code. The T5 transect category will better align with the historic development of this property and will also be consistent with the comprehensive plan. This is a logical extension, like I said, of the existing T5 transect and T6 transect in the area, and really appropriately reflects the existing built environment, particularly massing and density. one of the key differences between the T4 and T5 transects is building height. And so existing buildings, as people have testified today, existing buildings are 11 stories, which exceeds the maximum allowed height in the existing transect. And so the amendment would actually facilitate the replacement of existing buildings with modern buildings that will be built to current building code standards. It also corrects the previous zoning decisions that inhibit Westminster from being able to build back what currently exists on site today. This is a rendering, which is an example of Westminster's development vision for Point Pleasant. It includes high quality architecture and building finishes, provides phenomenal views of the Manatee River as well as Wares Creek, and pedestrian access along the waterfront. With that, I'm going to ask Ms. Petroff to come back up to offer some closing comments.
I think both your staff and Ms. Patricia Petroff, for the record, I think both your staff and Ms. LeBar gave the reasons why this is important to my client. Having a cohesive, putting the property under a master plan works so much better than having piecemeal redevelopment and zoning. And so we're trying to do something that the city and its residents will be proud of. We will have new buildings that comply with all codes, with FEMA, with flood. We have already been in discussions with your utilities department about the needs and what needs to happen with the aging infrastructure underneath the streets in this area of town. I have worked in downtown Bradenton for 47 years. I am keenly aware of water pressure issues. And so it didn't come as a surprise to me about the fire district wanting some assistance with how we will provide the sprinkling and what needs to happen for that. So my client stands ready, willing, and able to participate with the city. We think what we have presented to you is a good plan. The T5 zoning is the closest zoning district in your form-based code, which addresses the existing built-out environment and the density of that. We respectfully request that you approve the map amendment and then approve the zoning and direct the mayor to execute the agreed-upon development agreement, which contains key details of how this process will proceed. So if you have any questions.
Questions before we go to public hearing? Seeing none, thank you very much. This time we'll open the public hearing on both 4036 and 4037. And I have cards here that I'll read through. First one I have is Glenn Compton. Is he still here? All right. Noreen Roberts. And then next is Constant Frazier.
Noreen Roberts, 1925 Riverview Boulevard. I moved here approximately 40 years ago, and what I looked at that time was, of course, there was the two large buildings of Westminster, but what I actually looked at was Jack Fleming's house, which was a beautiful house, which later was Graham's. And then next two houses were the Hoods, and the Hoods Dairy, and they had a beautiful view up the Manatee River where they put their house. That's what I looked at. I didn't, on my front porch, I didn't look at these big buildings there. I looked at the creek, these lovely houses, and up the Manatee River. Now they want to put 12 stories in front of my view. I didn't buy property to have 12 stories plastered in front of me. And obviously, they're trying to make the most of their property, and I don't blame them. But the TR and the TO, that gives them extra property that they can build on, and it's not a monster that you're looking at. A 12-story buildings all along there, that's not right. You're not only hurting the people on the south side of the river looking at things, you're also hurting all those people that have their homes over in Point Pleasant. They didn't buy there to have this barricade there. I don't know that you need to be changing that zoning. I understand that, the stuff's been knocked down, they brought the property, and I'm not so naive to think that there's something isn't going to be put up there other than single-story homes. That's not going to happen. Lovely, but it wouldn't happen. But the zoning that's in place now is the zoning the way it should be. To change it because they want to make more money. I don't disagree with that, but it shouldn't be at everybody else's expense. That's not why we bought there. And the zoning that's there, they can get 6 stories in most of that property. And of course, the existing parcel is a T5 now. And so they can go to their 12 stories there without a problem. So, anyhow, thanks.
Thank you. Constant Frazier. And we had, that was sent in with 5 names, so she'll have 10 minutes. Please state your name and address for the record, and you'll have 10 minutes.
Yes, my name is Constance Frazier. I'm at 1510 First Avenue West, and I want to thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for the opportunity to speak today. And I also want to thank all the staff that answered questions. They were very professional, and a blessing to the City of Bradenton. I stand in opposition of ordinances 4036 and 4037. First, regarding density concerns. Voting in favor of Ordinance 4037 is giving the maximum density allowed with T5 zoning when Westminster presented a development table at the Planning Commission meeting on May 15, 2024, showing that they would not require increased density due to their increased acreage from 11 to 15.8 acres. Westminster's current zoning of T4R allows for 45 EDUs per acre or 15 DUs. Multiplied by the 15.8 acres they currently own, that would be 711 EDUs. This is well above the August 13, 2025 development agreement level of 537 EDUs. Giving a blanket T5 zoning to all 15.8 acres would be the equivalent of 1,896 EDUs if the property were fully developed. The small peninsula which the Point Pleasant Neighborhood Conservation District shares with Westminster has a potential of being bordered on First Avenue West and 15th Street by zero lot line 12-story buildings. Westminster presentation materials to both the Planning Commission and City Council has used both EDUs and DUs for referencing current and proposed density. The August 13, 25 development agreement references 458 DU/EDUs for independent living, which is confusing because each acronym represents a different amount. Westminster's information deficient conceptual plan in the agreement uses DUs instead of the EDUs put in the whereas section of the agreement, which uses EDUs. It is impossible to determine the actual number of units and density that will be developed. Utility engineering staff requested of Westminster their projected resident increase with their large expansion to determine water and sewer needs. Westminster's response was less than 100 units. That staff person commented that this amount seemed off with the money they were spending. This information was shared at a Teams meeting with city staff to learn more about the Jacobs Engineering proposed water improvements recommendations, and it was on July 31, 25. Westminster is getting special treatment by the City Council with ordinance changes in its development agreement. The Vias and Wares Creek projects have had detailed conceptual plans that were shared with the public for the public interest. The Westminster conceptual plan intentionally lacks detail by hiding the true density the corporation is considering and the harmful impact of increased access points on the narrow neighborhood streets through numerous red arrows on every possible access point. The 15.8-acre Westminster property should be zoned as a planned development project pursuant to 3.1.3 and 3.4.1 of the Bradenton Code of Ordinances Land Use Regulations. Westminster has shared at a meeting with Point Pleasant neighbors that this will be a phased project which has not been designed by an architect yet. PDP zoning would allow zoning flexibility for tailored site design, master planning for phasing, and infrastructure coordination, enhance public input through scheduled hearings, and administrative clarity through staff review. There's a staff recommendation on Ordinance 4035 from the May 15, 25 Planning Commission meeting. The applicant and property owner met with city staff on October 17, 2023, as part of the pre-application review process. During this meeting, city staff shared concerns with amending the comprehensive plan, especially areas within the coastal high hazard area. While city staff understands the desire for redeveloping existing Presbyterian retirement community properties, there are existing available options that can be used for redevelopment. Staff finds that the proposed text amendments are inconsistent with overall goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive plan. Making major changes to the regulation of all vulnerable coastal lands within the city to accommodate a single user is short-sighted and against the public health, safety, and welfare of the community as a whole. Staff is particularly opposed to removing policy 6.2.5 regarding vulnerable populations. Staff recommends denial of the requested comprehensive plan request. On the area of concurrency failure, the City of Bradenton has not maintained the statutory required Section 163.31776C 10-year water supply facilities work plan determined through multiple public records requests for the documents that have not been filled. In 2022, the city is under a Florida Department of Environment Protection consent order, part of which required replacing aging sewer pipes and other infrastructure over a 10-year period, many of which are in downtown and Point Pleasant. 3 years later, construction funding for this work has not begun in downtown or Port Pleasant, but several large commercial and residential developments have been approved by the city, further exacerbating the inadequacy of the infrastructure. Proving the current water and sewer infrastructure is inadequate, a City Council meeting workshop on June 18, 25 had a presentation by Jacobs Engineering titled Proposed Water Improvement Recommendations, which map proposed improvements required for existing and proposed development and the concurrence required services in downtown Point Pleasant for potable water, wastewater network improvements, pipe upgrade, and lift station relocation with new networking, and wastewater force main upgrade. Unfortunately, when Jacobs made the proposal to the city, their letter stated they would totally rely on the city for information and data without their independent verification. Jacobs has a disclaimer on their report. Therefore, Jacobs makes no warranty that clients' actual project costs, financial aspects, economic feasibility will not vary from Jacobs' opinions, analyses, projects, or estimates, and Jacobs shall have no liability for such variances. The total Jacob report cost for potable water was $4.6 million, and it was $6.7 million for wastewater network improvements. In a conversation with city staff on July 31, the cost for potable water improvements for downtown and Point Pleasant was shared to be $12 million, and for wastewater improvements was $10 million. This is a large variance between the two sources. At the same time, the same Teams meeting with city staff, it was shared it would take 3 years to complete the relocation of Lift Station 8 and the required network rerouting. Meanwhile, the City Council has approved the Avias project and today will probably approve the Westminster zoning request. Completion of Lift Station 8 is key in providing adequate sewage infrastructure to the downtown and Point Pleasant area. My condo unit is next to the lift. Utility maintenance staff come frequently for backups. The odor is overpowering and it sits in a flood zone, which is part of a successful lawsuit for its removal and relocation. Ordinance 4037 staff report supports the inadequacy of water infrastructure with a comment by the fire marshal saying, the fire department has expressed concerns with fire water supply to the area. The fire marshal has commented that large-scale projects can no longer simply use a fire pump to account for supply concerns, and the water supply access and future equipment need to be evaluated for this project and its location. Westminster has not or cannot present customarily required detailed information for density, water, sewage usage, and accurate transportation impact, which has been requested by the City Council with other large downtown developments. The ordinances today need to be delayed and re-examined. Thank you for your consideration of these concerns and recommendations.
Thank you. Next we'll have Jane Graham and then Tony Teasdale. And as before, this has 5 signatures, so she'll have 10 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jane Graham, attorney and founder of Sunshine City Law in Safety Harbor. I represent Protect the Point, a Florida nonprofit composed of Point Pleasant property owners dedicated to preserving and protecting the historic character of the neighborhood. Because this is a quasi-judicial hearing, I have some documents to present into the record, including the bylaws and mission statement and articles of incorporation showing their standing. Before getting into the substance, I would like to proffer 3 objections relating to ordinances 436 and 437. They are contingent on Ordinance 435 being in effect, as they allow an increase of density in the coastal high hazard area. But even if approved today, which it actually just was, Ordinance 4035, Florida Statute 163-3184-3C states that amendments do not become effective until 31 days after the state land planning agency notifies the local government that the plan is complete, and if challenged, is not effective until after the final order determining that it's in compliance. So the City Council simply does not have the authority to vote on these items, which are currently admittedly inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Secondly, the development agreement was not publicly noticed and cannot be voted on. There are requirements for development agreement public notices, and this is out of order. Moreover, the development agreement, if Ordinance 4035 actually was effective right now, per the amended policy 5.3.1.2, it has to be approved prior or concurrent with the adoption of 4036. So the fact that it hasn't been properly noticed, I mean, we shouldn't even be here right now. Finally, Ordinance 4037 must be a planned development project instead of Euclidean, not just because of the unique circumstances that really foster it being an actual planned development itself, but because Section 3.4.1 requires that projects with more than 200 linear feet of land below the 2-foot contour line must be PDPs. For the substance of my comments, first of all, I spoke to Protect Point having standing, and And then in talking about ordinance 4036, there are a lot of ifs. It's contingent on changing the CHHA and contingent on the development agreement. Now, again, this is a legislative decision, so it's based on public health, safety, and welfare. Now, future land use map amendments there are specific statutory requirements for those, and so I want to work through those. First is the availability of facilities and services, and you've already heard from Ms. Frazier, and you'll hear from others as well as to the water infrastructure, so I won't speak about that, but I will mention again the fire department did say they had concerns, and the fact that it was addressed by city staff that, well, we're going to fix it. It's in the development agreement. Well, it's kind of speculative. You don't say how or what exactly the plan is, and that's insufficient. Protect the Point hired a traffic engineer to look at Westminster's project. And so they hired Mr. Drew Rourke, who has over 29 years of experience as a traffic engineer. He found significant problems with the applicant's transportation analysis. Some of them, and I will give you a copy of this, say that the growth rate considerations were flawed. They dropped the growth rate to 0.5% a year, but he says there's no indication or evidence provided that the phenomena in this case and more recent data indicates the opposite. The trip distribution is also flawed, which has the effect of lessening the potential impact on the project. The correct capacity for the segment of the road evaluated is 2,148 instead of 2,670, which is significantly less. And finally, on top of that, the future level of service at 64 in the area is LOSF, failing. So the other thing to look at is the analysis of character and historic natural resources and historic resources. And what I would say is this is a FEMA flood map that shows that this is largely in a flood zone. Now, let's look at another view of this, because Westminster previously had this map, which showed that for phase one, they would have buildings right on the edge up there. Now, since then, they've changed it, but that is their contemplation. And as I think Westminster just showed, that is their conceptual rendering. So the property is supposed to be directly on that land in a flood zone. The surrounding neighborhood, on the other hand, is Point Pleasant, which is a historic and architecturally unique neighborhood that has its own conservation district in the form-based code, and the topography shows it's quite low as well. This is the topography map that says 0 feet. This is the contour map, which shows 1 foot, and the PDP is 2 feet. So this is out of compliance. Without getting into a lot of details, the current status of the future land use map versus the proposed, there certainly is a large difference between the 15 dwelling units or the 40 dwelling units. And the question is the additional density and range of more urban uses really needed? This is the focus area of the comp plan that shows that future growth is actually around the urban core and not in this notch, and it isn't contemplated. So it's inconsistent with the comp plan. Likewise, this is the character graphic from the comprehensive plan that also shows that it's traditional urban neighborhood. The comprehensive plan is inconsistent in numerous places. I have time. Future land use element is inconsistent. What's interesting about that is that non-conforming uses, existing land use is inconsistent with the future land use plan shall be eliminated upon redevelopment. That is exactly what is not happening here. So just keep that in your mind. And what I had wondered is, if I were the developer's attorney, why didn't you just change the this section to have the CHHA change specifically for non-conforming uses? They didn't do that, but that would actually make sense. Not the case here. The design element of the comprehensive plan shows that you need appropriate transitions between heights from down to lesser heights, but what's contemplated is like the 11 stories right by a single family home. That's not allowed in the comprehensive plan. This is a map of the property right now. There's a single family home right on the edge, and again, while this isn't the conceptual plan you're looking at today, it was certainly contemplated to have it right there. Plan amendments are supposed to be based on relevant and appropriate data. That is not the case. Running out of time here, Ordinance 4037 fails to meet numerous rezoning requirements. Without going into all these, we have this. We've already talked about consistency of the comp plan, land use compatibility, adequate public safety. Two things to touch on really quickly is there's the Neighborhood Conservation District 4.16.1 in the form-based code that is out of compliance. It says very clearly that the pressures of new development have created a recent pattern of growth that is inconsistent with the pattern of the neighborhood. This is in the form-based code. That's binding. This shows the bonuses for height. Adequate public facilities, we already talked about that. Now, Drew Rourke also looked at the auto turn analysis, and he found that a semi-truck could not actually turn on any of the turns for the potential project, except potentially the northbound left turn from 15th onto 4th. So that's clearly a problem. And finally, and you will hear from public interest, but consistency with the LURs, in addition to the Point Pleasant Neighborhood Conservation District and the 3.1.4, it's also inconsistent with 4.4 of non-conforming uses and structures. Again, you're not supposed to be making non-conforming uses more non-conforming. That is what is happening here. Ultimately, they have the burden to show by competent substantial evidence that they've met the criteria in the rezoning. They failed to do so. Please deny. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tony Teasdale and then Michael Nolan.
Tony Teasdale, I spoke previously. I'm not going to go through the whole thing again. I did mention in my previous comments that I've lived at Westminster for 8 years. Over that period of time, I've built up a great trust with Westminster management. I have faith in their leadership, and I'll repeat that I trust their plans to build responsibly and tastefully. And I think it will be aesthetically pleasing and considered an asset to the neighborhood. So I ask the council to approve.
Thank you. Michael Nolan. And then Sarah Murphy.
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown, members of the council. I'm still Michael Nolan, and I still live in 1650 First Avenue West, Unit 401 at the north end of 16th Street with a view straight down the street. My wife and I live there. I was pleased to hear so many residents of Westminster enjoying their current facilities there. It's wonderful. My mother-in-law lived there, and she especially liked the assisted living. And should my wife move there, I'm sure that she too will like the assisted living, and I will visit her frequently. I'm hoping to do much like my mother. She lived alone for 15 years until she was 95, and then she moved to Wisconsin and had some assistance up there and finally gave up the ghost at 95 years, 4 months, and 8 days. So I'm hoping to be a little bit like my mother and be able to live alone if necessary. And I appreciate what Westminster now has, and I wish they could tweak it a little bit without getting this overwhelming change, which I personally oppose, and a number of other people do as well. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Sarah Murphy and then Ruth Robinson. Sarah Murphy, are you still here? Okay, Ruth Robinson.
Hello again.
Hello.
I'm Ruth Robinson for the record. What I wish is that you could take the testimony in the record from the previous hearing and just attach it to this hearing, because you've all heard how much we enjoy living at Westminster, how we love living in the city, we love walking around, we love going to restaurants. I moved to Westminster because my sister, who was in the senior care industry, told me, look for a nonprofit, look for financial responsibility, look for faith-based because they're more caring. And by the way, she knew personally that Westminster, even 30 years ago, was a very reliable and well-respected operator of community senior living. So I hope that you will approve their plans. I think that they will enhance our lives if we live that long. And also, many of you may have parents, or you yourselves may want to have a wonderful place to live right close to the city. And so I hope that you will approve Westminster's redevelopment plans. And I hope they can get working on them very quickly.
Thank you. Is Richard Gross still here? Tom Holtkamp? And after Tom Holtkamp, is Joanne Lovell still here? Okay. You'll be next, Miss Lovell.
My name is Tom Holtkamp. I live at 1600 First Avenue West, and I was sworn in earlier. I oppose, I understand why Westminster needs their development, and I understand that the First Amendment or ordinance passed. What I hope the council takes into account is the stress that it's going to be on the infrastructure. I know some people have talked about that. Sometimes developers like to tell you everything you want to hear, that yeah, we're going to take care of it, don't worry about it. I just hope the statement that we're going to hold their feet to the fire holds true. You mentioned Bradenton has a face it, fix it. Okay, we faced a number of infrastructure failures on First Avenue West for at least the past 3 years. We talk about depression. Someone called it a sinkhole before. It's not a sinkhole. It is a man-made problem. And it seems like we try to keep putting Band-Aids on that. And we just want to make sure that with all the construction that's going to be happening at Westminster, because I'm sure it's going to happen, that they say they're going to have a road just for construction, but in previous meetings, they said, well, we might have to use First Avenue because that's going to be the way that we have to access the property. And that was their excuse. Now, maybe that's been changed. I don't know. I was one of the ones that attended one of their community gatherings. And Westminster, I mean, they do things right. It sounds like, they take care of their property. I just hope the city also takes into account that all the additional land and the units that they want to put up are going to be moneymakers for them. So I hope the city takes that into account and makes them be accountable for the infrastructure that's going to be required to make it a safe and livable neighborhood. Let's see what else I get here. Just like I said, I hope you hold their feet to the fire, because they have said, yeah, we're going to take care of some things. And they said, yeah, people can come on the property and things like that. I have had people tell me that they were asked to leave the property. So whether that's communication problem with Westminster and their staff, I don't know.
Sir.
Thank you very much.
Joanne Lovell and then Kendall Taylor. Kendall Taylor still here? No. Thank you, Ms. Lovell. Please state your name. You have 3 minutes.
Joanne Lovell, and I am a resident of Point Pleasant, and I appreciate very much the council and their patience, and for approving that first item, because if you didn't, I couldn't be here, because we'd never get to the second and third. So thank you. I've lived at Point Pleasant a relatively short period of time, and I must tell you that everything that I possibly could have wanted has appeared and been taken care of. I did extensive research in Sarasota because I lived in Sarasota for 9 years, and all of the facilities there. And gee, they didn't quite measure up to what I found at Point Pleasant with the nonprofit status, the fiscal soundness, the life care services, and that made my selection very easy to move from Sarasota to Bradenton. I know, it was tough, but I've enjoyed Bradenton. Thank you very much for the city. The community, I think, presents advantages to the Bradenton community. We provide jobs to residents. We enhance the stability of a very valuable property. Think what it would be if it wasn't Point Pleasant and the Westminster properties. I think you've got pretty good people to work with Westminster. And the residents certainly have a vested interest in maintaining the future marketability of the project. We would like to see it, we love it now, but wouldn't it be nice if we could continue that and have other continuing people come into the unit and into the area and also enjoy the things that are there. So we want to assure you, and Westminster is doing the same thing, that the residents would like it to remain an asset, and it will be well managed for a reasonable level of residents for years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next we have Kendall Taylor and then Donna Mathias.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kendall Taylor. I live at 222 12th Street West, apartment 212, and I have been sworn. I'm also the president of the Residents' Council of Point Pleasant. I've been a satisfied resident of Bradenton for about 8 years, since 2017. I speak in support of the petitions for rezoning the properties of Westminster adjacent to Wears Creek. Under the leadership of Westminster Communities of Florida, the property has been developed in such a way that a great many skilled and talented people have been attracted to and now live in our 3 buildings, the courtyard, the shores, and the towers. The life experiences and wisdom of our residents spans a wide range of endeavors. Bradenton is blessed to have them here, volunteering and working in a variety of ministries. To continue attracting such people, we must offer retirement homes which appeal to the next generation of retirees, providing what they view as desirable living spaces. This will require some new building and some remodeling. And without these, downtown Bradenton will lose a group of people who potentially will enrich our community life in many ways. The proposed rezoning will increase minimally the number of people who come to live at Westminster. And we, the residents and management, want to make that happen in ways that are visually attractive and functionally beneficial to all the residents of the Point Pleasant area. Thank you for your consideration of these petitions, and thank you for your love of our city and the work that you do to perpetuate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Donna Mathias and then Laura Hillier. Then after Laura Hillier, we'll have Mark Redurs. Redurs, yep. And Mrs. Mathias has the 5 signatures to get 10 minutes.
Oops, told it. It started and it wasn't supposed to. How do I pause this? Okay. Sorry about that. Not used to the computers here. Thank you again for letting me speak on these ordinances. Donna Mathias, 1600 First Avenue West, Bradenton, Florida. First, I want to thank Bradenton's Public Works and Utilities Department. They are responsive, professional, friendly, demonstrate true caring about the services they provide, and do the best they can with an aging infrastructure. I have been able to see them at work quite a bit lately. The Jacobs Engineering report confirmed what we already know. Our water and sewer infrastructure has serious problems. In late April through early May of 25, Public Works was in Point Pleasant neighborhood almost daily for over 2 weeks. So, dealing with major sewage blockages. You know, they always say the picture is worth 1,000 words. So I'm going to show you some pictures. Please watch the following short video. I removed the sound so that it wouldn't be distractive, but it does disturb the residents. Many of the images on First Avenue West and deeper into Point Pleasant, but neighborhoods on 3rd Avenue West have the same experiences. The corner of First Avenue West and 16th Street West is a frequent trouble spot. Residents can tell when crews arrive, they hear the manhole covers being removed. These issues not only extend on First Avenue and 3rd and in the front part of Point Pleasant, but it extends all the way down to Curry Memorial Park. Public Works even videoed the lines to find the cause. I'm sure you have a report on that. Our roads tell the same story. On First Avenue West, the same filling patch has been repaired over and over. The road was freshly paved just a few years ago, but shortly afterward it was torn up again for water and sewer work. Dips, cracks, and recurring repairs are constant. If we can't maintain what we have now, how can we handle significantly higher buildings? The strain will only grow, and so will taxpayer costs. More density and taller buildings require deliveries, services, and population in residential neighborhood. T5 allows for commercial use that does not comply with a residential neighborhood. I'm sorry, can you get me out of this? I need the other one.
Okay.
There's one down below.
This one here. There you go.
Trucks are already challenged with maneuvering our residential roads, which aren't made for this kind of traffic. This is an auto turn report done by a professional traffic engineer. This auto turn analysis consisted of 19 turns leading to or exiting the Point Pleasant area. The results: a WB62 semi-truck would not be able to make any of the analyzed turns with the possible exception of the northbound lane left turn from 15th Street West onto 4th Avenue West. Semi-trucks struggle with maneuvering our residential roadways. These roads were not designed for this type of constant traffic. Other residential areas, like River Oaks parking lot, is used by these semis so they can just get their deliveries done. This happens frequently. That's how they get down 16th to make deliveries to the shores. Not only moving around this residential neighborhood is an issue, but when parked on the side of the street, it can be challenging for the residents. While we appreciate the grounds maintenance that Westminster does for all of its property, lawn mowers traveling on the roadways constantly are not only noisy to the residents, but they are also dangerous and a safety concern. Even smaller trucks have difficulty making turns, especially when residential vehicles are parked on the side of the street. We can only park on one side of the street because our roads are built for residential traffic. This concludes the videos, but not me. The T4O and T4R zoning in the form-based code was not a mistake, as has been suggested. This was very deliberate and was done when the form-based code was approved in 2011. And in fact, they won an award, the consultants, for this form-based code in 2012. They won the Dryhouse Award for the form-based codes. Point Pleasant was designated T4O and T4R for a reason and a purpose. I'm not hearing a lot about the historic neighborhood of the residential homes and the walkable neighborhoods. The Point Pleasant Neighborhood Conservation District, PPNCD, is described in the form-based code. I quote the following from the code: "Neighborhood conservation districts provide a means to protect character, defining streetscapes in older areas threatened by new development or government policies that undermine rather than encourage neighborhood preservation. The pressures of new development as well as flood regulations have created a recent pattern of growth that is inconsistent with the character of the neighborhood. While Westminster has purchased property abutting these designated properties, building tall buildings in these areas does not support this section of the form-based code. In Westminster's latest development agreement, a section was added under 8 amendments. Amendments to this development agreement or conceptual site plan, including modifications to incorporate additional adjoining lands that may be acquired by the landowner shall not be required to be processed as an amendment to the comprehensive plan." These are PPNCD lots. That is not what the intention of those lots was. Let's work together for a solution that protects residents, respects the historic character of Point Pleasant, and ensures infrastructure is ready before we grow. Please vote no to these ordinances. Thank you,
Thank you.
guys.
Laura Hillier? Okay. Mark? Then Barbara Barlow is next.
My name is Mark Reimers. I'm at 3907 16th Avenue West in Bradenton. I'm joining the Handwriting Hall of Shame that my colleague Brian started a few hours ago. So I apologize about that, and thank you so much for the work you're doing today to consider these issues. So I'm here in my capacity as one of the team members at Westminster. I've been with the organization for 5 years, and I'm here to support the proposed ordinances. In my role as what we call a director of philanthropy, I represent the work of our charitable foundation, and I think that's very important because you've heard a lot of good words from our residents and as well as some of my colleagues about the work that we're doing, and it is all about mission. It really is all about mission, and that's one of the reasons I came to Westminster, because it's more than words for a lot of our residents. Many of the ones that you saw here today haven't just used their words to communicate their investment in the community, not only in Westminster and the community at large, but they've also put their money behind it, their philanthropic dollars. Some of them, of course, through ongoing giving to support our community as well as the residents in it, and some other creative projects, but also through their estates. That's a significant investment of their whole capacity as a person and their values being spoken out to the community. And so that's one of the privileges that I have, is to see that firsthand and to help them in that journey and to see their interests and their philanthropic values represented very well in the community. Some of that is to support themselves, like I mentioned. Our benevolence programs support them, their financial security for our residents, which is a really, really creative and important aspect of senior advocacy, in my view. That's what Westminster is doing. It's a creative way of being a solution to aging in America today. And that's one of the reasons why I took the job in the very first place, is to see those solutions for advocacy come to fruition. And there's other creative things as well. Some of our residents, just as an aside, there's our wonderful scholarship program. So just over the past 2 calendar years, $150,000 of our residents donated money to support our team members in their education journeys. That's not only benefiting them in the work that they do, growing their skill sets and benefiting the residents, they're also going out there in the workforce after they worked with us. And I have it on good authority, there's even one of our members of our police force here that once upon a time had his educational journey helped by our residents in the past, and they can tell you all about that, and they're very proud of him. So I just wanted to tell a little bit about that and tell you where I'm coming from in representing Westminster's story, and I do hope you will consider the requests they're making here today.
Thank you. Barbara Barlow, and then Gertrude Clark, and then Susan Miller Kelly.
Mayor and council members. Again, and my name is Barbara Barlow. I live at 4440 Ironwood Circle in Bradenton. I've lived here for 22 years, and I've worked at Westminster for 22 years, and they've been amazing. I don't necessarily need to go over what I went over earlier and all the ways that we've given back, our residents have given back to the community. But I do want to say that if, God forbid, something should happen where we would have to rebuild and the zoning was not passed, we would lose 5 stories of residents. And it's not just building, it's people. And so we would really want you to consider that seriously. They would be displaced. They might move away. I don't know what would happen, but it would be heartbreaking. So please consider that we're talking about not just infrastructure and concrete building, but we're talking about people that could be really affected if this ordinance, both of these ordinances were not passed. And that's all I have to say. Again, we're not here to infringe. We're here to enhance. And our future plans are here to help improve not only the lives for our residents, but also to enhance the city of Bradenton. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Gertrude Clark. Then Susan Miller Kelly and James Park.
My name is Gertrude Clark, and I have been previously sworn in. Mr. Mayor and council members, I am a resident of Manatee County for over 18 years and a resident of Westminster Point Pleasant for the last 8.5 years. Previously, I had a home in Palmetto for 10 years. I find Point Pleasant to be a happy, friendly place to live, just like the city of Bradenton is. I think you would want to retain such a gem of a life plan community in your neighborhood. I would like to add one more thing. As a volunteer of Manatee Memorial Hospital for many years, I heard it said more than once that Westminster's Health Center is the best place to send patients for recovery and physical therapy after a procedure. And I wholeheartedly support the planned expansion of our campus.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Susan Miller Kelly and James Park.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Susan Miller Kelly. I have been sworn in and I own property at 1600 First Avenue West. I'm here to express my concern over ordinances 4036 and 4037. I do not believe 12-story buildings should border single-family homes in a historic and quaint neighborhood. Not to mention, there is a possibility of the property eventually being used for the purpose of hotels. The current infrastructure is already in disrepair, along with a stressed sewage system, as you have been shown. Allowing more population to this environment adds extra strain to an already delicate neighborhood. The streets are narrow and difficult for two cars to drive down, as cars also park on the street. The increased traffic will make traveling in this neighborhood more dangerous, especially with the buildings being closer to the curb. Furthermore, I do not understand why it is necessary to do the rezoning at this point when the infrastructure is not in place. Does it not make sense to have the infrastructure in place and then rezone? It will take a minimum of 3 years to relocate the lift station. In my opinion, this process seems to be putting the cart before the horse. This action will prolong the construction and the torn-up atmosphere, which will remain in disarray for the homeowners for however many years. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. James Park and then Brian Parks.
My name is James Park. My wife and I live at 117 North 18th Street West on Point Pleasant in Bradenton. Thank you, Mayor and City Council, for the opportunity to speak today in opposition to ordinances 4036 and 4037. Our home was built in 1924 and is part of the Point Pleasant Historic District and is next to one of the 13 parcels of Westminster. My neighbors have homes that feature a variety of architectural styles, including Victorian, Craftsman, Colonial Revival, and Florida vernacular, with the earliest built 1897. The zoning of the whole Point Pleasant Peninsula, which includes Westminster's and our historic neighborhood, is a T4O and T4R, providing zoning capability for a small area. Currently, Westminster's property, which lines a large percentage of our neighborhood streets, has deep parking lots and open space, which provides proper transition with our historic neighborhood. There is a 12-story building already on Westminster's property, but with the parking lot and landscaping, it does not harm the architectural character of the neighborhood. T5 zoning for Westminster would be incompatible and harm the neighborhood in two ways. Through setback and building height, T5 allows 0 front principal setback versus T4O, which has a minimum of 4 feet. Even more important is that T5 allows a building height 12 stories, which Westminster's plans to build versus the current Westminster's T4O zoning of 3.5 to 6 stories. So now, Not only is the buffer gone, but there is a high-rise building at a sidewalk a few feet from the historic home. Westminster's application to the city for 3 request ordinances spells out clearly that their goal is a property that is compatible with adjacent landowners and building height to mirror recently approved areas of the east. They explained their strategy in Section A with their design standard, dated January 16, 2024. Quote, design standards will be followed to maximize compatibility with adjacent land uses. Temporary building height incentives that were recently approved for areas to the east are also processed to be applied to this site, unquote. Please do not approve today's ordinances 4036 and 37, which, since they do not represent public interest and are not compatible with adjacent land use, causing harm to neighborhood property owners in a historic district. If Westminster wants to renovate or redevelop, to modernize, or to be FEMA compliant their facilities for their residences, please do so, but do not change their ordinances. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brian Parks and then Chris Wickberg.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you this afternoon. I am Brian Parks. I'm the Assistant Executive Director at Westminster Bradenton, and I reside in Parrish, Florida. I've also been sworn in. I spoke this morning, I'll just cover this briefly, that I have taken on the role of the community liaison, working with the residents from Point Pleasant area to make sure that we are serving them well and working as good neighbors. And so I mentioned earlier this morning the ways we've done that. I've continued that even at our lunch break today to get to meet a couple of neighbors, responding some of the concerns they mentioned and to determine ways that we can meet with them and continue to work with them peacefully and as good neighbors. So we will continue that. To answer a question Tom had mentioned, we do welcome, and people do this pretty regularly, to walk through, to watch the sunset, to walk through along the water and jog through our community. So from a perspective of local residents getting to enjoy that, we do support that as well. This May I was honored to celebrate my 30th year in senior living, not-for-profit, faith-based. Most of that was in Pennsylvania, but the last 4 with this organization. And so with my corporate team here, I don't know if I have another 30 years in me. We'll see. But my hope is to retire with Westminster, which upholds all of the things that matter most to me. The resident Tom did say what Westminster does, we do well. And I'm very proud to be part of that. And I'm glad he got a chance to experience that. And that's what we want to do. We want to continue. We're investing right now millions of dollars into our current buildings and structure, some in response to the hurricane, some in planning for better amenities. But we do need, as our resident council president Kendall mentioned, we have to be here for the future. And so if I'm going to retire in who knows whatever years, we need to be maintaining the expectations for future seniors to come. And that's our desire to do this. And what we do, we will do well. The high quality of housing, services, and support. As we mentioned, the important thing is to also make sure that we are ready for emergencies, and that's something that I'm proud to have worked well for these 4 years with Joel Richmond and his group. They've been great to work with. He's come and helped to educate our residents, work with us on our plan, reviews our plan for each part of our community, 2 places, once a year, and they and their team have been wonderful to work with, and so we're honored to do that. We are praying for no hurricanes this year, but we're going to be completely prepared for what doesn't happen. Thank you for your time. It's been a long day, but we appreciate and ask for your support today.
Thank you, Chris Wickberg, and then Hank Keith. Okay. Jim Pulaski.
Good afternoon. I spoke before. I'll be very brief. I'm not a builder.
State your name, please.
Jim Pulaski. I'm not a builder. I'm not a developer. I'm an operator of senior living. I think I'm very proud of the senior living that we operate here at Westminster, and I think our neighbors or our residents appreciate that. I think in some way, many of our neighbors also appreciate that, particularly the ones that use our assisted living and our health centers. I think Westminster's been here honoring its commitment to Bradenton for 70 years. It continues to want to do so, and I'm just a person of common sense. I hear neighbors saying that they want infrastructure improved in the streets. But why they want infrastructure improved in the streets, they don't want any improvements made above the ground if they have to look at it or tolerate it. I hear people saying they can't live next to a 12-story building when they moved in next to an 11-story building. I hear people saying they want things and they want people to be affected by their wants and desires when they are few and others are many. I thank the city of Bradenton for being a great place to live. I'd like to thank the city of Bradenton for having so many things to offer to so many people. Clearly, our residents love being here. We wish to stay here, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sean Robinson? Okay, thank you. All right, that's all the cards that I have. Is there anyone else before we? Yes, ma'am, come forward. You didn't speak yet in this meeting? You spoke before? Yes. Okay, that's fine. Come forward. State your name and city of residence.
Yeah, it's Claire Ward, 1609 First Avenue. I'm here to oppose both these ordinances. I own a historical home right next to the car park that Westminster want to build on. T5 zoning will allow Westminster to actually build a 12-story building, not 9, up to a metre away from my fence. And whilst the gentleman said, yes, but you moved into a building at the back of us, I didn't sign up to someone building a 12-story building 1 metre away. And that will actually cast the whole house into darkness. The damage to the building itself with the original doors and windows, as I discussed earlier. But more importantly, you know, this is sandwiched in a residential area with Mary's on one side, a car park, and mine on the other. And if you allow this building to be built or the zoning to be approved, with the greatest respect, what happens if they change their mind and they want to resell it? Who are they going to sell it to? And what's the impact on this beautiful historic neighbourhood? Obviously, I've gone into earlier points on my presentation earlier, but yeah, there's just lots of questions. And I just want to say, you know, if it was in Charleston or St. Augustine, would they be having the same conversations about 12-story buildings next to 125-year-old houses? I don't know. And I just don't know why. I'm a bit in shock why it's even been brought to the stage. So anyway, I'm opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. Seeing no one else in the public hearing, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Singer? The questions I probably have is there was some accusations made, and I'd like those to be addressed. I'm sure I saw you writing, so are we breaking any rules or laws by what we're doing today?
Regarding the effective date, we do provide that in the ordinance for the comprehensive plan to say that it becomes effective per state statute. So if there's a 31-day waiting period for the text amendment, then it'll become effective after that text amendment becomes law. And there's also a requirement that the zoning is concurrent with the comp plan amendment as well. Public notice, the ordinances were advertised according to code, and the development agreement is an exhibit to the ordinance. So it wasn't advertised and noticed separately, it was part of the ordinance, and it's being part of what you're approving today. The requirement for a PDP when you meet certain environmental standards, that falls under the land use regulations, not in the form-based code. This property is located in the form-based code and it supersedes the land use regulations. There is something similar in the form-based code, which is called a special district, which is an alternate zoning district. You approved one for the car wash as an example. That doesn't have a similar requirement that you're mandated to do a special district. Furthermore, when it talks about that, it talks about the review of the development has to go through the PDP process. This isn't the review of the development. You are applying a zoning standard. They haven't come in with development yet to be approved. So, and that'll go through the SIP process when it does come through. There's one other issue with the legal descriptions. The formatting of the legal description, it needs to be tweaked a little bit. All of the presentation in terms of the maps, the property IDs, and the properties described within the legal descriptions that were submitted are all correct and true. But there's something in the formatting, and I don't know if the city attorney wants to address that.
Yeah, what they had submitted originally was, as far as the legal description, was essentially the short form description that's on the property appraiser's website. And so we went back to them and said, hey, we want the full legal description for these properties. So they provided that today. They provided updated acreage. I think it was a 0.10 of an acre difference. So if there is a motion to move forward, I would ask that it include updating the ordinances and the development agreement to reflect the updated legal descriptions and the acreage that were discussed during the hearing.
And Mr. Rudisell, would you agree with Mrs. Singer's synopsis of all of the from start to finish, that we are on strong legal ground as our city attorney as well as a land use attorney?
Yes, I'm not aware of any authority or statute that says we can't adopt the ordinance contingent on the other ordinance being adopted. In fact, the statute specifically provides for you to do that on the zoning side. It doesn't specifically provide for it when you have two comprehensive plan amendments, but it also doesn't prohibit it, nor am I aware of any case law or statute that provides for that, nor was any cited during the hearing. The development agreement statute that was referenced is a specific type of agreement. That is not what we're doing as part of this. We are adopting what is essentially a mitigation agreement that is specifically provided for in the statute. We've included a couple of development elements, but it is not a local development agreement under those statutory provisions. I don't remember, and there was comments about Senate Bill 180. I don't think that's applicable here at all. State agencies have not been shy about telling Manatee County when they thought their comprehensive plan amendments were in violation of Senate Bill 180, and we did not have any comments like that from the
And this was sent to the state as well as all processed over. Ms. Singer, do you have anything else before I move on?
I do not.
Okay, I'd like Mr. Perry to address some of the infrastructure stuff with Jacobs and that, because, and I'll say something first, because it's been a staple in my administration about face it and fix it. And we came up with face it and fix it many years ago to face 120 years of a city that has a lot of issues. I totally agree with you. And I think we had a video of things that, yes, we'd have to face and fix. And we're addressing those. We talk about this every day in the office, Mr. Perry and I and Mr. Williams and our public works staff. And some days we have cordial conversations. Some days we have very heated conversations about why is things taking so long. And some of the things in this projects will actually help speed up some of those things, in my opinion, because we will not, and again, the proof is in the pudding when it comes down to it. We're talking about another neighborhood in Ward 4 that is continually saying, oh, we know what the city's done, we know what the city's done, but you don't know what my administration has done and what we've been doing and what we've promised. And I'm a person that family has been here for 7 generations, and I hope my family's here for another 7 generations, so I can prove everybody out there that's the naysayers, you know, you're wrong, because we are doing things. And that's a promise that I will make you. And is it as fast as I want? Absolutely not. And I think Mrs. Moore probably would agree with me 1,000% on that. But government works differently, but it's gonna be done. And some of these projects that we are going, this one policy included, will get these things done quicker than later. And also, one of the things that to me on this project is we're going from virtually a zero producing property of around $400,000 to $500,000 a year to, upon completion, $4 million plus a year that will help some of those infrastructure processes. So it's not about looking at the small picture, it's about looking at the big picture. And it's a lot. It's been very cordial, and everyone in this room, I can understand where you're at from what you're doing and what's happening. But also, we've got to look at how our city is going to move forward and be a better collaborative city for 14.4 square miles. Mr. Perry.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I appreciate those comments, and I think pretty much every counselor I've talked to agrees with Ms. Mathias that infrastructure before we grow. That's interesting to hear an opponent say that. It really is. What comes first? The chicken or the egg? That's kind of what we're looking at. And I'd suggest the egg has to come first. And one of the reasons why is that these people that are going to invest $250 million in these projects, potentially, they really need to know what those infrastructure costs are, what their obligations are going to be, both on-site and off-site. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that. But the reality is that if they build these things and we don't have adequate fire flow that go up to 12 stories, or we don't have adequate drinking water, or we don't have adequate sewer systems and the like, they don't get their certificate of occupancy. The process is really going to include, as Ms. Singer pointed out, a pre-development plan, ultimately this refining of a master agreement, so to speak, and participation with that offsite infrastructure that's necessary. And I'm going to talk specifically about it. An SIP that has to go through engineering, a site improvement plan, and that will specify exactly what type of piping, what type of transmission for the sewer system and the water, the potable water and the like. And then after that, they get building permits, but they don't even get building permits to start building, to turn one piece of dirt until there's an approved SIP through our engineering. And then ultimately, after the building permit, they go through a construction period, whatever that might be, 15, 24 months, 18. And when they're completed, they want to make sure, hey, city, you did what you said you were going to do. You got us the fire flow so that the fire marshal isn't going to say, we can't sprinkle sufficiently to do fire protection. They can't risk that, because they need to occupy the buildings immediately once it's completed or within a short period of time. They can't risk not having utility connection so that they can do their taps and run what they've done on site into our collection and treatment system. It's just implausible to think that any builder, whether it's Vias here that's doing the city center project, or whether it's Westminster, that would do that. But you have to understand, again, getting back to what comes first, the chicken or the egg, that the development process itself is pretty complicated. And what I mean by that is that Mayor's talked a little bit about it's busy upstairs. And I'd submit to you that our team, Mr. Williams, the mayor himself, many times city councilors, engineering, is constantly on the phone with consulting engineers, with utility contractors, with other folks to say what's going to be required. So about a year and a half ago, we enlisted the assistance of Jacobs Engineering. And again, we did a service area looking at the entirety of the downtown sector. And really what's in the ground right now is older 8-inch transmission pipes that bring the water supply, drinking water, and for high-rise buildings like the hotel across the street and other higher buildings, it brings what's called fire flow. And they have to have enough volume to be able to include all the sprinkling system and enough pressure to run it high enough up into the building. And it's one of the most trickiest things that there is to determine from the engineering and fire safety perspective. So we looked at that capacity. We did a capacity analysis. We've done 2 so far, and we're on our 3rd. And we said, what's in the ground? And it's aged infrastructure that's 8 inches. So when you see those pipes breaking out down on 16th Street or First Avenue or the like, it's the same pipes basically. They're older 8-inch pipes. The sewer system itself has similar issues, and we have to go up to nominal upsizing. So from an 8-inch distribution pipe for water, you go to a 12. And though it only seems that it's 50% larger than the 8, it's 6 times more flow that goes in there. And guess what? the composition of it is PVC, high density PVC. That's a construction material that has about a 100-year life cycle. Whereas what was used in the past when it was initially installed was unknown, and it's proven to be a fairly short life cycle of 30, 40, 50 years, and hence we have the failures we have. That contributes to it. So when you look at the totality of what we've done on the capacity analysis, we've done calculations contemplating the mixed use for this facility. How many additional, fixtures are they going to have? How many stories are they going up? How much fire flow and CFM do we need as far as cubic feet per minute to pump in there and things like that? We're going to ultimately get to those same calculations through the SIP process once we get some design work. And you say, well, do the infrastructure first. It's somewhat impractical to say to do that, because what would happen is the city would have to basically redo the entirety, and we'd be doing it on the backs of our taxpayers, our ratepayers, and the like. Here we're doing infrastructure upgrades, really at the cost of those people doing the development, and we're participating too. A much more equitable arrangement. We don't have somebody out in Ward 1 on the west side, where I live, or Ward 4 on the far east side, where Ms. Gonzalez-Moore lives, that are paying out of their rate to do that. And we estimate cost right now to be about $16 million to do everything we need to do. And it's going to take a little bit of time. But when you think about the timing aspect of it, it's going to take these folks time too, to do their planning, their phasing, and ultimately, and again, at the end of the day, they want to make sure that the city's moving with, post haste and puts the infrastructure in place. We have funding sources, we have design, we have procurement, we have permitting, we have construction management, and that we're moving in that direction. Right now, what we're doing is, when I said that we're in the third component, is a PDE, a preliminary design and engineering report. We know what the capacity of the piping size generally needs to be, and to a certain extent, we understand what the routing would be to get the wastewater to certain capable lift stations and moving lift station 8 and master lift stations, as well as the distribution system. We know what capacity we would need to redesign the downtown, but we don't know exactly where those pipes go in the street yet, the pitch of the pipes, other hydraulic issues when they make corners and things like that come into an engineering issue. And so after we do the PDE, which should take probably between 6 and 9 months, is what we're expecting, then at that point, what we'll end up doing is we'll have a 30% design, and we'll basically put it on the street for full construction drawings. And once you get the construction drawings, then you go out to the market and you say to a utility contractor, how much is it going to cost us to build this? And all during that time, I'm going to be talking with Chris and some of the folks, from Westminster Development, saying this is what we think is attributable to your particular project, because we had to upsize piping and the like. And you heard Ms. Petroff talk a little bit about concurrence. That's true, but think about concurrence. These projects that are current, that are over there right now, they were built under old codes. They were built before the Clean Water Act in some cases. And so now, basically, under the new codes, you're going to have to meet basically new building codes, new environmental codes and standards, new FEMA codes, and probably other types of issues. Because when you change something, you don't get to build under the old code. That's what this whole thing's about in a certain way. That being the case, I think that we're in a position where what comes first, the chicken or the egg? The infrastructure has to lead. And I agree with Donna. And Ms. Mathias is always, I just think everybody applauds her for being such a committed citizen with her input. And sometimes it's somewhat, not pleasantly critical, but she's honest and she's passionate and she's respectful. And I get that. And I think everybody in the room has been that today. And I applaud that as well. But we have to take the lead, because the other option about just leave it the way it is and fix it, that's not a viable option. It's breaking out there. You saw it. That video showed it better than anything. Thank you for sharing that with us. And as it shows us, another thing it shows us is the traffic patterns that are down there. You have commercial traffic, and I looked at those trucks and what they said. A couple of them were delivery trucks, probably servicing Westminster, but I saw a moving truck, a tractor trailer moving truck. I saw a U-Haul truck that was a moving truck. I saw other trucks. And it shouldn't be. That should be restricted commercial area down there, because those turning radiuses, I'm not a traffic engineer, but I don't think you have to be. To think of the 65 foot tractor trailer can make those corners and the like. So that's going to be incumbent, of course, on Westminster as well, to work with us on trying to make sure that we have a traffic management plan. It's in the development agreement now. That's required. That we will put something acceptable to, and our traffic management team over from Public Works, when we have traffic engineers, we'll check all the calculations, the turning radius, the street specs, the curb, the gutter, everything in between. And we look forward to building back a better Point Pleasant, a better Westminster, a better Bradenton, because it is old and it needs to be improved. And we got a plan to do it. And I hope that the neighborhood, if nothing else, has learned that Westminster seems to be a pretty good neighbor. That the population there, the management has been committed, and I would expect them to stay committed. I've had some conversations with Chris, not really often, probably every 6 months or so, and he's always been completely straight. We've always had great communications, and we've tried to basically tell him that we're going to do what we can to make the possibility of this moving forward step by step viable, but Westminster's going to have to take it in accordance with the rules. They got to play by the rules, and some of this stuff is exactly that. So I feel, the comments that were made, they're absolutely legitimate concerns. But I think to say that just leave it the way it is and fix it, that's not viable. The way it gets fixed is by fixing it all.
All right, and I just want to, it is going to get hot in here.
Yeah, it sure is.
Because the temporary units that we have for our chillers go off at a certain time, and did they get them on?
Saving the taxpayers.
Are you going to start fanning us? Oh, it's going to run continuous now? Thank goodness. All right. How did you slip in back there? Didn't see you.
Yes.
Okay, yes, the applicant have any further
I'll
comments?
be very brief. Patricia Petra for the record. I just want to clarify, because there was just some public comment that was made. When I take 15.95 times 15 dwelling units per acre, I get 239 units for the entire acreage. And so that's, again, why we're asking for this, so we can preserve the density that we have on site and get some density for the acreage that has been purchased. Ms. Singer dealt with the why didn't we do a PDP? We weren't allowed to do a PDP because we're in the form-based code. Mr. Rudisil confirmed that the development agreement is a creature of the statute, which specifically requires it. Therefore, it's an exhibit to that text amendment ordinance. So we are trying to have a plan for the future to take our non-conforming buildings and make them perfectly conforming with every code there is. That is the end game. That is what we're trying to do. With respect to timing and timeframes, from if this gets approved today, goes up, and we have a 31-day wait period. If it's appealed, then there's more wait periods until the appeal is settled, if there is one. And then we start design, and from the minute we hire the architects to do the design, it will take at least 2, if not 3 years to get through the entire process that your city manager explained to you. So this is a long-term project for the future of both Westminster's property and the city of Bradenton. We respectfully request that you approve both the text amendment and the rezone so we can start down that road. And unless Mr. Keith wants to make any closing comments, I'm finished. So, okay. So,
any questions?
Please approve.
No. All right. Thank you. All right. Chair will entertain a motion.
are we going to motion and then have discussion, or?
Yeah, we can have discussion in the motion. So we'll take them separately, and we'll ask if there is a motion to approve, that we put in what Mr. Rudisell had
It would
said.
include the update to the legal descriptions and the acreage, as well as authorizing the mayor to execute the development agreement.
All right, do I hear a motion?
I make a motion to adopt ordinance 4036, subject to verification of the legal description.
And anything else?
And authorizing the mayor to execute the settlement agreement.
And authorizing the mayor to execute
The development agreement.
the development agreement.
I'll
Have a second. All right, discussion, Ms. Moore?
Yes, I'll just say my points. I appreciate everything everyone has said. I completely acknowledge that Westminster is, a valued community partner. I have no complaints. I think everything that they've said about treating their residents has been wonderful to hear. And that is why I'm just, and I commend the outreach. I commend the outreach to the immediate neighbors. And I also appreciate wanting to rebuild after storm damage. However, what I don't understand is why we're going down the rezoning and the map adjustment when we have the option of having a special district. Because again, to just be clear about what we're doing, these two ordinances do not guarantee anything. It's a goal, and right now we have community partners that are willing to work with us and help us to accomplish all the things that Mr. Perry just said. So why we wouldn't go down the path of the special district where the applicant could have confirmed developer rights and the neighbors could have confirmed a plan, a design. I just don't understand why we would do this. Imagine a scenario where the wonderful leadership that we've enjoyed to date is just no longer. That's in the realm of possibility. And, I hate to kind of, consistently beat this drum, but rezoning is action that is not applicant specific. And it's, once you do it, you can't take it back. It's done. We've given them those property rights. I'll also just note, that I just want to make sure I'm not forgetting anything. While we are working on the things, we're not there yet. So again, as far as timing goes, I just think that if we went down the special district path, we would be able to nail those things, that partnership that you're speaking of in a little bit more detail, and with some confidence. The EDC representative earlier today spoke to our very in-depth economic revitalization consultant program that we're doing right now. Why we would undertake to rezone almost 16 acres in the downtown area before we finish that project, or at least get their input, also, again, doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. It seems to me that if we were engaging in the special district process, that could be a layered conversation instead of us having to take action and then worry about it later when we were working with those consultants. 6. The conceptual plan is different than an actual site plan. Again, the special district process would get us something that is just so much more confirmed with both parties, both of them. They might not be happy, but at least they'd know what they were entitled to. And then finally, I'll just say that to me, it's really notable that the Planning Commission, which I don't feel like usually we get this kind of response, but the Planning Commission voted yes for 4035 and no, or, failed for a tie for.
It didn't fail, it was just 2-2.
It was 2-2, but that's notable to me. That is not usual that the Planning Commission has disagreement, and it's super unfortunate that they lost quorum because I would love to know a little bit more about what their thoughts were when they were deliberating and in their meetings. But for those reasons, I would really strongly suggest that we just take a breath. And this is not me saying that the work that Westminster is doing for their residents is not honorable. It is. I think it's wonderful. But I think that there's a better process that would get us to the same place, because I think that we all are in agreement about what we need to have happen. And I think that both the applicant and the people opposed to it know what the concerns are and know what their desires as a developer and what the desires as the neighbor are. So I think if we just took a step back and went through a more detailed process, at the end of the day, I think that both parties would be more content and be able to live with the outcome a little bit better. That is my thought, and that would be my suggestion.
All right, thank you. Anyone else comments before we vote? Coachman?
What I want to say doesn't really totally go in with what you were saying, but I just wanted to say again, much appreciation to all of you that took the time and, I mean, hung in there for all day to give your input. Change is very hard, I know. I grew up in a historical, it became historical neighborhood, and some of the businesses that, my neighbors owned were torn down for the sake of, progress. They had to widen the street. So I saw all that history go away, and in other structures too, they were just torn down. So I understand how you feel with some of the historic homes. It really touched me when I heard about the Hood's Dairy family's home, because my father worked for Hood's Dairy. He was one of the last milkmen, route salesman is more politically correct. But this is definitely tough. I have a question though. To go through the special district process, and I'm assuming that's what VOTA was, right? Is that, or that was an overlay special?
I'm not positive.
That was it.
VOTA was an economic overlay.
Overlay. Okay. Yeah.
Right. Anything else before we do the vote? Hearing none, we'll start the vote to approve 4036 with the stipulations. Ward 1,
Yes.
Ward 2,
Yes.
Ward 3,
Yes.
Ward 4,
No.
Ward 5.
Oh, already got 3. Yes.
So passes 4-1 with Mrs. Moore voting no. All right, we have ordinance 4037. Chair will entertain a motion.
And Mr. Mayor, this one would also be updated legal description and acreage figures.
May I ask Mr. Rogers a question?
Sure.
Is there anything, because these two were so interrelated, is there anything that is notable? Like, now that we passed one, is there anything that we need to know or anything procedurally or affect?
No. I mean, this is the zoning ordinance portion. I mean, you do have to, the adoption or denial, whichever of the zoning ordinance, has to presume the approval of the comprehensive plan, future land use map amendment, both.
Ms. Coker? Oh, I thought you said something earlier.
Oh, no, I just said I couldn't hear what she said.
All right, so Chair will entertain a motion.
I motion to adopt ordinance 4037, subject to verification of the legal description.
And does that anything else? on
Anything
that
else?
one?
Yeah, and the acreage.
And the acreage, and anything about the mayor to adopt anything, or not on this one? Okay.
No,
Just to make sure.
Second.
All right, second. All right, any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll start the vote in Ward 2,
Yes.
3,
Yes.
4,
No.
5,
Yes.
and 1.
Yes.
Carries 4-1 with Mrs. Moore in the dissent. All right, and again, I'm going to say thank you to everybody for the way that everyone was cordial. And, again, sometimes it's just one of those things that you keep moving forward and you have to get things. And we've all been on the 4-1, and we've been the 4 and we've been the 1. But I appreciate that part of it. But thank you. And Mr. Perry?
No, sir. Nothing further.
We'll be adjourned. Thank you.